So what we'll do is once they call that item, we'll go ahead and make you part of that discussion item.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the DRB meeting,
Okay.
Design Review Board meeting in Miami Beach today on,
Hello.
I guess it's the first, not January 1st, but January 4th. And we are operating in a kind of new hybrid remote location here. We are in the Miami Beach City Hall, basically in the chambers, but I think everyone else will be remote, except that people are invited to join us in the chambers, but they have to be wearing masks. And I have a few questions. First, I want to offer to the staff, which is that Michael.
Aaron, you're on mute.
My mute?
Aaron, you're on.
I'm in the chambers, but the first question I have is whether or not we're operating on Zoom, and if we have, is there a Zoom link we all should be tied into?
Hey, Jim, this is Michael Belush.
Michael.
I'll be participating virtually today. The board members that are present in chambers do not need the Zoom link. Anything that's provided in terms of the speakers will be displayed on the televisions in the chambers.
And Michael, do we all have the Zoom link?
You won't need the Zoom link if you're participating in chambers.
Okay. So you can hear
But
me
if you
and
look-
all the other members, I should say people in the audience outside of this room can hear me because of Zoom.
Yes, correct. Yeah, everybody in the chambers, all the board members,
Where can they
are
find
shown.
Where can they find the Zoom link?
I will send it to you right now. I'll email it to you.
And anyone else?
Well, when we start the meeting, Nick will provide the address for the public, anybody participating. So he'll give that as part of his opening comments. And he will let those members of the public know how they can participate via Zoom.
Okay. Nick?
I think before
Are we ready to go?
I think I think we need to determine if we're ready to go yet.
We're ready. There's a quorum. When you're ready, please proceed.
Okay. PJ, are we on air?
Yes, we're on it.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either virtually, via Zoom, or in person. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID directly, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in person may appear in the commission chambers on the 3rd floor of Miami Beach City Hall. Before I swear in city staff and any members of the public who are appearing in person, I'll read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in. Actually, I'll start with city staff. Do you state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you both. And finally, I'll swear in any members of the public who are in person in the chambers. Do you swear or affirm under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all for me.
Nick, let me ask formality, which is if people want to join the meeting at later after the time, how do they know how to zoom into the meeting? Is there an address located somewhere that they can access the meeting?
So we post the Zoom, both the phone number if you're dialing in by phone, and meeting ID, and also the meeting or webinar ID, which is what the public can use to participate via the Zoom app. That's included in all of our meeting notices. It's on the city clerk's website. I think it may even be at the top of our agenda. It is, of the board agenda. And if anyone has any questions or if we receive any emails during the course of the meeting about how to participate, we'll do our best to respond.
Okay, thank you very much. Michael, you want to take the next step?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin, I just want a brief announcement on attendance. We do have 6 members present today. Mr. Gorland will be participating virtually. Mr. Comas is absent today. The remaining 5 members are present in the commission chambers. And then before we begin, we have...
Michael, just sorry to interrupt. So there's 5 members in the chambers. Mr. Gorland is remote. Is Mr. Gorland's vote acceptable for variances as well as any other matter?
Yes, he's participating virtually due to a qualified medical state. So his vote does count. We just need to have 4 members present physically in chambers. We have 5, and Mr. Gorland will be present and voting virtually.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chairman, before we begin, we have aide to Commissioner Simulian, Julio Rodriguez, who would like to make a brief announcement before we start the meeting. Julio, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow members of the board. Thank you for giving me this time to introduce myself and to speak to you. My name is Julio Rodriguez, and I am the new aide to Commissioner Samuelin. I've been with the city of Miami Beach for 2 years. I've worked in tourism and culture and in the city manager's office. I just wanted to let you and Mr. Chairman and the board know that the commissioner is a staunch supporter of the goals of this board. And if you need anything from our office, please do not hesitate to feel free to contact me and I can help you in any way possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julio. Michael, is there anything else before we go through the agenda?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. We can start with the agenda items, first being the after action from the December 17th meeting.
The approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion?
That's correct.
I so move.
Second?
I second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Ms. Claire Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm not sure I can vote because I wasn't here for that meeting on those
Well,
minutes.
You can vote.
You can vote.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
part of the minutes. You weren't
Yes.
here.
And Mr. Gorland, do I have your vote? I think you're on mute.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. Motion passes 6-0. The next item we have is a request for continuance. This is DRB 21-0736, 1255 North Biscayne Point Road. And we have the architect online. Taylor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you like this continued to the February or to the March meeting?
The February meeting, please.
Okay, so we have the request is to continue this application, DRB 21-0736, 1255 North Biscayne Point Road to the February meeting.
Does anyone from the
do we-
public wish to speak on this issue? If not, I'll close the public and ask the board to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online that wishes to speak, so if we can have a motion to continue.
Thank you.
I so move. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Mr. Diffenderfer. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The item is continued to February 1st. The next item on the agenda is found on page 16 of the board packages. This is DRB 21-0700, 4150 Nautilus Drive. This is an application for design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including a variance from the maximum projection allowed into required yards to replace an existing architecturally significant pre-1942 home. This application was last heard by the board on October 20th and was continued to today's date in order to address the design concerns that were expressed by the board. The architect has revised the design as outlined on page 5 of the staff report, which can be found on page 20 of the board packages. And the architect will go through those changes. Regarding the variance is for the maximum projection allowed into to the required front yard. Due to the irregular shape of the lot, staff is supportive of this variance request and is recommending approval of the application, including the variance. And do we have the architect online or in chambers present to present?
In chamber, here.
Good morning. My name is Jose Vidal.
Is your microphone on?
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. Happy New Year to everyone. My name is Jose Vidal. With B3 Architectural Group. Our office is located at 139944 Southwest, Suite 206, Miami, Florida 33184. We're here on behalf of our client for 4150 Nautilus Drive. And this is our second time that we're here. Last time we got some feedback from Mr. Hagopian, Ms. Nelson, and the rest of the board that we took into consideration a lot of those changes. Since that time, the design got revised substantially. And one of the things one of the main changes that we did is initially we had our variance consisted of two different projections. We limited that to just one, and the projection is merely 3 feet, 4 inches, based on the site configurations and so on. I don't know how you want to proceed, but we can show you the new design and go through the other comments.
I think summarize the revisions that you made.
Absolutely.
with your presentation.
One of the comments that Ms. Nelson and Mr. Hagopian had were about the side curvature. As you will see in the drawings, the side is basically on a curve, which trigger a lot of the different setbacks and so on. One of the comments is the existing houses there has a very, a small gesture with like a curvature to address the site. So one of the things that we implemented was to do the same thing to our property. Our client obviously likes a very rectilinear format, but what we did is we tried to integrate new additional landscape into the design, along with some wall features and some implementation into the design. So that's one change. The other change that we did is the height of the garage on the east corner of the property was quite tall in the board's judgment. So what we did is through stepping down the terrace on the rear of the property, we created a series of levels, and we minimized substantially, almost by a third, the rear of the side of the garage, which faces a 6-story building. Additionally, on the north side of the house, which faces the more residential type of district zoning, we went ahead and we modified those volumes substantially as well to have less canopies and simplify the design. So we streamlined, as you will see, the front of the project for that reason.
Do you have a presentation of anything you can actually point out the issues?
I can hardly hear you.
Sorry. Do you have a presentation to make that would outline the issues you just mentioned that you changed?
You will be able to see it in the renderings that were provided.
Can you?
EJ, can you bring up the presentation?
If you can scroll towards the end, that's where you'll be able to see more of the items.
Could you just lead us through the changes that you made and why you made them, okay?
Well, I believe I just did.
No, you just did, but we didn't have any images, so you have to try now.
Oh, okay. So if we can pull, if we can go, it'll be easier to see. We see the slides towards the end of the presentation. There's a bunch of perspectives that we generated for that purpose. Okay. Actually, if you go to on sheet 1.9, two previous slides. Okay, so if you see at the very center of the house there, the projection that we have outlines the setbacks, the variance that we're requesting, which is the 3-foot, 4-inch encroachment. In that area, we deleted the previous second variance that we had, which is really part of the same variance, but we had two elements projecting. Right now, we diminished the projection, and it's only taking place on the lower level. If we can now go to the rear of the presentation, further into the presentation for the renderings. Keep going. Okay, keep going. Okay, so in the front of the house, you will see on that side, we did substantial changes. The board felt that we had a lot of different elements that were blocks that were projecting and so on. So what we did is we streamlined it. We took some cues from the more nautical, streamlined theme, especially having Nautilus Middle School across the street and so on. One more slide, please. In the front of the house, again, we had different canopies overlapping each other. In this case, everything is integrated into one. Next. Next. Okay, and one more, please. Oh, well, that shows the front of the house, the changes. And then, actually, the slides that next slide, please. Now, so on this side of the house, you will see that the garage on the left side, again, it got reduced by almost a third or so of the distance in height, and then we integrated a design into the structure that's surrounded, as well as the landscape. One of the items that we had, Mr. Bodnar, was that we were removing some trees that were there. Later on, when we see the landscape drawings, you'll see that we took those trees back. And we actually have more trees, and relocation of some of the trees that we had before. So that was another comment that we had. Next slide. So here you can see the garage element, which is right, the black door that's there. We went ahead and towards the left side of that slide, you'll see that the terrace is at one level, and then we stepped the terrace into two different levels to minimize the mass facing the building across the street. If you would like to see the landscape plan, we can show you. That was one of the comments that was an important one as far as retaining the trees that were on the property and so on. We went ahead and we relocated those items, modified it. In addition to that, because of the implementation of the new curvatures, we added additional landscape trees in that landscaping in those areas. Those are basically the changes that we created.
Okay, thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Anyone from the public wish to speak at this time, raise your hand or please come forward. Michael, does anyone wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online that wishes to speak on this item.
Thank you. And there's no one from the public, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment.
Great. I'll start, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Yeah, thank you for listening to our comments from the previous meeting. So unfortunately, it's a little hard with your presentation. So this is just a general comment. When you guys make changes based on feedback from the board, it's really helpful if you are able to show like the before and the after, because we have pretty good memories, but we see a lot of projects. So I have the luxury, and we all do, I can pull up the old renderings and I pull up the new renderings, and just you have made substantial changes. Then I think, unfortunately, your presentation doesn't do it justice, because you've really made quite a few changes that I think are really in a really positive direction. So I'm really happy to see that. It's very hard just seeing the new rendering to kind of to recollect what was happening before, but luckily you redid each rendering in the same order, so it's really easy to see the changes. And like this addition of this curve element, which really changes that corner facade dramatically. You added some wood elements as well that weren't there before. The scale is brought down. The front elevation is much different, much improved. The canopy unification is very positive to see. So I think you've done a really good job to listen to the flavor of what we were requesting, and it's nice to see. I think that it's a much more cohesive design. I hope you think so too. It's better this way than it was before.
Michael, could you address the issue of the variance? I know the staff is in favor of the project, but could you just outline the variance that's being requested?
Sure. As Jose noted, due to the curvilinear shape of the front property line, you see how where it intersects the front property line with the side property line. The front setback goes from 30 feet at the front to 15 feet in the side, and you have this awkward condition where the two meet, and that's the nature and where the variance is being requested. It's not for the entire portion of the front. It's only for that portion near where the side property line intersects with the front property line, and due to the extreme curve, this is sort of a highly unusual condition in terms of the curved shape of the roads here, as well as it's surrounded by, a multitude of zoning districts. You have CD2 and RM1 to the south, GU to the northeast, and a parking lot to the southwest. So we feel that this condition is not going to negatively impact anybody that's adjacent, which is not a single family home that abuts the corner. And due to that irregular shape, we are supportive of the variance being requested.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hello. I agree with Jason. I feel like thank you for taking our comments and coming up with, this is such an improvement. I really appreciate too that you are saving so many of the trees or relocating them. I think that also, it enhances the design, and it certainly is going to enhance the development of the property within the greater community. So I appreciate that. Let me ask you a question too. In all the renderings, you have lots of palms, low and high. Are these the ones that you're going to be planting, or was this just for?
Honestly, there's some of it, there's a little bit of both, because the landscaping is very hard to represent in the renderings. But for the majority of the parts, yes, that is correct. But the landscape, shall there be any differences? The landscape governs, because again, in the renderings, it's very hard to duplicate, the actual species.
Okay, but in general,
yes, it
this is. Michael, how specific do we get with the landscape plans? You
could say that the landscape plans shall be consistent to the greatest extent possible with those revised drawings presented at the meeting today, provided they comply with all code requirements.
Like for instance, in the front, I think the landscape really enhances the design. It's very, there's a lot of sharp angles still, which is part of the design. But I think that, what helps it is the landscape really softens it. And, you have, at least in the rendering, these two really interesting trees with the rocks. Is that just
Well,
Is that going to be in there, or what are we going to get?
no, actually, that's a good question. As far as the things that we did around the curvature that we introduced, those are the actual specimens that we're going to have there, because those were integral to the masking of the more rectilinear shapes and so on. So those are pretty accurate to what we're proposing in that area. We wanted to create some foliage, something that really adheres to the roundness and the more organic shapes of those areas. So in that particular area, yes, we do have some very realistic representations of those things. As far as showing the actual gumbo limbo shapes and stuff like that, we don't. We're basically using a stock library of 3D models.
I guess what I'm asking is on rendering, it's A4.5, which is the front view. You have these. Can you bring it up? You have these really interesting specimen trees, and I was just wondering that clearly you're playing off the shapes. Are those definitely going to be included, or is it going to be something different?
No, we would be including those materials, yes.
Those
plantings,
specifically.
yes.
And then what material? That curve is nice. What is that?
That is a keystone.
Okay, that was my second question. And the wood.
That was another comment that Mr. Hagopian had about, instead of having so many different textures, so we went ahead and we introduced wood. There's a slide there that shows the different materials that we're choosing, so that was one of the comments.
And that's going to be real wood or a
yes.
product? Okay. And so sorry, I have all these clarification questions. And so the variance is just in the corner, right off the curved area.
Actually, the variance is in the center of the house, the main entrance canopy. It projects out 3 feet more than everything else is compliant, with my code.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so Alex, Mr. Gorlin, just for your reference, this project was presented. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it looks much more cohesive as well. I do agree that it's hard to know. It's better to see a kind of before and after of the images so we can see what the changes are. But I would say, all in all, I think this is a fine design that, definitely reacted to our comments previously.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me for just a second.
Michael?
I noticed we do have somebody from the public with their hand raised. Would you like to reopen the public comment
Yes,
to let this speak?
please. Introduce
Okay,
yourself.
Gregory Sarno, are you there?
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
Hi, Gregory. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I live in the neighborhood, and it's a lovely design, and I support the project.
Thank you, Gregory. Anyone else from the public, Michael?
Nobody else. Actually, we have 2 more people now. Francisco Ramirez.
Okay.
Hi, Francisco. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to ask one question. I thought that this was going to be a meeting regarding the planned building that's going to be built in zip code 33141. Can you please tell me when that meeting will be held?
Michael, I'm not sure we can tell you, but
which address?
it will be held today.
We have 12 items on the agenda today. Which address or application file number are you referring to?
Well, it's a building in the zip code 33141 near 7101 Byron Avenue.
I think you're talking about the 7300 Trueville Esplanade.
It could be that one, yes.
That's next after this one. We have 12 applications, so the agenda is available online. The 7300 Trueville Esplanade is after this application, and you can speak then.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one other speaker, Mr. Chairman, Nicholas Laduzinski.
Hi, Nicholas. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, and
Thank you.
I just have a question, and I'm sorry, maybe it's not the right time to raise it. I'm a resident at Lincoln Bay Towers at the end of Lincoln Road, and my question is around the plans for that area. Is this the right time to raise the question, or?
No, that application for the West Avenue right-of-way improvements is coming up in about 3 more applications. So public comment is taking after each item, so stick around and that'll come up in a few more applications.
So when do you think that'll be? Because I have to drop for a work
I
call.
I cannot give you any time frame within the next 2 hours.
I see. All right, thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Michael, for your patience. Any other board comments before a motion?
I have another qualifying question. I was wondering too about one thing that we can't really see in the renderings is the fence along the gate. It seems like in the pictures there's going to be lots of plantings in front of the fence area, but is there going to be a pedestrian entrance, or is it just going to be driveway?
Yes, we have a pedestrian entrance on the main side of the house, on the north side of the property.
With a break in the gate, or it's
Yes.
not something? Is there?
Well, actually, honestly, I don't recall. I need to. We can take a look at the floor plan if you wish.
Okay.
But yes, there is a pedestrian entrance there, and I believe we also incorporated a second one along the garage for.
Excuse me for interrupting, but are they shown on your ground floor plan?
They're on
Yeah.
sheet A1.0.
On A sheet A 2.0, they're not shown.
We can take a look at the site plan.
Oh, yeah, I
On
see
the
it.
lot of this
Pedestrian gate.
They're both right next to the driveways. There's a separate gate. At least that's what it shows on the site plan, A1.0. And they do show on a 2.0, Jim, but they're just not they're not noted. But it's like a little darker black
You're right.
line.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And so the material of that fence for the driveway is going to be the striped.
Yes, the stripe metal.
Okay. And the other thing too was the trees in the backyard. I was curious as to why you were removing those. I understand the ones that you need to remove for the driveways and the structure, but why are those being removed?
Okay, well, in the legend that we have there, it shows that there's some of the trees that were not, in good shape. There was one that was in the vicinity of the pool pavilion that was relocated. Those trees, I believe, are 14, 16. There's 20. Their designation in the chart, but that was the main reason for that. Where, as you can see, because of the setbacks that we're required, the backyard, unfortunately, is not as ample as we would like it to be. So there was one of them that was in a really awkward location. It's being relocated towards I believe, the north of the property. I'm sorry, the east of the property.
Because it seems like all of the trees in the backyard are being removed.
No. Well, again, there were some trees. If we go to the chart, we can see that there were a lot of them that were in bad shape. But no, we're not removing all of them.
Okay. I was just curious because it seems like that provides such nice privacy, especially because there is a parking lot right next door plus the next door neighbors. So
Absolutely.
it just seems like a strange choice, but okay.
I move to approve this project.
Alex, thank you.
So we're going to do one vote for the design and one for the variance. So this is for the design. I second that motion.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Gorlin, seconded by Mr. Gopian to approve the design. I'll do A roll call, Mr. Diffenderfer,
Yes.
Mr. Hagopian,
Yes.
Mr. Sheldon,
Yes.
Ms. Geller Nelson,
Yes.
Mr. Bodnar,
Yes.
and Mr. Gorlin.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Do I have a motion on the variance?
I move to approve the variance as part of application DRB file 21-0700.
I second that.
Motion made by Mr. Hagopian, seconded by Mr. Sheldon. I'll do the roll call. Mr. Diffenderfer,
Yes.
Mr. Hagopian,
Yes.
Mr. Sheldon,
Yes.
Ms. Geller Nelson,
Yes.
Mr. Bodnar,
Yes.
and Mr. Gorlin.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. The variance is approved as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Congratulations.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Next item, Michael?
The next application can be found on page 31 of the board packages. This is DRB 21-0721, 7300 Trueville Esplanade. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story residential townhouse development, including one or more waivers and variances from the required front yard setback and from the minimum height clearance required at the ground level below the first habitable floor. This application was last heard by the board on November 2nd and was continued to a date certain of today in order to address the design concerns expressed by the board. The applicant has made numerous modifications to the application, which can be found on page 38 of the board packages or page 8 of the staff report. The applicant will go through those changes with their presentation. The first requested variance is to reduce by 10 feet the minimum required front yard pedestal setback of 10 feet to provide a construction at a 10-foot setback from the front property line. I should make a correction in our staff report. The applicant has revised their drawings to be consistent with our recommendation that the first 2 floors not exceed the 10-foot setback of 10 feet, and that the upper floors are set back to the minimum required 20-foot setback. The applicant will provide in their presentation drawings that they have revised the drawings to comply with this recommendation. The second variance is from the minimum required ceiling height of 12 feet from base flood elevation plus minimum freeboard to the underside of the first floor slab. This provision is to allow or require a higher ground floor clearance for garages so that in the event of the future raising of streets and sidewalks, the garage can be accessed and usable. The applicant has revised their drawings, are no longer requesting this variance, and are following our recommendation to provide a 10-foot clearance, which does require a 2-foot height waiver, which the board can review and approve. We are recommending that the board approve the application along with the front setback as well as the 2-foot height waiver. And I believe we have the applicant online for the presentation or present in person.
Well,
Tracy, are you there?
Good morning,
Yeah,
board
she's here,
members.
right.
Vanessa Madrid with the law firm of Holland and Knight, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant, Pampa Sunbelt 1 LLC. I am joined by the project architect, Jose Gaviria, the landscape architect, Andres Montero, and also the project manager, Florencia Montecurini. Also with me is my colleague, Audrey Kirschenbaum. Before I continue, I'd like to incorporate into the record the presentation, the public hearing, and the discussion from the November 2nd hearing. And as staff mentioned, we've listened to the recommendations. We took the advice from the board from November. We reworked our plans, and we've made some revisions. I do have a presentation prepared, if you could please pull it up. Next slide, please. So as you all may recall, this is roughly a quarter-acre site. It's a waterfront site in the Normandy Isles neighborhood. It is sitting at the corner of Trouville Esplanade and Calais Drive. Next slide, please. The property is zoned RM1, which is the Low Intensity Residential Multifamily District. Its location, it's very unique because it sits right at the buffer between the two zoning districts, but there is quite ample separation between the two zoning districts. Trouville Esplanade is a pretty wide road, and there is a very nice roundabout cul-de-sac condition at that property location. The property is currently improved with a single-family home, but it is underutilized as we can build up to 15 units on the site. Next slide, please. This image shows you the character of the block. It's currently surrounded by multifamily developments on all sides. On the Trouville side of the block, all of these multifamily developments have multiple units on them. Next slide, please. And we are proposing to build a third of what we're allowed to build here, just 5 townhome units. This is intended to be a top quality community, a true enhancement to the neighborhood. As you know, this neighborhood needs attention and revitalization, and we feel that this project is the first one to come to really improve this neighborhood. The density, as I mentioned, is a third of what's allowed. Allowed is 15 units, we're proposing 5. The height is within the allowable height, and all parking is satisfied as well. Next slide, please. So just to reiterate, we're only requesting 2 approvals from you today, which is 1 non-use variance for the front setback and a waiver of the ground floor height requirements. The non-use variance of the front.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you differentiate between the slides that we have previously seen in your prior presentation and those that are changing, including height and the setbacks?
Correct. So we were previously requesting a variance of the garage clearance height, but right before we came before you last month, we switched it to a waiver, so that stayed the same. We managed to rework the plans last minute with the help of staff and their suggestions. We have a little bit of an aggressive slope in order to make sure that we stay within the allowable 2-foot waiver rather than the 3-foot and above, which would trigger a variance. So we're no longer seeking that. We're now within the allowable 2-foot waiver. And then the prior slides that you saw last month in November also showed a lot coverage variance waiver, to clarify. And we also got rid of that waiver. We are no longer seeking any lot coverage exceptions from you guys. We just want to make sure that it's noted on the record that we've installed porous pavers throughout the driveways. There's going to be a 2-inch separation between the pavers with turf, and that will allow the site to be in compliance with the lot coverage requirements. Does that clarify your question?
Also, if there are any images that do not represent the changes that you're...
Yes, throughout the presentation, you'll be seeing those. Next slide, please. So in terms of the front setback variance, this is the minimum necessary to develop the property with internalized parking and driveways to make it an efficient development and to meet the requirements of the code. But this condition is really just driven by the fact that there is a predominant 10-foot setback along Calais Drive. Calais Drive is a very narrow road, and our property sitting on a corner lot does have 2 frontages, but for zoning code purposes, the primary frontage is Calais Drive. So even though it is the side of our property in terms of architectural design, it is considered the front. So we are continuing the pattern of development on the block, continuing that 10-foot front setback on that side of the street. This is a waterfront lot. It's a corner lot, as I mentioned, and these all create practical difficulties in terms of the variance. Next slide, please. So to alleviate the front setback, we also listened to staff, and we made sure that the setback is alleviated on the second and third floors. So what we've done is we've introduced pretty large balconies so that there's enough of a scaling back on the second and third and fourth levels. So anything beyond the ground floor is in compliance with the setback. And this is something you saw last time as well. Next slide, please. In terms of the ground floor clearance height, we were previously proposing a greater clearance height, triggering a variance. Now it's no longer a variance, it's a waiver. That's what I was trying to explain. As you can see, the sloping is 15%, which is the maximum we can slope up in order to achieve the required clearance height. Next slide, please. And this is the lot coverage compliance. It was previously showing as 58.84%. We've reduced it to the 45 required. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to the architect, and he's also going to walk you through the revisions we've made to the facades in light of the comments that we received at the last meeting.
Good morning. My name is Jose Gaviria. I'm the principal architect with Gaviria Architects. And I was here back in November when you guys recommended us to look at the facades, to look at the design of the facades, especially at the front and back facades. So what you're looking at right now in this slide is the redesign of the front facade. This is actually looking Calais Drive, and we've managed to bring more of the materiality of the main facade for us, which is actually Calais, which is actually Trouville, I'm sorry, and turn it around, bring about all those balconies, all those linear balconies on the second and third levels. Also bring that wood column, wood vertical element that actually begins at the second level, goes all the way up to support the rooftop level, you know? So we've managed to completely redesign these facades, both front and back, with extended balconies, with eyebrows, with stucco on the bottom level, stucco on reveals on the gray color, and with wood slats that come throughout the facade, and also an enlarged proportion of windows. Next, please. Likewise, on the facade overlooking the waterway, we've done the same thing. It's almost like a similar facade to the one that you just saw on the other side, and it brings about all those elements, balconies, eyebrows, materials that are very much what we see along the Trouville facade. Next slide, please. This is the main facade. We haven't made any major redesign to this front facade, which is actually the one on Trouville. It's technically not the front facade, it is a side facade. But for us, it's the most important as it gives way to the 5 units, to the 5 townhouses. And you see all these elements, all this horizontality, all the proportions that are mainly horizontal, which we actually try to break them with the use of vertical wood columns and elements that step back as you go up in the building on the second and third level. Next slide, please.
2 minutes remaining.
Next slide, please. These the renders have been updated, and what we've took your comments in the sense that we updated the landscape on these renders. So this is what you would actually see if you were standing up in Trouville, right across the street, right across the cul-de-sac. And the idea, the main idea, is that in that we mitigate the views from our neighbors. You know, the use of landscape has been very important for us. The proposed trees help us mitigate any views of the 50-foot height that we are allowed to have on this building. And what we pretend to do with landscape is sort of like mitigate the views. Next slide, please. Again, these are updated drawings, updated renders where we can see the extensive use of landscape with sort of like made transparent trees at this point. Next slide, please. This is an interesting graphic as you know, Trouville has a 75-foot buffer between property lines. And what we're intending to show here is that if one were standing across the street in Trouville and looking towards a building, looking towards a proposed building, you'd see at a 25-degree angle, most of it mitigated by the extensive use of trees. Next slide. Again, this is an updated view with the actual trees proposed across. This is at the junction on the right-hand side. It's Trouville. On the left-hand side is Calais Drive. Next slide.
10 minutes are up.
What additional time would you need for you to complete your presentation?
I'd like a couple of minutes so our landscape architect can tell us a little bit.
You've talked about landscaping, so why don't we keep it at 2 minutes? And if you want them to come up now, that'd be great.
Okay. Okay. We'll have 2 minutes to talk about landscape.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andres Montero. I'm the landscape architect working on the project. As Jose was describing, there are some actually existing trees on Calais Drive which are very large, which would help. We're retaining those trees. There are 2 oaks on that corner and Gombo Limbo on the other side. And our goal was to try to keep most of the existing vegetation as possible. There's also another large tree on the water side that we're keeping, and we're adding landscape we're adding landscape along Trouville to mitigate all, as Jose was describing, the views from across the street. There is an existing landscape median that has, I believe, is 5 large royal palms, which are to remain. And we're adding street trees, which has to be small due to overhead power lines. But also we have trees inside the property between the sidewalk and the building. So in the back, on the west side, we're also proposing slender trunk palms, which will grow tall. And they're skinny, but they have good canopy, and would also help mitigate the views from the neighbor on the west side.
Okay, thank you. And I'd just like to conclude by saying that we've done significant outreach with the neighbors. Specifically, we reached out to all the North Beach homeowners associations, and we are very pleased to see their support for this project. We got support from Ronnie Eisenberg from the Biscayne Point Homeowners Association, Betsy Perez from Altos Del Mar Homeowners Association, Marguerite Ramos from Normandy SUD Homeowners Association, and also John Baus. Daniel Vieta also supported this project, so he lives just a few blocks down the street. So we feel that we have strong neighborhood support, and we're very pleased to introduce this to Normandy Shores.
Do you have any adjacent property support?
An adjacent properties report?
Support.
Oh, support.
Like the people next door.
So we did meet with Mr. Charles Vernikoff, who's present today. Unfortunately, we don't agree on the height, but that, the reality is that the height proposed is allowed. The density is well below the density. We've tried to mitigate with trees as much as we could. The buffer is well separated. When you look at setback to setback, there's about 100 feet in separation. So we've done everything we can to be a good neighbor and to work with our neighbors. And also, in addition to that, we looked at the petition that he prepared. There were roughly 60 signatures in that petition, out of which over 60% were more than a mile away from this property, and the 10 that are within the mile radius, they're mostly renters, owned by the same landlords. So, you know, we feel that we have the support that we need to get this approved.
So besides the one person who did not support it, I assume it's the person who lives across the street from it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I'm sorry, you mentioned one person who is your neighbor.
Mr. Charles
who is not in
Varnikoff, and
support
he's
of it.
present today. Correct.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation?
That does conclude my presentation. I do want to say that, you know, with the lower density that we are proposing, that's 3 times less the traffic, 3 times less the students, 3 times less the impact on city infrastructure, parks, sanitation. And so we are just trying to make the appropriate transition between the single-family zoning district to the low-intensity multifamily residential district where this property sits. That's it. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we hope we can get your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak? Please come forward or raise your hand. I have one member from the public who wishes to speak.
Good morning. I have some information I'd like to distribute.
Please introduce yourself and be sworn in.
I'm Charles Vernikoff, a resident at 1575 Calais Drive, directly across the street from the proposed 4-story building at 7300 Dreville Esplanade.
Have you been
Hi, Charles. I can swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Excuse me, sir, would you mind putting on your mask?
Okay. May I speak without the mask, however, or whatever you want?
I think a mask would be great.
That's fine. Okay. I'm respectfully requesting 5 minutes to address the board.
Sorry, let's go to 3 minutes and then we'll decide how long you wish or need to go after that, and we'll decide that.
Each of you have been given the petition, Say No to 4-story residential townhouses at Dreville Esplanade, Miami Beach. Over 60 residents in the community have signed this petition and are adamantly against the proposed building eyesore that will overpower our neighborhood. It is not sensitive to nor compatible with the surrounding area. It should not be built. Each of you have received a case that involved the Miami Beach Design Board, Euro American Group, Inc., versus City of Miami Beach Appellate Case Number 10-561AP, and the mandate from the 11th Judicial Circuit. This was an appeal from Euro American Group, Inc., a developer, challenging the Miami Beach Design Review Board's decision. The board used its authority to override, I repeat, override the RM1 zoning height because the building was not sensitive to or meet the compatibility requirements of Section 118-251. The developer had 4 3-story apartment buildings along the Venetian Causeway on Belle Island in Miami Beach, and the developer wanted to demolish the 3-story apartment buildings and build 2 5-story buildings. The design board concluded the height of the southeast building had to be reduced from 5 stories to 4 stories, even though it was in an RM1 zoning district that allowed 50 feet. In the present case, the developer has failed to comply with Section 118-251. The petition with 60-plus signatures supports this position. The building is an eyesore and overpowering. The building is surrounded by one-story houses and is comparable to putting a greyhound dog next to a small chihuahua or putting an elephant next to a donkey. The building is clearly a misfit, and the community has spoken out. I want to emphasize that the RM1 zoning district is only one part of the equation for the developer. The second part of the equation is sensitivity and compatibility with the surrounding areas as required by Section 118-251. The developer has failed this second part of the equation. The developer is attempting to cram, jam, and ram too much building into this land location. I am hoping that the board members can understand this and vote against this proposed four-story building to protect the residents of the community. We ask each of the board members to act as our gatekeepers and correctly apply the code using the RM1 zoning district and sensitivity compatibility equation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation? And thank you for the handout, by the way.
Yes.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Please raise your hand or come forward.
Mr. Chairman, we have one member online wishing to speak, Javier Martinez.
Javier?
Good morning, Javier. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
So, good morning. My name is Javier Martinez. I'm the landlord of the property located at 1975 and 1985 Calais Drive. This property is just 2 blocks away west. Well, I think my property is the newest property on Calais. It was built in 2013. This property consists of 10 townhomes of approximately 2,200 square feet each. The projects are very similar, considering they are both townhomes with canal access, with rooftops and garages. But we have to say this new project is far better and nicer than ours. I think this type of projects are the future of Calais Drive. And I personally welcome and thank Pampa Salvat for the venture of investing and developing in the area. So, nothing much to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Raise your hand or come forward. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody else online wishing to speak.
Okay, so I'll close the public portion of this meeting and ask my board to comment. Jason?
Sure, I'll begin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the applicants for making what I see as significant design changes to the building. Again, I will restate, it's very difficult for us, unless we compare both the presentations, to see the full magnitude of the changes that you have made. But I am doing that on my screen here, and thankfully you've recreated the renderings in the exact same views, but with the new design. And I'll just kind of state some of the things I see as dramatic improvements for sure is what I'll call the rear elevation, or the elevation that faces the adjacent neighbor, has completely been transformed. I'm really, really happy to see that. Thank you for putting that effort in. Actually, all the besides the front facade facing the side street, which didn't actually change too much, but the Calais side is dramatically improved. I think that looks really, really much nicer and much more cohesive. A couple of questions about what I'm seeing in the rendering. What is the darker slats that I see kind of along the base? Is this like a metal fin? Is it a stucco treatment? What is it?
The gray, that's stucco with 3-inch reveals. So those are thick reveals within the base, and that wraps up at the bottom part of the building on the back. and it embraces, it surrounds both of the facades, both of the front and back facade as it goes around them.
And then it's painted a dark gray color. Okay.
painted dark.
And then the lighter colors that I see, the lighter that looks like wood, that's a wood look
That's wood
panel or
slats.
something?
Wood
Actual
slats.
wood or like a wood?
Actual wood slats.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Michael, I just want to confirm the zoning allows this.
Yeah, so in terms of what the height actually allows, up to 55 feet for buildings that have parking at the ground floor. And if you look at their drawings, they're measuring the height to the top of their like elevator and stairwell. Most of the building is lower than that and steps down towards Trouville Esplanade on the east side. They are complying with the zoning requirements in that regard. They're asking for a variance for the front setback.
Right.
20 feet is otherwise required. They're asking for 10. We feel that's consistent with the other buildings, along the north side of the street here, provided that's limited to the height that they're showing now.
And are there other new buildings that have been built to the new code, or is this the first one in this area?
We have seen several applications that have gone to the board for review and approval. I can't think off the top of my head right now which ones have been constructed, but we do have another one on the agenda today along Calais Drive for review, which is similar in terms of its structure.
Okay. All right, I understand. I mean, I was looking on Google up and down Calais Drive, and I see, at least at the present, this would be the largest structure. But if that's what the new zoning allows, and it's actually modified lower, then I think, our job is to review the aesthetics of that. We're not a zoning board, we're a design board, as far as I see.
Yeah, I think Alex, you raised a very good point. This is a trend, unfortunately, because it's a borderline structure. It's a transitional structure. It's people look at it as wanting to be kind of both left and right, and in some ways, it's trying to do that. The renderings aren't up to date from what I hear the heights and the setbacks reflect, so it's difficult to judge it.
I think also, Mr. Gorland, to consider that they are setting back the building more than what's required along the east side.
Mm-hmm.
They're providing a setback of 20 feet, where I believe 10 feet is the minimum required. So that's another mitigating factor.
Right. I mean, I think the design is well done and it's fairly handsome in its presentation. I think my only concern, but I'd like the architect to address it, is really only one rendering shows it from the view from the water, and my impression of the work of the drawings that are presented, in fact, even the plan, it never shows that it's on the water. The plan really stops, at the lot line. Along the canal, and I'm curious. It doesn't seem like there's any special consideration of the view. It's actually a very prominent corner and water site, but I find it could easily have been rotated, and the same design could be on Calais Drive. The long axis of it. So. I'm not saying that's reason not to approve it, but I just find that a missed opportunity. The side facing the water, where it should really open up more or do something, but it's not doing anything different from the facade on Calais versus the water side. Did the architect address that?
Sure. Could we have that rendering, please, showed up in the screens?
This one?
The actual render from the
water?
From the water side.
It's page 17.
Page 17.
Okay. what we're intending to do, what we're working here, is that end unit on that second level, third level, and fourth level, which are actually the living premises. It's opening up substantially with the windows and balconies to the waterway. Evidently, on the other side, on Calais, we do likewise because there is a certain level of symmetry for a building of this kind, for the resolution, for the solution of the townhouses. Now, if you were to see the floor plans, you'd understand that that second level with the living, dining, and kitchen, it's opening up its views towards the water side. On the next level, we have bedrooms, and then again, living spaces on the third level with balconies, with linear balconies. It all comes up to the rooftop where we have the trellis covering most of the open space with a living kitchen and a barbecue space and a plunge pool. But what we intend to do is evidently for that unit to, contrary to what you just said, is open up and look towards the water, which the central units don't have that capacity, evidently, because they're tucked in, and then you can only use the front and back facades. But both of the end units, and yes, I would concur in the sense that there is a certain level of symmetry that the unit overlooking Calais Drive also has this same solution. If we were to go into the floor plans, you'd see that both of those end units have opened up to both of the ends. But yes, they're quite similar. We wanted to maintain a certain level of symmetry. We didn't want to have two completely separate and different elevations at both ends. But that's what I can tell you about both of those facades.
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
I think it's really, it's an aesthetic choice, but you can have a symmetrical. I just don't think it's a symmetrical condition, but it doesn't reach the threshold of, rejecting it. But I just find it odd. But I don't know, Jim. What do you think?
Mr. Chairman, before we continue, Mr. Chairman, can I just make one point? Sorry. So I want to make a note here that across the canal are single-family homes in single-family zoning district. So I could understand having, a different design for the waterfront, but I wouldn't suggest, making it all glass or having it too overwhelming in terms of the amount of glass facing the single-family neighbors across the canal.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
And I will just add, if I could, I do appreciate the enlarged balconies on both the Calais and the water side. I think that's actually a really nice design element, the way the building does step in on those two narrow sides. And I do think the architect needs to be recognized for actually, these are townhomes basically on a very kind of a complicated site, and at the same time dealing with an elevated first floor, resiliency, sea level rise, a very complex program to create these 5 townhomes. If you actually do examine the plans, it's kind of like a very complicated Jenga puzzle that you have to put together to make this happen. And dealing with the heights and the driveway and the entry stairs and all of that, I think you've done a really pretty remarkable job of creating some very unique floor plates, I think. They look like very livable units to me. There's nothing like, that room doesn't make any sense, or there's not enough bathrooms. It's a very kind of interesting flow, and this idea of like this roof deck that you can go up, and of course the 2 end units are going to be kind of the more magical units because they have sort of a, whatever that is, a
270.
Thank you, 270. I didn't do so well in math. A 270-degree view. But I think they're all, this is, as far as a test case for maybe what we might see happen in this neighborhood and why this is zoned this way. I think this is kind of a really nice lead-in or a first effort in the neighborhood, and I think it will kind of set a bar for, I think, other projects that certainly will be coming, for sure.
Kara?
Thanks. I agree with a lot of what Jason has said. I was not here for the November presentation, so I'm glad that I'm going to be a part of it. I will also say that I think the most successful elevation for me is the north elevation. And which is nice because, you know, all the neighbors, and I think also the other project that we're going to see from you, those people are going to be facing that. I also want to acknowledge all of the effort and energy that the members of the public put into getting this petition and talking to the neighbors. And I've been in a situation like this before, and I know that it takes a lot of effort and that there's a lot of, you know, strong feelings on that side of the table too, and I want to acknowledge that and appreciate that. I drove through this neighborhood a bit. I regret I didn't drive much further west on Calais, but as you drive through it, there's a great variation. You have the single-family homes, you have the low-rise apartment buildings, and there's not a lot of transition. It's a little bit jarring going throughout this neighborhood, and that's just based on the zoning. I feel like this project, however, I also see the way that the wind is blowing. And to me, this project represents a really good compromise between what, you know, it could be an even more jarring transition from the single-family homes to this other zone district, but I do appreciate that, you know, there's only 5 houses here. I realize it's an upzoning. You're taking a single-family home, and now you're having 5. But you're right. It could have been a lot denser. I noted with the setback, staff had mentioned had made the suggestion to make the second and third floor setback a bit more so that there is a smoother transition from the surroundings, which is a suggestion that I strongly support. And I think that would help mitigate some of the concerns that the neighbors have. But I do feel like, you know, we're seeing this sort of situation happening in other parts of the North Beach area where you have single, you know, multi-person, single-story, two-story that are now being built up. And I do think that we're going to see more developments like this throughout this immediate neighborhood. But I think that this is nice, and I think it's a nice design. Let me ask you a question. For future reference and in general, specific for this one, I think a lot of our concerns have to do with the materiality as well. My first impression when I looked at the rendering is, wow, there's a lot of brown. But all of those, it could have just been the rendering. Are those, I'm glad that you clarified that those are going to be wood
Slats.
features.
Yes.
And then painted stucco is the sort of dark gray area, and it's going to be painted the same color as the garage. Is that?
Yeah, the garage are painted in gray. You see there's a lot of balance between the materials. I mean, there's no one overtaking the others. And that's why I mentioned the word balance. There's a lot of glazing. Balconies are glazed, and there's a horizontality on them. There is white stucco, evidently, but also there is this very nice feature of wood slats that are mostly oriented towards the to accentuate verticality. So we sort of like play. It's a playful, you know, design in the sense that even though it's horizontal, we try to break it up in order for the units to be easily identified. And these elements, these materials, all work in a very neat balance. I think.
And then, thank you. And then the column in the front corner, is that, what is that?
That's concrete. That's exposed concrete.
Exposed.
Those 2 columns on both ends, those are exposed concrete round columns.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I am in general supportive of the project with that, and the variance as long as the upper floors are set back a bit.
Thank you.
And, sir, excuse me, the upper floor being the 3rd floor? Ground 1, 2, and then there's a 3rd. And I believe they have already set back 5 additional feet on the 3rd floor. Is that true?
I wonder if, you know, I'm looking at our packet on page, this was 39, or maybe Michael can address this more. I guess it was the 3rd floor and the rooftop to be set back more.
Right.
I also think that I think that would just enhance the design as well. You know, I know you lose square footage in those units, but I do think that would be an improvement, especially if you're asking for, you know, a decrease in the setback.
And before a motion is made, I just want to say that I agree totally with Sarah and Jason's comment, and the third floor should be and will be set back, I trust. Alex asked me a question, Alex Gorlin asked me a question about what I thought. So I'm sitting here from someone who lived in Manhattan, and I had a 4-story townhouse which was up to 60 feet tall on a street was 60 feet wide. That was a perfect volume. It felt very urban. It felt very wonderful. There were trees, there were cars, there were people parking their cars and walking. This is 110 feet from the next property line. This is a major avenue in New York City with Second Avenue, Third Avenue. They're all 100 feet wide. This is actually wider than that. So the impact of a taller building is not going to be significant. A transitional building, though, like setting back the third floor, I think would be very important. I think your neighbors across the so-called avenue, in my opinion, would probably appreciate it. And I think it's a role model, if you will, for how other buildings on property, or I should say zoning lines, should behave or could behave. So I'd support it as well. Do we have a motion?
So we have to move to approve the design and then move to approve each variance individually, right? So I'll make a motion to approve the design of DRB file 21-0721.
I second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Ms. Diller Nelson. This is for the design only. First, I'll do the roll call. Mr. Diffenderfer,
Yes.
Mr. Sheldon,
Yes.
Mr. Agopian,
Yes.
Ms. Diller Nelson,
Yes.
Mr. Bodnar,
Yes.
and Mr. Gorlin.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. The next motion is for the variance. It is only one variance, and that's for the front setback. The applicant has withdrawn. I'm sorry. Just to clarify, the approval that was just done, that included the motion for the 2-foot height waiver for the garage. Correct, Mr. Agopian?
Yes, please.
Okay, just want to clarify that. Now, the second motion for the variance, there's only one variance now for the front setback of 10 feet. The applicant has withdrawn the variance regarding the garage height. Can I get a motion on the variance?
I move to approve the variance number 1 for DRB file 21-0721.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Gorlin.
Can we also add that condition, what about the setback for the third floor and the rooftop?
So let me clarify what they're providing in the drawings too. So the ground floor, which is a tall ground floor, including the garage, and the first level, has a setback of 10 feet. Going to the second and third level, the setback is 20 feet. And the roof deck, the portions above the roof deck are predominantly set back at least 25 feet. So the building does step back now based upon the revised drawings.
So does it step back to go back to your recommendation? Does that satisfy that?
They have set the building back consistent with our recommendation.
I thought that it had said that you wanted the third floor and the rooftop set back even more, so it was almost like a step. Did I read that wrong?
We didn't update. I'm sorry. I had not updated the variance section regarding that to indicate that they have revised the drawings that were consistent with our recommendation.
Okay, so what we have presented is what includes that additional third and rooftop
That's
setback.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So just to confirm the variance, we have the motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Mr. Gorlin. I'll do the roll call. Mr. Diffenderfer,
Yes.
Mr. Agopian,
Yes.
Mr. Sheldon,
Yes.
Ms. Giller Nelson,
Yes.
Mr. Bodnar,
Yes.
and Mr. Gorlin.
Yes.
Motion passes. The variance is approved 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, Michael.
Okay, the next application should be fairly quick, I hope. This is DRB file number 21-0751. This is an application requesting modifications to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of a new 21-story mixed-use building, including waivers and variances. That was the initial application. This applicant now is requesting modifications to the previously approved 4-story garage podium and amenity deck by expanding the scope of work included as part of phase 1 of the development. And this staff report begins on page 50 of the board packages. This application was originally reviewed and approved by the DRB on October 2nd of 2019 as a 2-phase development project. The subject application proposes to modify the 4-story podium by extending it southward on the western portion of the block in the same design language as previously approved. The modification will increase the garage to a rectangular shape, simplifying its layout and maneuverability. The amenity deck on the 5th floor will also be expanded as a landscape space with meandering hardscape paths. The exterior extension of the west facade maintains the podium design as previously approved with decorative metal screening inset in a grid stucco frame. Staff is supportive of the design modification, which is basically to extend the scope of work provided as phase 1. We are recommending approval as noted in the draft supplemental order provided with the board packages. And I believe we have the applicant present in person to present their application.
Before we begin the presentation, Michael, I just want to clarify for the reviewers here that we're only actually being asked to approve the modifications in those areas adjacent directly to the modifications that are that are bubbled in red. But we don't actually have the area or drawings of the areas that they previously look like, which is, to Jason's point earlier, it's difficult to evaluate whether or not it's an improvement or not.
Well, basically, they're not proposing to modify the design. They're basically infilling a portion that was not part of phase 1. You're right. So the board is not looking at the tower. They're not looking at the overall elevations of the remainder of the project. It's basically looking at the filling in the portion which the applicant can better explain when they provide their presentation drawings. And they're just extending the design that was already approved. They're not proposing to modify the design, just extending it to cover a larger scope to create a rectangular garage compared to the notch that was part of the prior application.
Yeah, and in prior application, we would have approved a portion of this area, wouldn't we?
You approved both portions, sir.
I'm talking to Michael, please.
I'm sorry.
Michael.
So as part of the prior application, this area would have been part of phase 2. Phase 2 is required to come back to the board for review and approval. You have not seen phase 2 yet. This application is to expand the scope for phase 1 to square off the portion of the building here. Phase 2, the design of phase 2, will come back to the board at a later date when that's been designed.
So I'm still confused. So there was no portion of this area in red that we ever got to see before? Red bubbled area?
It was a notch. It was not indicated as part of phase 1.
So what was shown to us?
Maybe, Mr. Galbert, when you go through the presentation, you can show, it'll be more evident in the plans that are presented of what was there previously.
I do remember seeing this portion that's bubbled in red as part of the original presentation. And in fact, that was part of the portion that we objected to and wanted them to restudy. And I'm only raising it because it's difficult to compare the before and after effect.
Let's let the applicant go with the presentation, and then we can, discuss it further.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I can swear in any members of the applicant's team who've not yet been sworn in. So do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Happy New Year to all of you, and thank you for the great effort that you put on behalf of the city of Miami Beach. It certainly is welcomed. With me today is able-bodied counsel Ethan Wasserman and his associate Devon, and our entire architectural and landscape team. We will be brief because today what's before you is just the straightening of a parking garage that has been previously approved unanimously by this board. We are not changing anything. Everything remains the same. and it is exactly as it was approved unanimously when it was approved originally. We are at the city. We are ready to pull a permit, and this is the last piece of that. So, with your permission, I would ask to put on the board the survey of the site so we can explain what we're actually asking for. Page 1, please. If you can lift it up, you'll see the site is originally the white spaces to the north, with the white space to the southwest being the existing post office. If you go to page, a little bit out of order, but if you go to page 6, the original application actually had this as a phase. Actually, you'll see there, that was the presentation to this board. You'll see that phase 2 was present in a shaded area for this board when it was passed unanimously. We actually thought it was approved at that time, but at the request of Michael, he asked us to come back, and that's what we're here for today. It's a very, very narrow ask. And if we go back to page 2, you'll see the way it was originally laid out. You'll see the red area that's shaded in. The original phase was a parking garage that had 2 dead ends on it. Now, the reason for it is that it was existing in the rear of a post office, United States Post Office, that had a surface parking lot on it. And we did not have an agreement with the post office. We were very clear when we came the last time that we were working with the city of Miami Beach. It would have been to our advantage to cancel the lease and move them out. But it was at the time the city manager asked them and us to please not allow that to happen, because the city wanted a post office in North Miami, in North Beach on 71st Street. We worked diligently with the United States Post Office, which is not easy to be done, and gained their permission to fill in that space with a balanced parking garage, which you see there. So what it does, it allowed us to have more parking for the public and more public space for the people living in this building as well. We have made no other changes whatsoever. It's a very simple modification, and I would draw your attention to it, and I would request your approval at this point in time. And I thank you and appreciate the time for today. If you have any additional questions, I'm here and happy to answer them.
That completes your presentation?
Yes.
Anyone from the public wish to speak? Please come forward or raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, before the public speaks, I just want to make an additional point of clarification. I did take a look at the drawings that were presented and approved by the board.
This is on October, in October, correct?
October of 2019.
Correct. That's DRB 0751.
Right. So
I'm looking at them as well.
So the design that they're showing on the street elevation, that wrapped around the notch, the same design wrapped around. So this proposal basically eliminates the notch, takes the same design and moves it to the street.
Precisely.
That's the only, basically, modification.
Thank you.
So with that, let me check
Michael.
for the public.
Anyone from the public?
There's no.
Is there anyone from the public, Michael, who wishes to speak?
We have one person, Francisco Ramirez, with her hand raised.
Yes, may I speak now?
Yes, Francisco, you remain under oath and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, so my mother is a senior citizen and she has a condominium at 7101 Byron Avenue. And I am just concerned that this is a 22-story building. It's huge. I mean, the amount of traffic that this is going to generate, the change in the landscape that this is going to cause, this is just a 22-story parking garage would be an appropriate place in the middle of a giant city, not in Miami Beach. I mean, what is the reasoning to allow this monstrosity to take place? I mean, this is just unheard of. 22 stories in in an area that's basically residential. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramirez?
Yes?
I said thank you.
I'd just like to tell Mr. Ramirez that.
Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak at this time?
There is nobody else online.
Would you
And I'll
like to-
clarify too that this application is not regarding the height. The height of the tower has already been approved at 22 stories. The block that Mr. Ramirez spoke about has also been approved for a similar size development. In the last couple of years.
Do you wish a rebuttal?
There's no rebuttal. I think he made a mistake in thinking the garage is 22 stories. The garage is, I think, 4 stories, so he just didn't understand.
Thank you for.
And it doesn't affect his view corridor at all.
Does that complete your rebuttal?
Yes.
So I'll close the public portion of the meeting and ask the board for comment.
Michael, I don't know how I could vote on this if I was not part of the October 19, 2019 approval.
You can vote on it. It's basically the idea is here, should the architect continue the same design that's already been approved for the street facing elevations? It's not involved, we're not looking at the rest of the tower. It's basically just taking is it appropriate for them to continue the same design already approved to fill in the notch?
But doesn't this open up the whole issue again? I mean,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The project's been approved.
Michael,
This is just
I want to clarify,
Sorry.
Michael, as I said in the beginning, if someone presents a revised drawing, there has to be something to compare it to. And in this case, there is no revised drawing of the earlier version of the drawing, and the reversion, the new case. And that's what Alex, I think, and anyone who wants to evaluate a new design.
Well, I guess
and it is a new design, and to say it's not important is, to say it's not significant is undermining our role.
Well, I think the unique circumstance here is that this area was shown as phase 2, which means it didn't have a design. There was not a design.
So why didn't he show that? Why don't we get to see what was not shown before and what is now shown now, and gratify that it's actually an improvement as opposed to feeling the opportunity to not negate
Before, it was, as Russell had mentioned, it was shown with the highlight as phase 2. So you saw on the drawing that was presented, he showed that as phase 2, sort of in gray. So this is no longer going to be part of phase 2, it's going to be part of phase 1. Maybe we can bring up that slide again.
Yes,
with the
please, if you
presentation.
can do that, I think that'll help clarify.
And
Bring
Michael,
up-
I'm only making these comments so that you and the staff can understand what we would like to see in the future. To clarify what was presented before, approved before, and.
We have the slide that was presented before, sir. It's slide number 6.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Michael. Michael, so you understand that we, like Jason said earlier and others have said that we need to see what was presented previously to compare it to what's being
Yes, so
presented
this,
now. Not the
this is
specific
the-
case, this is not about this specific case, but in general.
right, so this elevation shows
Okay.
phase 2. So this showed that what's the design, the expansion of this pedestal was going to be part of phase 2. As Russell had indicated, due to changes in the agreement with the post office, they can now do this as part of phase 1. So
Exactly.
it's basically taking that highlighted, that
So
shaded gray area.
Where does it show phase 1 and phase 2?
Right there, it says phase 1, phase 2,
Okay.
right on, and that's the original drawing that you signed and approved unanimously, that you saw and approved unanimously.
I never signed in.
Not signed, you approved unanimously.
no, I was not approving this at that
So
time.
I
I was
think
not
actually,
there.
I think we should maybe make a motion to continue this or something. It's just suddenly
I think part of the
adversarial
problem,
relationship here.
I think part of the problem is that there's not the presentation that we see here. I don't know if this is what was provided to us through the
Correct.
agenda, but I found, and there's an architectural plans part 2, and there is a picture of what they're proposing on page 36.
Yes.
It just takes, unfortunately, a little bit of digging. So.
I apologize for that. I was trying to be brief today because I thought that this was a very simple matter, but we can certainly bring up page 36.
Also, what about the side of, is this the only visible side of phase 2? Or is there another, as you turn the corner, is that visible to the public or not?
We can turn the corner. There's an elevation as well of that. So we can go to the
can you
plan.
show that?
Once CJ brings it up, I mean, it's all right there. It's just a minor modification.
Okay, if you can bring it up, we're happy to look at
It
it.
was, again, the file was Architectural Plans Part 2, and it's page 36.
Thank you, Sarah.
Or actually,
I agree, Michael. I agree with Jim. Phase 2, which was not. I mean, to me, this phase 2 part that we are being asked to approve does not have to be this, and so therefore, there could be a discussion about whether that corner should continue this design or it should be slightly different or not. So I find this also. Doesn't make sense to me that we're being asked to approve something that we were not part of, and it's being presented as some kind of, given already by the lawyer in a very kind of arrogant way, that we're just supposed to approve this. So I don't think procedurally or logically this is correct, really.
The public portion is closed, and we're only open to board discussion at this point.
Okay.
No, the public portion is closed, and we're only open to board discussion.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a suggestion here?
Go ahead, Michael.
Mr. Galba didn't go through all of the slides that were part of the presentation. If you go to if you can fast forward or go to the next slide, which is page 7, that shows the extension of the design, and then go to the next slide, which is the 3D view. That shows what was approved previously with the design wrapping that corner. And then if you go to the next plan, it shows how they're infilling the roof deck of the podium.
Michael, I appreciate your presentation of their project, but in their presentation of the project, that was not shown. So I'm going to judge it on their presentation.
Mr. Chairman.
No. The public portion has been closed. We're only in discussion by the board.
So I'm hearing that a continuance is probably in order.
I mean, for me, it's all right here. This is pretty straightforward.
Then
It was just hard to find. I mean, this seems like a natural continuation. At least I think it's fine. I mean, I would support this. I don't.
Then you should vote in support of it.
Okay. I'd like to make a
Wanna
motion
Go
to
ahead.
approve the design.
Do we have a motion from?
I have not.
Okay.
I made.
So we have a motion.
Yes.
Is there a second to Sarah's motion?
I will second.
Was that Mr. Agopian?
Yes.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Guller-Nelson, seconded by Mr. Agopian to approve the modification. I'll do the roll call. Mr. Diffenderfer?
Yes.
Mr. Agopian?
Yes.
Mr. Sheldon?
Yes.
Ms. Guller-Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Gorlin?
No.
And Mr. Bodnar?
No.
Motion passes 4-2. The application is approved.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I hate to say it, but when they try to push you around, we got pushed around.
Okay, with that, we'll continue to the next item on the agenda, which is found on page 67 of the board packages. This is DRB 21-0704. This is an application for design review approval for the construction of improvements in the rights-of-way for the area generally bound by 8th Street to the south, Collins Canal to the north, just west of Alton Road to the east, and Biscayne Bay to the west, including all streets in between. Improvements include but are not limited to infrastructure for stormwater drainage, sanitary sewer and water mains, elevation of roadways, new hardscape and landscaping, new protected bike lanes on West Avenue, new street and pedestrian lighting, harmonization to adjacent properties, baywalk and seawall construction at the Lincoln Road street end, and small parks with stormwater pump stations and associated infrastructure on the street ends of 10th Street, 14th Street, 16th Street, 16th Court, Bay Road, and Lincoln Road. The Lincoln Road West Avenue Phase 2 improvements were discussed by the board as a discussion item on January 2nd of 2019. The city is here today. A presentation will be made by the Office of CIP to go over the scope of the project. We are recommending that the application be approved. We did note, as was, I think, a concern expressed previously regarding the design of any sort of safety barriers and railings. We are recommending against the use of the standard FDOT larger railings, and are recommending that any sort of railings be more scaled down and designed to the pedestrian while providing the necessary safety barrier. With that, we have, I believe, Jose online to make a presentation on behalf of the city. Jose, are you there?
Hello, my name is Jose Caraballo. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jose. Can I swear you in? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So we are, I apologize, my internet went down for a moment. We're talking about DRB 21-0703, is that correct?
0704, the West Avenue Phase 2 right-of-way improvements.
Okay, the right-of-way portion, 0704. Okay, so thank you very much. My name is Jose Caraballo with CES Consultants. We are part of the design team of the design build contract with City of Miami Beach to improve the West Avenue corridor. And if I'm ready with the slideshow that we submitted to you guys, if you're ready. Thank you very much. So again, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jose Caraballo with CES Consultants. I'm part of the design build team, which is led by Rickman Construction Florida. And I'm here with Michael Fisher of Rickman Construction Florida. And we're going to be discussing the entire West Avenue improvement project, but in particular, under this DRB application number, we'll be talking about the right-of-way portion. And we'll go further into detail in that. Next slide, please. So just to give a quick recap of what we're gonna discuss here in this presentation, we're gonna discuss the purpose of the project, and then within the right-of-way, we're gonna look at existing conditions, the proposed layout. We have what's called harmonization plans, so we'll give sample harmonization plans. We're gonna talk about generator upgrades to the existing stormwater treatment systems or pump stations. And we're going to talk about key materials used in this project in the above ground portions. Anything underground, we're not going to talk about the materials like pipe material and stuff like that. Everything is, what we'll be talking about is the visible components. And then finally, a construction sequencing because the project is rather large. Now, next slide, please. Let me get you into what I'm talking about because this is a pretty large project. Next slide. The purpose of this project is to improve the resiliency and stormwater capabilities for the West Avenue corridor. The West Avenue corridor is bounded by 8th Street at the south and 17th Street or Dade Canal at the north. It's bounded by Biscayne Bay on the west and Alton Road on the east. So that whole area is getting a stormwater improvement with regards to the right-of-way portion or the public right-of-way where the sidewalks and landscaping and vehicular traffic is at. The project is obviously, the area is owned by the City of Miami Beach, and this project has been requested and procured by the City of Miami Beach through commission resolution. And again, the purpose of the project is, the primary purpose of the project is to improve the neighborhood resiliency and stormwater regarding larger and more intense rain events that we've been encountering in the last 10 years, sea level rise, king tides, and also aging infrastructure. Now, a secondary improvement that the commission requested and the city's been pushing on is to make the area more pedestrian friendly, more green, and improve the multimodal connectivity. What does that mean? More pedestrian friendly areas, bike paths, so that we're using more of not just vehicular transportation, but foot traffic, bicycle traffic, and so on. Next slide, please. So now that we talked about the what the project is about, next slide, let's look at the existing conditions of the right-of-way. In red is the entire project area that we're working on. Now, granted, we're working within the public right-of-way and harmonizing, which means within approximately 20 feet of the private properties as they're abutting the right-of-way. So this area does encompass the entire private property area, but we're not improving private property areas in this project. It'd just be very hard to define it. Next slide. So here's a picture of facing north of West Avenue and the intersection of West Avenue and 8th Street. This intersection in particular, the more southern part of West Avenue has a lot of current existing condition drainage issues, as you can see by a pumping system, a makeshift pumping system on the right, bottom right corner of the picture. Next slide. And we could go through these rather fast. This is West Avenue and 10th Street facing north, so you can see the conditions of the asphalt, the conditions of the existing landscaping, parking, how the corridor is being used currently. Next slide. This is again another photograph of the aging neighborhood. This is the intersection of 16th Street and West Avenue with aging asphalt, and just the use of the right-of-way with the smaller sidewalks and so on. Next slide. And then now these are street ends. I'd like to, and we'll bring it up a little later, but the street ends on this project, the commission also requested that the street ends get a little bit of a different treatment. So they're going to be lined with, or not lined, finished with brick pavers, so that as to give the street ends a different look from the rest of the area. And this is Lincoln Court Street end. This is where the walkway across Dade Canal is located. Next slide. And then this is, now I'd like to also mention this photograph and the next one, which is 16th Street end and Lincoln Terrace Street end. They fall under what's called the Gilbert Fine neighborhood, which is, those two street ends have already been defined with brick pavers, very specific in the DRB and previous DRBs. We are going to be restoring it with brick pavers. We will be matching the brick paver colors of the rest of the street ends, which is a gray color. Next slide. Here is the Lincoln Terrace Street end, which, as you can see, has an inverted crown and the brick lined finish. Next slide. So now that we have a view of what the existing conditions is of this aged corridor, let's jump into our proposed layout. Next slide. We're looking to the City of Miami Beach Transportation Department and Capital Improvements Department and Public Works have come together and worked on a typical cross section for West Avenue from 8th Street to Lincoln Road and Bay Road from 14th Street to Lincoln Road. This cross section includes wider sidewalks, wider landscaping, and bike paths. How did they achieve this? They narrowed the vehicular travel lanes, which also reduces speed of the vehicles. But with that reduction, it adds for some space to increase or enhance these other three components, which is the bike lanes, the sidewalks, and the landscaping area. These are the cross sections that we have followed for those two neighborhood areas. And so our project through the whole corridor has followed this. Next slide. This is a rendering of what the area would look like And next slide, a couple of just samples of what we're looking at with regards to how we're improving the area. Now, the side streets are not the layout of the roadway and the parking is not being modified on the side streets. The side streets are getting elevated. They're getting new drainage, new water, new sewer, and they're getting new landscaping. But the cross section of the side streets is not changing. The cross sections of West Avenue and the cross sections of Bay Road are what's changing. Next slide. And then here's an artist rendering of what this is the Lincoln Terrace Street and where the bridge that crosses Dade Canal is at right now, the pedestrian bridge. And so
2 minutes remaining.
Gray finish that we would be using for this. Next slide.
2
Again,
minutes
this
remaining.
is a photograph of 16th Street, which is the Gilbert Fine neighborhood. We will be honoring the paver finish. The colors of the paver will be transitioning to the gray ones, and we are doing we're adjusting the crown so as to not to be inverted in this area. Next slide. Now, sample harmonization plans. Before we walk into this, let me just walk you into what a harmonization plan is. This project, and I may not have mentioned it before, as part of the resiliency, we are raising the right of way. In some areas, 1/2 foot. In some areas, potentially 2.5 to 3 feet. It depends on the longitudinal slope of the roadway. But to be able to connect the new roadway or the new right-of-way elevation with the private properties and allow them ingress and egress, what's doing harmonizing, we're grading to connect those two elevations, and we're doing it within the first 20 to 25 feet of the private property. The main mechanisms for harmonization is grading. So either grading the driveway, raising the driveway, and giving it a slope that is that matches either Miami Beach code or FDOT slopes of maximum slopes, or adding ADA type slopes for ramps or stairs, and grading the landscaping area with more soil material and grassy area to be able to give it a proper slope. That's what harmonization is about. There are moments in harmonization where we may need to use a retaining wall, and if the retaining wall needs handrails to protect the public, then we will be applying handrails. So here we have 189 individual harmonization plans in this project. We're going to give you some samples here so you can see what they're looking like. Next slide. So this is a typical harmonization plan. This is a building at 800 West Avenue. It's an elevated high-rise. And so what we're doing is we're modifying the driveway to be able to actually, since the road is going up, their driveway will become a little less steep at the first 25 feet. Next slide.
Jose, your 10 minutes are up. Would you like to request additional time?
Yeah, I just need a few, maybe 3 more minutes, and I can get through this.
Why don't you take 3 more minutes? But of course, the scope of this project is huge and extensive, and I think we'll expect public comment. So take 3 minutes, please, and you will not cover everything that we need to discuss. But if you could complete in 3 minutes, that'd be great.
Sure, absolutely. So then here's an artist rendering of what it would look like. This property, since it's elevated, is much easier to visualize because the roadway is not going above anything else. Next slide. Here is a sample of a property, 1245 Lincoln Road. Next slide. More visible that you'll see is how we're grading it downward to get into the garage. We are adding a drainage inlet on inside the private property, but on that slope to be able to not negatively impact this property if they were pushing some of their stormwater into the right of way because it's an older building. Next slide. And then here is a quick, next slide, a quick harmonization of 1321 Flamingo Way, which is a residential property. These side streets aren't getting it as the elevations may not be impacting some of these side streets as bad. And as you can see, this property doesn't, the grading is more on the grassy areas and the driveway. Next slide. So that covers harmonization. Really quickly, we're going to be covering generators. There's existing pump stations at 10th Street, 14th Street, and 17th Street, 8th Street, and 6th Street. Next slide. All of them are getting, we can go through this rather fast for time. Next slide. I just identified where they were located. What they're basically getting is a generator on a pedestal elevated to protect it from resiliency, covered in shrubbery to be able to screen it from the public. But these pump stations are necessary in the event that power goes out in the area. These stormwater treatment facilities will not stop operating during a major storm event to protect the neighborhood and the neighboring areas from severe flooding during major storm events. And we can skip maybe 4 or 5 of these slides, if you don't mind, so we could move through this area to the next part. Key materials. This is where we'd want to go into. Let's go through this really quickly. Next slide. We got key materials here are landscaping. Here, our landscape architect did these planting image boards, which will be used throughout the right-of-way. And we have submitted to the DRB full landscaping plans, which define this use. Next slide. And next slide after this one. So this is more planting boards. Here's a sample architectural cutout of the what the generators look like. They're 200 kVA generators that will be going at 10th Street, 14th Street, 17th Street, 6th Street, and 8th Street. All of them are at street ends except for 8th Street, which is within a park that is being developed currently. And the one at 6th Street is actually at 5th Street under the overpass to Alton Road. Next slide. These are the typical pedestrian lamps that will be used for the project area. They're actually being used currently, next slide, throughout on 10th and 14th Street. Here's an image of one on 14th Street and off of West Avenue. Next slide. We're also proposing these hood lamps for the vehicular lighting. Next slide. You'll see them here. They're being used on 10th Street and along 10th Street just between West Avenue and Alton. So we're maintaining that material. Next slide. I put this here just so you know anything that's visible. These are the traditional manhole tops that go for the sanitary sewer manholes under the road, on top of the roadway down the middle of the road. Next slide. These are hatches that'll be used to access we have a series of water quality drainage wells, and these will help us access any materials that are in the roadway that are underground that are larger than the sanitary sewers. Next slide. And then these are the handrails that were proposed under our contract. This is a photograph of the intersection of 10th Street and West Avenue, just east of the intersection where these handrails are currently being used. We will use these handrails in the event that we have such a drastic elevation that we have to protect the public, i.e. like a retaining wall or something like that. And next slide, I think that, we got the pavers next. And then the pavers, these are the pavers we'll be using, these 4x8s. We'll be using them in gray. Next slide will actually show you the colors. And the pavers will be used in the street ends and at the crosswalks for all intersected signalized intersections along West Avenue. And next slide. And we'll also be using the truncated domes for the intersections for right prior to entering the crosswalks. This is for ADA access to the crosswalks. Next slide. And this is just a picture with the colors of the truncated domes. More pictures of them. Next slide. And now, really quickly, construction sequencing. I'll pass it to Michael Fisher, and he'll walk you through construction sequencing.
Morning. My name is Mike Fisher. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Rickman Construction, Florida. Next slide.
Hey, Mike, could I swear you in before you continue?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
What you see before you in these colored segments are how the project is going to be constructed. This is 14th Street headed north to the canal. The different colors represent the segments we're going to build this job in. Each segment will take approximately 3 to 4 months, working from north to south. Those black rectangles and black circular areas in the right-of-way represent our water quality structures, which are below ground. The only thing you will see are hatches and covers. So not only are we handling the volume of water, we're improving the quality of the water before it goes into Biscayne Bay. Next slide. And this is the southern part of the job from 14th Street down to 8th same way. So we will not be going from the south and the north projects will be occurring concurrently. We will not move from segment to segment until an initial, the prior segment is done with the exception of final topping, wearing course paving. Thank you very much.
And that concludes our presentation of the right-of-way portion of this project.
And does that complete your presentation?
That completes our presentation for the for DRB 21-0704, yes.
Thank you very much. Does anyone from the public wish to speak at this time? Please come forward or raise your hand. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Gail Dura. I'm the president of the West Ave Neighborhood Association. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. So this project has been presented to us since 2016. That was the original. So it's been a many, many years that it's been changed over and over again. We've probably had 50 meetings with staff. So I'm going to tell you what we like about it and what we don't like about it. And we really appreciate that you guys are here to critique it because we're really depending on you to help us, you know, make the best of it. I just have my notes here. So what we don't like about it is a continuous turn lane. I don't know if you can really have an influence on this. The entire length of West Ave will have a continuous turn lane, which is like a third lane. And the problem with that is that right now, you know, in the continuous turn lane, like right in front of Oliver's on the 900 block, it's a very convenient area for people to park permanently, cars, UPS trucks. And then it's hard to like cross the street or, you know, see around those cars. I mean, literally 5 to 10 cars in a row are parked. We were hoping that there would be some spots in the continuous turn lane, a green spot, where people can use it as an island to cross the street and safety. Plus it breaks up the street. Plus you can have a tree or a bush there. There's some of those islands on Alton Road, like by CVS, and they're very pretty and they work really well. We would like the lighting. They did show us the light, but I was wondering if they would be a little bit more specific. Like we told staff, we want West Ave lit up like a Christmas tree. It's really dark right now. We like the way Sunset Harbor's lit up. We don't like the way FDOT lit up Alton Road. There's so many people getting hit by cars on Alton Road, and it's really, really dark. On Alton Road. So we would think there should be highlights and lowlights, and we want it really lit up. The bike lane, I didn't really see too much, so that's a big deal to us. They said it was going to be protected, but we're wondering how it's going to be protected. At first it was going to be cars parked to protect the bike lane, but I think that's not so anymore, which is okay, as long as there's something like those armadillos, or they call them, I don't know what else they call them, coffins or something. Something to protect bikes. They're on the one block next to Trader Joe's. Oh, no, next to Trader Joe's is the sticks. We don't like the sticks. Those are ugly, and they get discolored. We like on Meridian, the armadillos, or maybe something else, but I don't think it showed what's going to be protecting it. Shade trees, I think there's going to be a lot of shade trees. That was a big deal. We even created a tree committee in our neighborhood, and people came up with all sorts of pictures of trees that were sustainable and could take the groundwater, salty. I think staff did a good job relaying that message. We want palm trees, but we want a lot of shade trees. Also, I suppose you are familiar with this word, Wernhoff. I've never heard of that word before. It's popular in Europe, Wernhoff streets, where they make a street a paver street. And I think staff did a good job adding that to like Lincoln Lane. One thing I have a question about, I think the presenter said something about the street ends are going to be exactly the same, but I think we were told the, what was it, the Rockefeller Center recommended that 10th Street remove all parking and become just like a park, a green park. 10th Street is surrounded by these really, really tall condo buildings that have huge garages, and they don't need parking spaces on 10th Street. So I was wondering if that could be described again. We thought that would be like part of a park. In the past, the pump stations were always a second thought. In the beginning, we were told that the pump stations at the ends would be off to the sides, so we could have a clear view of the, the bay, and at the last minute, they said, no, they couldn't do that. The pump station has to be 15 feet high, right in the middle of the street end, and that's what we got now. And then it was covered years later. We said, hey, this concrete block is like really ugly. They covered it with fake plastic ivy. So it was really a second thought. So I'm hoping that the parking lot pump station, which will be a brand new pump station, it's going to be next to the post office and Trader Joe's. It's going to be covered. And people are texting me like crazy to talk about this and that. So I hope everybody calls in and tells them their opinions. And we're really depending on you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I agree with everything you said. Anyone else have their hand up? Or wish to speak? Please come forward.
Hi, good morning. My name is Louis Varela, and I'm the owner of, I have not been sworn in yet, so I don't know if I need to do that.
I do, and actually I can swear in anyone, everyone who's in the chambers right now who's not already been sworn in, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm the owner of 1400 West Avenue and 1315 14th Street. The homes on the northwest corner of 14th and West Avenue. My family has owned these properties since 1994. My properties flood since the city has raised the intersection of 14th and West Avenue in phase 1 of the project. The amortization that was done was not consistent with what was shown to us. We specifically asked for and were promised a taller retaining wall to help prevent flooding. In November of 2020, the city sent a mass email stating that they wanted to meet property owners about the harmonization of our property within phase 2 plan. We immediately responded, but the meeting never happened. The next communication we received was the notice of the meeting in December. I am concerned the proposed phase 2 harmonization plan will only make my chronic flooding problems worse. The city has not given me enough time and information to evaluate the proposed harmonization plan, which includes work within my private property. The plans are covered with notes saying the work, and I quote, shall be coordinated with the owner. However, the city has not contacted me about coordinating this work. The city should coordinate with me before application is approved in case changes need to be made. I feel as if the city is forcing its proposed harmonization without considering alternatives or learning lessons from the initial design. And just to finish my notes here, I understand the importance of adapting to sea level rise, but I believe there are design improvements that could be made to lessen the impact on my properties. When I saw the presentation today, they mentioned pump stations and storm drainage. On my property, they put up storm drainage inside the property. I have evidence and proof that it has failed. It floods, and there's a pool on top of the storm drainage. The actual pumps on that street have actually failed when there's been flooding. The pumps don't work. They didn't work. So this harmonization has become worse for me. Before this was done, I had no flooding issues. I had no problems. So now I have major issues with my insurance companies. They consider me trigger happy because every time it's a flood, I got to make a claim. The home looks like a basement. The street appeal is not there. I'm completely underneath the crown of the road. So with that said, I respectfully ask that the board treat the city as you would any other property owner, and require that they meet with the neighbors about their harmonization that will impact my property.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak, or please raise your hand online?
Mr. Chairman, if there's nobody else present in chambers, we do have several members of the public with their hands raised online.
So if there's no one else to speak, I'm going to close the public portion and ask the board
Wait.
for comment. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. We have several members online.
Oh, I'm
wishing to
sorry,
speak.
Michael, I misunderstood. Go ahead.
Sorry, we can, the first speaker is Nicholas Ledezinski. Hi, thank you.
Nicholas, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I represent Lincoln Bay Towers, which is on the corner of Lincoln Road and the Bay. And we've raised concerns for many months now about the proposed pier that is proposed to be built right outside, right over the water, right outside our pool deck. And while listening to the presentation, I saw that there were photos of the Lincoln Court footbridge where the Baywalk is supposed to end, and the Lincoln Terrace street entrance, but nothing was said about the proposed new construction over water right outside our building, which the building opposes. And I don't know if maybe because our concerns have been heard and that proposed new construction has now been removed, or if that's still planned. It sounds like a pretty big omission from the presentation if it's still intended to be built. So that's a question. If someone can respond, is that still on the plan or not? And if it is, the building is still seeking clarification on why it is necessary. Because as the presenter showed, there's a perfectly, there's a pathway, from Lincoln Terrace, towards Lincoln, towards the footbridge on Lincoln Court that already exists. It's going to be improved and meets the purpose. So we still don't understand if the plan is still to build a pier that zigzags around our pool over the water, why that's necessary, why the expense, the inconvenience, to that part of our building is necessary. Can the previous presenter respond to my questions?
Let's, Nicholas, let's go through all the comments from the public, and then we'll have a period for questions.
Okay, were my comments clear?
Repeat your question in one line.
The question is the plan to build a pier right outside of Lincoln Bay Towers over water, is that still planned? Because it wasn't mentioned in the presentation. And if so, why is it necessary when the presentation showed that Lincoln Terrace is a perfect way for people to enter the Baywalk and it leads to the Lincoln Court footbridge?
So is the pier planned and is it necessary, is your question?
Is it still in the plan and why is it necessary?
Thank you. And
Thanks.
Anyone else in the public, Michael?
Yeah, we have several speakers. The next one is Matthew.
And Matthew, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Matthew Goltanok. First, I want to say that the idea of this project, especially the above-ground improvements, is exciting and does show steps the city is taking towards implementing its bicycle master plan and to help it make it safer and more comfortable for people who either currently or are considering getting around town in ways other than a car. And I'm also very aware that there has been significant community input that has led to this design. But without getting into too much detail, the plans posted as part of this application are very helpful in understanding that the folks have designed, specifically the dimensions of the bicycle lanes, the lack of a very narrow buffer protection in many spots, especially north of 14th Street, the design of the pedestrian curb ramps and crosswalks, and the radius of many corners, that the people that design these features do not walk in urban areas or ride in urban areas or really understand the population and community of South Beach. Requested these items to be added to the agenda for the Transportation Advisory Committee next week. and hope we can have representatives from CIP, transportation, and the design builder in attendance to go over in further detail. It appears to be the street designed for 30 to 35 mile per hour vehicular traffic, completely out of context with the neighborhood. The good news is there are simple solutions for many of these concerns, which don't involve dramatic redesigns nor modifying the curb-to-curb dimensions across the width of the street. The city has a street design guideline document, and it contains many examples for West Avenue. It touches on topics such as those I mentioned above, and even goes further, including protected intersections. Now, not only do I have great hope that these concerns and deficiencies can be addressed, but I think the city and the design build team will find a valuable partner in the county, different from when the project was permitted 2+ years ago, and in line with Vision Zero goals set out by the current county administration. In addition to combating sea level rise, it's hoped that this $100 million plus capital project is a showcase for future mobility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Rodriguez.
Hi, Nicholas. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
good
you.
morning,
3
Board.
minutes.
Okay, good morning. Happy New Year to everyone. Nicholas Rodriguez from the law firm Burkell, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here representing the Barcamp Properties LLC and JV Holdings 1400 LLC. And these are the owners of the properties at the northwest corner of West Ave and 14th Street that you heard from earlier. These are unique single-family homes at the corner of 14th and West. So you can't miss them when you drive down West Avenue. And they've been badly impacted by Phase 1, which elevated 14th Street and West. At that time, it made the property owners pay close attention to what was going to happen with Phase 2. And Phase 2, as Michael Belush mentioned, came before the board in January 2019, when none of the current board members were present for that meeting. So to remind you what was said at that meeting, Capital Improvements told the board that they would be doing outreach, one-on-one outreach with each of the property owners to discuss the harmonization plans. And up to 24 months later, the application is filed and we're here today, and that outreach did not happen. Those one-on-one meetings did not happen. And in fact, the harmonization plans that we reviewed after we requested them because they were not posted to the agenda are the same exact plans that were developed in 2019. They're dated 2019. And these represent a one-size-fits-all approach to harmonization along West Avenue. In our opinion, these plans don't meet the standard imposed by this board on private property owners. This board does a very thorough job of reviewing plans, and especially in larger projects, it's not uncommon for this to take multiple meetings for the board to direct the applicant to meet with property owners and to ensure that the harmonization plans and appropriate alternatives are considered. Today, we're respectfully asking for this board to continue the application to allow the applicant to meet with the property owners and specifically address the harmonization plans and the concerns that they have with the harmonization plans. The presenter mentioned that there were 189 harmonization plans, yet none of those are posted within the presentation that was shown today. You can't really even see the details. You can't see the details of where the railings are going to be, the grade differences between the existing properties. And it's just very difficult to tell as a property owner how you're going to be affected by these Phase 2 improvements. So we understand that the city is at the forefront of sea level rise, not only in our country, but in the world. The world's eyes are on us as we raise these streets, but we don't want to be remembered as the city that rushed the process and did a bad job. So that we should take the time to really get this right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Guinness.
Hi, Stephen. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Jeunesse, 1409 Lincoln Road. Most of my comments apply to the west end of Lincoln Road and that surrounding area, which is defined as segment 2 per the contractor. The purpose of this presentation is for your board and for the resident property owners to get an opinion about what the finished project should look like. This presentation comes with 28 sets of documents, which is making it very difficult to figure out what the final above ground appearance will be. City staff felt that it was important to include details about manholes, hatches, and handrail in their attachment, but no information about parking space location and exact count, no information about loading zone, no information about bike lane outside of the main street, This missing information is what is the most critical to the daily life in our neighborhood. Prior to this item, you went through a lot of important details with other application. I don't see how you could do the same with this presentation. I regret that the presentation that staff was supposed to do with the neighborhood in November was postponed and never rescheduled before this DRB presentation. Individual properties applying in front of the DRB are always asked if they met with their neighbors to discuss their project. The city should follow the same principle. The city passed a resolution allowing the reduction of parking space in order to promote the walking and biking experience. But according to previous draft, the proposal presented to you today will not result in additional bike lanes or more sidewalk in segment 2, which is the west end of Lincoln Road. If there's no additional benefit for bikers and walkers, why penalize this already impacted working class neighborhood with an additional reduction of parking when a lot of buildings in this area are from the 50s and don't even have one parking space per unit? Our intention is not to delay this project, and we would have no objection with moving forward with the underground part of this project as long as the neighborhood is presented as soon as available with the missing information mentioned earlier. This part of the plans should also go back in front of your board when available, so neighbors are fully notified and we can benefit from your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Natalie Kay.
Natalie, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Natalie, are you there?
I think
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Natalie.
Hi, Natalie, do you so swear?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will echo the concerns raised by many of the community speakers already. We are happy to have the resilience that will come with these new projects, but we do wish for more community input opportunities. I have concerns about parking. I have concerns about bike lanes. There was a gentleman who spoke, I think he was 3 speakers ago, who owns private homes and who now has flooding and a property that appears more as a basement than the appealing homes that he had before. All of this to say, I am concerned that the city has not built upon the mistakes that have been made in the past. We don't see any strong evidence that the city is learning and improving and optimizing as we go along with these big, expensive, dramatic projects. On a specific level, I am a resident and owner at 1450 Lincoln Road. As Stefan mentioned, if we're going to have to lose parking spaces, then we should become a beautiful model of sidewalks and bike lanes, a model for the future of a city that could become much more pedestrian friendly, much more bicycle friendly. I was very happy for the speaker who mentioned regulations that I'm not familiar with about bike lane safety. That is a huge priority for me. I just feel like the city isn't using all of your brilliance and all of the brilliant people that it could to make these plans better and for things to work better. And certainly the opportunity for the community to participate has been missing time and time again, and we continue to ask for it. And somehow these meetings either don't happen or they get scheduled and they get canceled, and that just doesn't make sense. It's not a positive experience so far. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Natalie.
Our next speaker is Joseph Magazine.
Hi, Joseph.
Yes,
do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a resident at 650 West Avenue. I live there with my 5-year-old daughter. My parents are also property owners at 650 West Avenue. I'll speak on behalf of them. as well. Just like to echo some of the comments that have been made earlier, specifically by Ms. Gale. Also, I'd like to thank her for her time and effort going into all of this. The one thing that she really touched on that I'd like to emphasize is the continuous turn lane all the way down West Avenue. Not only is that used for parking, I actually just drove by that about 5 or 10 minutes ago, and there were about 10 to 15 cars just parked in the middle of the street. But it's also a very dangerous lane that is just used for passing vehicles and bicyclists. But the one thing that is most critical in my mind for this project, and it's important to understand what West End is. It's probably the most densest residential area in our neighborhood. It serves as a place for many families, and we're only 1 block away from the commercial corridor of Alton Road, where a lot of higher speed traffic should be diverted. The sidewalks on West Avenue are completely inadequate in terms of how wide they are and the protection provided to any pedestrians. There are multiple areas on West Avenue where if you are walking, not another pedestrian is able to pass you or come in the same direction. And like I said, I'm on this street every single day walking my 5-year-old. There's never a point where I feel that we're protected or have adequate space. However, there's some areas on West Avenue where they have 5 different lanes of combined parking and traffic. If we want to emphasize pedestrian usage, this can't just be something that's glossed over and making the sidewalks maybe a foot wider or something along those lines. Let's actually do this with meaning. Let's protect it. And then also just in terms of timeline, I'm very actively engaged resident. This project has been going on for 5 years, and it's something that I'm not sure if there has been adequate input just because of how long it's been going on. It kind of just beats residents down that they're really not aware of what's going on. However, that also needs to be managed by the timeline of this project. West Avenue right now, the condition of the street is one of the poorest streets, not just within Miami Beach, but all of Miami. I ride my Vespa all over. West Avenue is one of the most impassable streets in all of our county. And the reason for that is it keeps being said, oh, we're not going to pave it until this project is finished. So this needs to be given a lot of thought. It's been going on for 5 years, but there also needs to be some expediency as well. And I'll also just remind the board, when the 6th to 8th Street project went on, because of some of the delays, it actually led to several businesses that had to close up shop. In particular, Anthony's Coal-Fired Pizza, because of kind of the stop and start of the project, it became very difficult for them to maintain any type of momentum as a business. The area that now this project will be turning towards is the critical commercial part of our district with very prized establishments like Oliver's, Pura Vida, and I would just hate
3 minutes are up.
All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Joseph.
Our next speaker is Wanda Tucker.
Hi, Wanda. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
My name is Blaine Tucker, and I'm her husband, and so we're just, could I be sworn in, please?
Yes, sir. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
We live at 1345 Lincoln, which is the corner of Lincoln and Bay, and I'm a board member here. And I don't know if this is actually within the scope of the board, but we have a lower garage, which is actually below the ground level. And we continually have water being pumped out because of the water table from underneath our building. And it currently goes into the city's drainage system and has since 1972. And I feel kind of funny talking about pavers and plants and lighting when our building was actually out of business unless we are connected to the drainage system. And so I don't know if it's within the scope of this board, but we had a meeting on September the 23rd, and I followed up again on November the 19th, and we've yet to hear whether we will actually be in the plans to be hooked up to the city's drainage system. And basically our building is out of business, and our lower garage is flooded if we're not hooked up. So I have trouble talking about pavers and parking spaces when we don't even have confirmation from the city as to how our water issue will be handled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blaine.
Next speaker is Tom Robertson.
Hello, my name is Tom Robertson. I'm with the firm of Burkal, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanis. We represent the property owner at the corner of West and 14th. You've heard from him. I'd like to tell you that conspicuously absent from the presentation done by the city is during their harmonization, they discussed nothing about stormwater and removal of stormwater and protecting properties from stormwater. As Mr. Varela testified to you, since they've raised 14th Street, which is his intersection, he's experienced flooding. Well, what does flooding mean? Some of us get concerned if our front yard has a little bit of water in it for an hour or two. Some people get concerned if their driveway has water on it. Let me tell you what Mr. Varela has experienced. Inside of both structures, he has had water 8 inches up. 8 inches up inside of both structures throughout the entire structure. He has video of him walking around inside of both of these houses and making a wake as he's walking. This is covering the baseboards. Any piece of furniture that happens to be low was damaged by this. And this is a result of the fact that when they put in the elevations for 14th Street, there was no proper harmonization and nobody took into account the quantity of flooding. These are older houses built in the 20s on different elevations than everything around them. During this flooding events, the plaza between the two houses looks like a swimming pool. And so this is a very serious issue to Mr. Varela and to these two properties. And we would love to see the city come out, meet with us, spend a little time seeing what the current condition is and how it can be rectified so that Mr. Varela does not have to continue to experience this. Since the elevating of 14th Street, he has had a flooding event almost every single year. And so as you can imagine, as you know, he said to you, his insurance companies think he's trigger happy. It's not that he's trigger happy, it's that he's experiencing flooding events that are so significant that it's causing damage to these houses, to the foundations. He's had to replace baseboards, he's had to replace interiors on numerous occasions. This is something the city needs to address. They made a mistake when they did 14th Street. We would encourage you to send them back to the drawing boards, and so that their harmonization section includes what are they going to do about stormwater. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
We have one more speaker, Devika McWalters.
Hey, Devika, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm an owner at Mirador 1000 at 10th and West, and I apologize if this question was asked sooner because I was not able to join. But we're about to begin work on our seawall, our pool deck, and our garage. And I understand this work will also be done right next door to us. And I just wondered if there's anything in terms of this project that we should know before we begin work on our own, sea level rise mitigation and water issues. I'm also wondering about the timeline and if if the city will have any support or financial support.
Devika, are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more person, their hand raised, Sean Patrick Bryant.
Hi, Sean. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'll speak very quickly here. Natalie made some excellent comments regarding coming up with a good plan using everybody's expertise that we have to come up with a good plan for West Avenue. We're not there yet, so I would echo her comments. Two quick comments. One on the contiguous turn lane. That is something that absolutely needs to be addressed. If you look at Sunset Harbor, when they were, their project was completed, it was finished with palm trees and landscaping down the middle. So there's no reason why West Avenue can't be treated the same. And lastly, I wanted to address a couple comments raised about the Baywalk connector at the end of Lincoln Road. If you'll visualize, right now we have a Baywalk starting at Monad Terrace, running behind the Waverly, running behind the Flamingo, running behind the Capri. It stops there. That he called it a pier. It is a plan in this project to build out in the water and connect to the green space area at the end of Lincoln Road. That part is vital to connect the Baywalk. So from there you go on to the pedestrian bridge, but it is part of the plan here. It is part of the funding, but it is a necessary part. So that has to be included. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean.
Mr. Chairman, that's the last of our online speakers.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Please come forward. If not, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and ask my board for comment.
Mr. Chairman, if the applicant would like a few minutes for rebuttal, that is provided under the code.
I agree, definitely.
Yes, this is Mike Fisher. I would just like to clear up a couple of things. As Sean Patrick Bryan stated, that Baywalk is a continuation of an existing Baywalk, so it is in the contract and it is currently funded, and we plan on building that. Secondly, there was a number of comments with regard to 1315 West Avenue. That property was a part of phase one, not part of our current contract. So it's not in our purview to deal with that. The adjacent property, 1400 West Avenue is, and we met with the owner, Ms. Campbell, about a year ago to discuss the harmonization plan at that particular property. With respect to the comments about not having any meetings with property owners, we have met for the past year and a half with over 100 meetings with property owners, several public meetings, and will continue to do so. But with each and every property owner, because we have performed individual harmonization plans for each property, which the property owner will be completely briefed on what is involved in the property, what harmonization is going to take place, how it's going to be done, how long it's going to take. And there is a license agreement that the property owner will sign acknowledging that they agree and understand and approve the plan. We have, we're in the middle of that process and will continue to do so on a segment by segment basis, as I described. So some property owners haven't been met yet because they are further down in the schedule. But every single property owner will be discussed. And in fact, we've met with several of the speakers today multiple times already to work out details, and will continue to do so. I wanted to make sure that was well understood. As far as the continuation lane, this is an early on element at West Avenue, which was shot down by the city's fire department for access, as I understand it. And the commission, well over a year and a half ago, maybe it's 2 years now, heard this issue and supported the turning lane. Whether that changes at this point, not up to us, but that was the reason why the turning lane was maintained along West Avenue. I don't know if you have anything else, Jose.
No, I wanted to cover that this project does not include 10th Street nor 14th Street because they've already been worked on under a previous phase, previous contract, or previous contract. So we are not doing any work on 10th Street or on 14th Street. We're just matching where they're at those points, at the outsides of those intersections, and continuing on from there. Regarding harmonizations, the licensing agreements that each property will have, just to be clear with the board and with people that are listening, the city has spent a lot of time developing what's called a licensing agreement, and that licensing agreement is required to be, it has to be signed by the property owner in order for the work, for the harmonization work to occur within that private property area. The city is not just going to go into the property and do what, remodel everything without that, without having discussed it with the residents, agreed to a harmonization, which we have presented harmonizations, and the owners have presented suggestions because of how their property operates, and we've made those changes. We just haven't covered all 189 people. But at the end of the day, we don't enter a property without a licensing agreement signed. And yes, the continuous, the whole use of the right of way, and I understand, I'm listening to, better bike lanes, better sidewalks, but there's only a certain amount of width in the right of way, and transportation and fire have spoken their piece with regards to that turning lane in the middle. Us, as the designer and the contractor, really don't have any leeway to change that. Transportation would have to direct us to change that. And yes, that would probably provide us another 10 feet overall, which we could spread out amongst sidewalks, bike lanes, a couple of feet here and there. But that's not our call. That's something that transportation and fire would have to direct us to change. And I think that covers most of, it seemed a lot of the same type of comments.
Mr. Chairman, I also have representative from CIP here, Sabrina. I'd like to have her also speak on this application. Sabrina, are you there?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sabrina, I'm sorry, can I swear you in first? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate a little bit of what Mike and Jose said. Just one clarification on the work on 10th and 14th Street. We are not doing any drainage work. That was part of phase one. We are, however, going to be kind of like making that look better as a street end, widening a little bit of sidewalk, eliminating some of the parking lot, like Gail said, and making it more towards like a street end look. This project has, like everybody has said, this project is being on the work since 2014, I think 2015, since I started here with the city. Has gone through a lot of changes. We have done so many outreach. We went through a accelerator program, resiliency accelerator program with the University of Columbia, where we had all the input of the residents also. And this continuous turn lane was part of the whole project. At the end of it, we came up with the scope of the project that you foresee today. It was a consensus by all the stakeholders, and it was presented to commission and approved. On the meetings that we have on the efforts, like I said, we have had maybe, I want to say, like 6 public meetings. We have gone to several board meetings. We have a special commission meeting specifically for this project. We have sent, I'm sorry, apologize, I'm losing my voice. We have sent out a special email blast. We have done monthly project updates. We have met with all the residents on the priority segments at least one time, and several more than one time. So the numbers right now, we have conducted 128 meetings that include 68 properties. So the properties that have not heard from us is because, like we said, if they're further down on the segmented, and we just can't, we don't have enough time on the week to meet with everybody at once. And I apologize, I can't talk anymore, I lost my voice for some reason.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Thank you, Sabrina. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Michael?
Nobody knew. We have a Nicholas, but he already spoke. And now we have a new person. I wouldn't say, I mean, I think you closed the public meeting already, because then we have to reopen it up.
But if there's someone else who wishes to speak, let's open
Okay, we
the
have
floor.
an Alice Platnick.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Alice. Yes. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Stefan Ginez said, and Natalie as well. You know, I agree that we've had many, many meetings, but we've never seen the final products of all those meetings. And so I think, you know, one of my major concerns, I live at 1400 Lincoln Road, right across the street from the gathering, is that in this neighborhood, which is a very, you know, moderate income working class neighborhood that doesn't have adequate parking in all its buildings, that we don't know how many parking spaces you're in the final design you've decided to take away from Lincoln Road. I mean, it's, you know, I very much want there to be a walking culture and a bicycle culture, but people still have to park their cars. And we don't have the kind of public transportation in South Florida where you can just say to people, get rid of your car. People have to go to work. And, you know, it's so with all the outreach, and I do really appreciate it, we still have, you know, we're being asked to agree to something that we've never seen the final design of, because it has been so long and gone through so many iterations. So I just hope that before things get voted on, that we actually see what the final project looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice.
Mr. Chairman, we have Nicholas Ledzinski. He spoke already. Would you allow him to speak again?
For 1 minute.
Nicholas?
Yes, thank you. I heard a gentleman respond to my question earlier, which was, why is the construction of a pier over water outside of our building is necessary when there's already a way to go from the Baywalk to the Lincoln Court footbridge via Lincoln Terrace? He said it was vital, and I'm just hearing a lot of words like vital, very important, without any backup. I mean, currently, there's a perfectly easy way to get from the Baywalk through Lincoln Terrace to Lincoln Court without, you know, the construction of a new overwater pier. It's perfectly, I mean, there's no reason to build this pier. And yet people keep saying, oh, it's important, it's vital, but they don't justify it. So those words are really hollow. And as far as the outreach, I want to echo what the previous person said. Yes, there's been outreach and people have heard our feedback, but nothing has come of it. They haven't said, okay, let us explain why this is truly necessary. That hasn't happened.
1 minute
we're
is
still
up.
asking the same question. And last, as to the license, that, you know, like, what if we don't want to give a license because we don't agree with it?
Thank you, Nicholas. Does anyone want to give a rebuttal to that final comment from the public?
Yes, I would like to rebut
Michael?
quickly. I would like to remind, I don't know if the board is aware of this, but we heard a lot from the Lincoln Road residents. The 120,000 GPM pump station was situated at the end of Lincoln Road. And through their excellent feedback and input, the city and the residents came to an agreement to move a multi-million-dollar, actually $10 to $11 million pump station from one location to where it is now at the 1671 West Avenue parking lot, which you'll hear in the next session. So to indicate that the city or the design builder and engineer were not flexible or are not flexible in meeting the concerns and demands of the residents, I find not genuine. As I said before, we're going to meet with every single member, and you can't please everybody, we all know that. We're going to do the very best we can, and we have tried to do that. In fact, some of the things we've done over the past year and a half, like moving that giant pump station to a brand new location, is what has delayed the finalization of Lincoln Road, because now we're in a total redesign based on the movement of that sophisticated pump station.
1 minute is up.
Thank you, Michael. So with that, I'm going to close.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I just also chime in regarding the Lincoln Bay Towers building in the Overwater Baywalk?
In the meantime, prior to that, can I close the public portion of this meeting?
Yes, there's no other members of the public.
Okay, so I'm closing the public portion. Go ahead, Michael.
So just my understanding is that there is a agreement between the city and the Lincoln Bay Towers Association several years ago to allow the construction of the Overwater Baywalk around Lincoln Bay Towers and connect to Lincoln Road. So that's my understanding that was executed many years ago, and I believe is still in effect.
Thank you. Okay, board, I don't know where to start on this, but it's always a project that is of huge proportion, but give me 1 minute here. Huge proportion, and oftentimes you see the public coming out against a private development or an individual who wants to build a house that they think is too tall or too ugly, and you get a good turnout. But in this case, this turnout, which is always welcomed, is actually about the city. They're talking about their own neighborhood, their backyard, and their own it's not a self-interest thing, it's actually a public interest thing. So I welcome everyone who spoke, and all of your comments are all well taken, and also many of them are very good. So I think our discussion will focus on what are the aesthetic portions of this. There's so many technical parts of this that we can't even put our hands around, such as drainage and water and flooding and streets and this turning lane, which I always thought was called a suicide lane. And but there's a lot of things in fire department and all. There's things that we can't control from this board level, but we'll try. So from that, board.
I spent 8 years on the Transportation and Parking Committee, and so I have a lot of knowledge about this stuff. I got to tell you, it's interesting, Gail, that you guys didn't talk at all about the lack of complete loading zones. There's nowhere for anybody for a truck to stop. And I go through that on Belle Isle. We have gridlock, and that's a through street. And we have gridlock on a round street, and it makes people crazy. Neighbors are calling the cops on each other and parking enforcement. So I think that emergency lane thing, the fire department is asking for it because the city, and I hate when the city does this, they continue to do it everywhere. They put bike lanes and they take away every single parking space and every single place to legally pull over. And so then you're stuck with, of course, there needs to be a middle lane because people are going to park illegally and block traffic. And if anybody stalls or if there's a crash, you can't get around it otherwise. I mean, it's a mess. So I think that's a problem. I think it's problematic that nobody's discussed how many parking spaces were eliminated in total for this project. I mean, it has to be dozens, if not hundreds. So I think that's, again, out of our purview probably but it is design. And so when you have a normal neighborhood, it's like New York City didn't bother to create alleys or anywhere to put garbage. So you have piles of garbage all over the streets every single day. And we're doing the same thing with parking and with a lack of pullover. So I feel terrible for the people in these small buildings that have no parking and they have nowhere for anybody to deliver or pick them up in an Uber. I mean, what do you do? Where does that stop? And they're not going to follow rules and not stop. And what you're going to end up with is the city telling you that's parking enforcement, call them. And so it's going to create this mess. I mean, I hate that. I think that, especially with the armadillos, in the parking lane, in the bike lanes, if you don't have them, the trucks will stop in the bike lanes, completely defeating the point. If you do have them, there's literally nowhere else for anybody to go. So this is a mess that I don't think is within our purview, but I really advise, as this is going forward with the parking and transportation people that you guys think long and hard about what you wish for with the elimination of that middle lane. I don't think they're going to do it. Gosh, I guess the harmonization stuff, I mean, that's another thing that it's really, I know it's been problematic for these flooding buildings. And, you know, where does our purview come in for this stuff? Because this is technical stuff that we just don't have ability or knowledge to really address properly. I mean, we can stop it on a technicality, but, you know, this is really beyond us. So, I don't know, that's, that's where I am on things.
Sure.
To piggyback on what Scott was saying, I was nodding my head very aggressively. So I feel like this whole presentation was a bit of a mess. I had questions that I had from when I was going over the presentation. I added all the questions that all the members of the public raised. I just think that the scope of this project is enormous, and I fear that it's being put before us at a premature level because it seems like all of these things, what I would like to see, and I think what would solve a bunch of the issues that everybody has raised and that we often ask of other applicants that appear before our board, is I'd just like to see what the streets are rendering of what the entire street is going to look like with these proposed changes. You know, I have no idea what the pumping stations are going to look like. Or, you know, our purview is design. I don't know what the pumping stations are going to look like. I'm unclear about the lighting. Yes, I have deep concerns about losing the parking, the armadillos, the baywalk. I mean, it's just one thing after another. I also have to say the presentation itself, you know, I spent a good part of my Sunday going over the presentations, doing site visits, things like that. I don't know when the presentation was posted, but it wasn't there on Sunday. And so I feel like here's something very, very complicated, and I haven't had a lot of time to really sit with it and figure it out. I think that I would like to hear somebody from the transportation department weigh in. These seem to be a lot of transportation concerns. I have some deep concerns with this project, with transportation, in relation to the greater way that Miami Beach residents, visitors, everybody in the city is traveling around and using these north-south corridors. You know, we made Meridian a slow street. We now have Washington as 2 lanes, not 4, with no turn lanes. Here we're now talking about West Avenue. Alton Road, the traffic there is worse than it's ever been because it at this point is the only easy to travel, traverse north-south corridor. I think that we need to revisit this. I'm going to move for I'd like to make a motion for a continuance, and I would like, you know, all the different departments of the city. I hope you've been, you know, writing these questions down too, because I think that the neighbors and the residents, as well as us, are raising some really important questions, and certainly I don't feel that I can responsibly make a decision on until I have the answers to. So again, I'd like to see a rendering of all of the streets of what they're going to look like. I think that there has been a lot of pushback for this established centered turn lane. I'm not on West Avenue that often, but I've experienced that. It's very hard visibility. It's made a sort of a dangerous situation. I realize that West Avenue is hard too because it's different widths and there's different conditions throughout. I think we need to see a rendering of this baywalk. I think just having some more renderings would be really helpful for everyone involved. And if there's any other concerns, you know, to add, I want to make sure that the city officials that are going to be preparing this know exactly what we're looking for. But I'd like to make a motion to continue.
Alex, either? Maybe not. Jason?
Alex, I think you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to reiterate what Sarah is saying, that I think especially compared to individual houses that we review with extremely detailed renderings and plans focusing on every detail, the level of this presentation by the city is very, very low, I think. And I think especially the two renderings of the harmonization could not be more, schematic. And I find it kind of strange that we're supposed to, I don't even know what we're supposed to be voting on. A typical harmonization plan, but then it should include in extreme detail all the elements that would be associated with each condition. So I would say the presentation by the city is really not well organized, doesn't touch all the issues in a visual way, and should be at the level of one of the better houses that we've done, that we've reviewed. So I think the city should take a look at some of the house presentations and get it up to that level. I mean, I don't understand. This is billions of dollars worth of real estate that we're supposed to be judging on, that in fact this will affect the value of, and it's also at some level to be a model for the how we're upgrading streets in Miami Beach. So I just find it very odd. And if this is going on 5 years, I'm actually more interested in what's gone wrong for 5 years. And it's not simply that people are voting on where to put a pumping station. It's much bigger than that. So I don't know whether I have to read the New Times or something to find out what's at the bottom of this. So I agree with Sarah, but I think this is a deeper problem here that is not going to show up at the next presentation unless there's some real deeper thinking at the city level here.
Sarah?
I would also add to, you showed us some lighting, and in the picture that was in the presentation, it showed also a lighting fixture, I guess, on the other side of Alton, and it was very, very different. I also, in general, wonder, why are you doing lighting in some styles in one area and different styles in other? If this is part of the plan, show us a comprehensive, all the finishes, all the pavers, all the lighting fixtures, the railings, everything. I mean, that was another question too. If you're going to put in these railings up and down the street, what are those going to look like? How are those going to function? That one that you showed us that's right now, I guess it's on 10th, it's such a problematic, it's tricky to design, but it's very problematic. I would like, that's part of our purview. Let us help you if you need us to, but include those things. We just need some more specifics about the design.
Jason? Yeah, I was second Sarah's comments. The first thing I looked for when I was looking at the drawings, which I found to be disjointed the way that it was presented, that you can never have a cohesive feeling about this enormous stretch of land that you're going to impact. And the stretch of land, which is probably one of the largest single, next to Loomis Park and places like that, impact on the people who live there. And you would expect there to be a cohesive vocabulary or some spirit or some idea or visual characteristic that you made it almost unique and someplace that you'd look forward to almost driving by or going down Meridian or other streets in the city. And that's sort of what's lacking here is a spirit. There is no spirit to this plan. It may solve technical problems of pumping and so on, but it doesn't solve the spirit of maybe the people who live there. And so I would recommend that you make a motion, Sarah, and move forward.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the project.
To when?
2 months.
I support
I feel
that.
like, I don't know, it needs a lot. Do they think they can do it in 2 months?
If they listen to the neighborhood, they could.
Okay, 2 months.
So March.
Michael?
So that would be the March 1st meeting.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Nelson to continue to March 1st, seconded by, was that Mr. Sheldon?
Correct.
All in favor for the continuance?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The application has been continued to the March 1st meeting.
Thank you. And thank you to the public.
Mr. Chairman, with that, we do have lunch ready. Would you like to take a break for 20 or 30 minutes?
Let's come back at 20 of. Okay?
Thank you. We'll see you then.
24 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to the January 4th, 2022 Design Review Board meeting here at City Hall in Miami Beach. We'll continue now from the morning session with the next item on the agenda, which is DRB 21-0703. Michael, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And actually have Fernanda should be online to introduce this next application. Fernanda?
Hi, good afternoon. The next application is DRB 0703 1671 West Avenue. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a stormwater treatment system and its components within reconstructed parking lots. The Office of Capital Improvement Projects is submitting an application to the Design Review Board seeking approval for the construction of a stormwater treatment system and its components. The application proposes a new spring pump station within a Miami Beach surface parking lot, P24, which is on West Avenue. The pump station and its components is part of the Lower West Avenue Phase 2 Improvements Project. In addition to the new pump station, the project scope includes improvements to the existing parking lot and new landscape. Staff is supportive of this application and recommends its approval. I now pass on the presentation to the applicant if they are present.
Hello, my name is Jose Carvalho. Hello, everyone. This is DRB 21-0703, which is actually the continuation, or it's part of the same project of the previous DRB application that we just spoke of right before lunch, which is 0704. So this is the pump station component of the West Avenue Improvements Corridor. So the West Avenue Improvements Corridor that we spoke of before was the right-of-way. This is the actual pumping station, and it's the location where the pumping station is going to show up. I say that because they all work in harmony together. Give you a look. Can we start the slideshow, please, Fernanda? So next slide, please. So this is, we'll be talking about, again, we're going to go through the same process of the purpose of the project, the area or the parking lot, existing conditions, proposed layout, and key materials used. Next slide. So again, next slide. The purpose of this project is it's really the entire West Avenue improvements from 8th Street to Lincoln Road and to Dade Canal, and bounded by Alton Road and by Biscayne Bay to the east and west. But the part that we're talking about under this application is the actual station that's going to be located within 1671 West Avenue. Next slide. So right now, next slide. Right now, 1671 West Avenue looks like a, next slide, please. It's located just north of Lincoln Road on West Avenue. It's a city-owned parking lot, flat surface, not a raised garage type, just open space, flat surface. Next slide. Here is a survey of the actual parking lot, which contains approximately 63 parking spaces, give or take, because when I've gone there, people park on the striped areas that are no parking and stuff like that. But technically striped, there's 63 identified locations. What we're proposing to do, next slide, is to incorporate, here are the existing conditions of the parking lot facing from different boundaries of the parking lot. Next slide. So this is facing south from the north boundary. Next slide. And this is facing east. And next slide. Facing west. You see this is what the parking lot is right now. Light on green, a lot of asphalt surface. Next slide. Then also part of the project is a small little park area at the intersection of 17th and 17th Street and West Avenue. Next slide. So now what are we proposing? Let's go into, next slide, into the whole pumping station. where it says C4, that is the parking lot and where the pumping station system will go underground. There are some above ground components, and we'll get to those as we get through this presentation. C5 is all underground piping to take the stormwater discharge towards the seawall. And then C6 is a small triangular park where we're going to put what's called a dissipator underground to be able to slow the velocity of the stormwater prior to entering into Dade Canal, which will then eventually go to Biscayne Bay. Now, everything in C6 is underground. So the only parts that are above ground are on C4 towards the southern, towards the eastern end, more towards where it's written C4. There's 3 components that are above ground there. Next slide. So this is what you saw the picture of the survey, the actual parking lot as it is right now. This is what we are proposing for the parking lot once we are done installing the pumping station. If you look carefully, what's in fine red about the middle of the pumping station, that's all underground. And the above ground features are what's on the right side. There's a electrical panel platform, an FPL vault, and a large generator to run this pumping station in the event of power failure to this station. This is a 120,000 gallon a minute pump station. The rest of the parking lot is we have managed to put in as much space as we could per code, and we enhanced the green space to not lose that opportunity to put green space and trees in the area. Next slide. So now this is an artist rendering of the electrical panels so that you understand what we're trying to do. The electrical panels and the generator are obviously a visible component. So we're trying to screen it. So we came up with this concept of aluminum panels, which will be carved or etched out into a mangrove type concept weaving pattern that our architect has come up with. And that'll screen the electrical components, the electrical panels and the generator. It'll screen it from visibility by the public, or at least reduce visibility by giving it some sort of element in front of it. And I'd like to clarify, I apologize. This aluminum screening will go around the electrical panel. The generator has a housing, and we're proposing to do a wrap with the same concept of the mangrove carve out, but in a wrap format around the existing housing of the generator. Next slide. So these are architectural sections of what these components will look like. So they're from the ground level up to the highest point of the electrical panels and the generator. So it's about 12 feet. So 12 feet, 2 inches tall would be these panels from the ground level. And for the generator, it'll be 15 feet, 1 inch tall. That needs to be that high because these components are that high for resiliency. Next slide. Here's another angle from a south elevation of the generator. Now the generator would be a wrap. So this is the actual shape of the housing that the generator comes. So the generator comes with a protective housing which reduces noise, keeps the components away from the elements so that it preserves them. And so we would be putting a wrap around this component. Next slide. Here is a landscaping plan that our landscape architect put together to enhance not just the green space, but then put shade trees or larger trees and shrubbery within the parking lot area. Next slide. And then, although we are putting in the park underground components, we are adding landscaping to the area, in particular because there's landscaping there that will have to be removed to be able to install all these underground components. Next slide. And then the key materials, next slide, of this portion of the project. I know we talked about stuff prior to lunch, but we're just talking about this parking lot and this small park. This is a schedule of the landscaping that our landscaper provided for us. And next slide. Here is a planting board that will be used specifically for the parking lot. Next slide. the lighting fixtures within the parking lot are not the same ones that we're proposing within West Avenue. These are lighting fixtures that are more conducive to parking lots. And so this is the one that with this 10-foot pole is what we're suggesting for 10-foot high lamps for the parking area. Next slide. Again, this is a photo of an actual generator, exactly the same size as the one that we're proposing. This generator is for the 19th Street pump station. It's a 1,250 kilowatt generator. And this
2 minutes remaining.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, 2 minutes remaining.
Sure. So this is a representation of what the generator will be looking like. We'll put that mangrove wrap on it. Next slide. Again, these are the tops that are going on the driveway on the parking area to be able to access some of the pump station components. Next slide. And again, we're going to be using these type of handrails, which is part of our contract for access to the electrical panel area. Next slide. And then finally, these are the hatches to be able to, that are going on the asphalt area to be able to remove the pumps from the underground structures. Next slide. And I think that concludes what's happening in this parking lot, or what we're proposing for this parking lot.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wishes to speak on this, please come forward or raise your hand online.
I apologize. Can I say one more thing, gentlemen, and ladies, before I sign off?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that the original parking lot is approximately 63 parking spaces. Again, 63 according to our survey. I went out there, I saw some people parking on the striped no parking area. So, I don't want to count those, but it is happening. But our final count for this parking lot with what we're proposing would have 42 spaces.
Thank you. Again, anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, we have nobody online. We actually have one person now, Alice Palatnik.
Hi, Alice. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I just want to thank you for, your thoughtful, replacement, putting the generator in this new spot. It looks great. You really did listen to us. I live at 1400 Lincoln Road, and the generator was going to be right outside our building. So I very much appreciate all the work you did on this part of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Anyone else, Michael?
We have a Natalie Kay.
Hi, Natalie. You remain under oath, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll just echo what Alice just said, which is thank you. I live at 1450 Lincoln Road, and we are really grateful that the city listened to us and excited that this flood pump will be keeping our neighborhood safer and more resilient. And thank you for all you've done to adjust the plan to be in harmony with how people live and to put it in a commercial space. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Mr. Chairman, we have nobody else online with their hand raised.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and turn it over to the board. But with my comment first is to say I use this parking lot all the time, and I think this will be a vast improvement over what's there now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have used this parking lot many, many times. So I think this is a great, I'm super excited to see all the enhanced landscaping that's going in. I was going to ask why there wasn't any in that center section, but I realize that's because you have a bunch of stuff under the parking lot that runs here. So I appreciate the landscaping. This set of drawings, unlike the previous one, it's very easy to understand exactly what you're doing. I'm really, really happy to hear the explanation. At first, I was a little curious about the FP&L block, why that didn't have something on it too, but I actually think it's kind of nice that you have this white volume, then you have this metal screen volume, and then you have this other sort of solid screen volume around the generator. I think it's kind of this interesting collection of three things here within this landscaped area. And I think, maintaining the traffic flow the way it is pretty much, so it won't be that much of a shock to people when they have to go and repark in this newly updated and properly lit parking lot. So, and I'm really happy to hear from the public who sounds as given a kind of a nod of approval for this approach and this location. Very happy it's not sitting in the middle of a street somewhere, 100%. Always, it's always not great to hear about parking spaces being lost. You've heard from our fellow board members about that, but I think as far as a compromise for a necessity that we need in this neighborhood, I think this is a great solution. I appreciate all the efforts that the city has done to do this. I've been on this board on and off for, I feel like, over a couple of decades, and I feel like this is probably the fourth different design I've seen for this parking lot, so I'm going to hope this one goes ahead.
I have a question. The aluminum mangrove root pattern screen is Arcadia Silver Duranar XL finish. So Arcadia Silver Duranar is a color, I assume. And it's a Duranar because it's on aluminum. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the generator enclosure also of the same finish?
Well, the generator enclosure will be a wrap. So a wrap is almost like I don't want to call it a sticker because it's more than a sticker, but it's an adhesive. It's an adhesed film over the.
That's the point I was getting to. Is I didn't ask you about what it's made of. Actually, just the color. The fact that you use the word sticker implies it's very thin, as opposed to the aluminum screen, which I assume will be a laser cut or thicker material.
Well, yes. So you are 100% correct. The aluminum panels that we're proposing around the electrical panels is a thicker metal, and it will be laser cut locally. There's a local individual in South Miami that has the equipment to be able to laser cut that and join them together. At the at the generator, it would be, and again, I hesitate to call it a sticker, but it's a film. It's a thin film, very thin film. It is not a metal. I guess if that's your question.
Could it be changed from a thin film to the aluminum? Applied to the.
I hope I didn't.
It has to be. The film or whatever you're putting on, it has to have a backing.
If I could just maybe I could provide some clarity. The enclosure itself that comes with the generator, which is inside of it, is factory coated aluminum siding, which is insulated. So it's a thick corrugated metal, like you saw in the picture at 19th Street Pump Station, that surrounds the entire unit. So we're proposing to add, for aesthetics, this wrap, which is thin, yes, but the structure is very rigid, will be very rigid. So the wrap is simply there for aesthetics.
What you described is exactly what I would not want to recommend. What I want to recommend is that you use a very similar aluminum, a laser cut metal, and apply it to your corrugated factory made film. And by the way, all of this has to be one color. It can't be different colors. Which brings me to the third point, which is that is the equipment inside the aluminum mangrove root pattern screen the same color as the screen? Or is it going to, when you look through the screen, be a different color like aluminum and silver and white and all this other stuff? What I'm trying to do is make this actually look like it's one cohesive cohesive whole, both color-wise, material-wise.
Yeah, if you're talking about the electrical panels behind the aluminum,
which you will be able to see.
Yeah, those are typically white.
Can they be colored the same as the screen? It's a custom job. I understand. Might add a little cost.
Yeah.
But I think aesthetically it would be the right answer. at least in my opinion.
I'm pretty sure they can be colored, yes.
Can I suggest that this not be approved unless we see a sample of the actual material? Or if it, with that proviso? I mean, that's how it would normally be done with any architectural
I'm
project.
seeing the color of the
Not gonna
material.
Yeah, it can't be approved by a rendering. I mean, I like the concept, but I have to see exactly if what the rendering is, is really what we're getting. So, and I think the neighbors would appreciate that also.
So I think, to to Alex's point, the rendering, or at least the elevation I'm looking at right now, makes the two buildings, the two structures look alike. Yet in reality, they won't look alike with the way that it's designed right now.
Yeah, I would say overall, while this is an improvement from the last presentation, I still only have a small sense of what this is actually going to look like with the screening. We see what the electrical panels are going to look like, but I'd love to have a better example of the mangrove pattern sticker. And I guess the vault is just going to be white. But it's hard to put, at least for me, to put together a picture of what this is going to be, which I think it is important because it seems like you're trying very hard to camouflage it, and I want you to succeed at that. But it's just a little hard at this point to see.
Any other board comments?
I also want to just, I guess because this is right after the other project that we were looking at on West Avenue that involved the removal of lots of parking spots. Again, we're removing 20, you said. Just something to think about in the context of all the, public works projects that are happening in this general area. I can see that, everybody is, I understand the reasoning for it, and I'm happy to hear that the neighbors felt that they, were listened to and are happy with the moving. But just, as part of the bigger picture, something to remember moving forward.
And I would say it might be helpful to show us next time. Obviously, there's been several city parking garages and parking garages built all around some of these areas. And for us just to understand, what exists now and what is actually considered, same rate city parking as this park, because this is a pay-by-phone or a Park Mobile parking lot. And if that inventory is made up in other places, it might be nice. I'm sure parking has a diagram that might show how people are going to be parking and how residents may park. And I assume the city's been kind of monitoring this and keeping track of all this and doing a conscious effort to manage the parking in areas like this. And I too say if you can somehow do a three-dimensional screening around the housing of the generator that better matches the water jet cut screening around the panels, that would be ideal for sure. I back Jim on that one.
Also, are you raising the level of the parking lot to correspond to the raised level of West Street?
No, we are not. I apologize for that. We're not doing any road raising on West Avenue between Lincoln Road and 17.
I didn't ask.
I'm not
I said,
mistaken,
you're not raising the parking lot, so you'll continue to go down about 1.5 to 2 feet?
We're maintaining the same elevation that exists at current.
In terms of resiliency, how do you respond to that?
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but the roadway at 17th that fronts this has already been raised in a prior phase.
I understand
this has already been.
So you have a parking lot which isn't designed for resiliency currently, and you're going to do this major project, by the way, and you're not going to raise the parking lot to also be resilient? Yeah,
no, we're not raising any private properties on this project.
I would go back to whoever's in charge of resiliency in the city and ask them what you can do to prevent this from being a flooded parking lot. If you're, this is a pumping station. Why would you want a pumping station to be flooded?
We don't believe it will be flooded.
Oh,
It's a
really?
pumping station, so stormwater that lands on the parking lot goes right into the pump station.
So if everyone else approached their current location the same way you are, which is that will raise the streets but not raise the property adjacent to the street, and you'll promise that they won't flood?
What was the question again?
I think you understand the question. The question is...
No.
why-
I'm genuinely asking just to be clear on the proper answer that I give you.
Currently, the parking lot floods. Agreed, or
Okay.
do you disagree?
Yeah, there was photographs that show flooding in the parking lot. That storm wasn't even that.
So you're going to place the generator in a public parking lot and not raise the ground level because you want the generator to compensate for the fact that it's at a low level and potentially could flood. But if you had it at a higher level, the parking lot wouldn't flood, so you wouldn't have to take care of that stormwater.
Okay, so the generator and the electrical platforms are on raised platforms because there's minimum resiliency heights for those components. That's why you're seeing the generator at 15 feet high. The generator itself is not 15 feet high. It's on a pedestal to be able to comply with resiliency for to maintain the operations of those components.
So why wouldn't you raise the
With
entire...
regards to the flooding in the parking lot, the drainage is connected directly into our pump station, which moves 120,000 gallons a minute. And we have modeled the entire West Avenue basin. We have created a hydraulic model based on a 10-year theoretical storm event, which traditionally roadways are modeled at 5-year theoretical storm events. And we have sized the piping and the pumping system to maintain what's called the hydraulic grade line a foot below the ground level. So we feel confident that this parking lot will not flood.
Can I make a motion?
I think Jose, the chairman's asking, since for most parking lots, they'd be elevating to at least the elevation of the adjacent roadway. How high is West Avenue now in terms of the grade difference between West Avenue and the parking lot?
I think the parking lot is approximately, I'd have to go back into survey, but it's definitely lower than the crown of the road right now at West Avenue. Absolutely. Probably about, I want to say maybe 8 inches, maybe a little more.
So Michael, sorry to interrupt because it's still on the board, it's supposed to be talking about this. I understand now if someone were to build a parking lot or renovate a parking lot and rebuild it, they would have to bring it up to code?
Yeah, we would, depending on the zoning district, they'd have to raise the yard to a certain minimum elevation. So I would like, maybe Jose can respond, what are the challenges for this lot? Why can't it be raised to at least the elevation of West Avenue?
Okay, so we were directed to put in this pump station in this area, which was it went through a series of meetings with the commission. But what we're directed to do with the city was to maintain what the parking lot looked like. Part of it is to not impact Alton Court too much because there's a lot of older buildings surrounding it. But we're just directed to maintain the existing conditions of the parking lot as best we can. I'm sure we can figure out a way to raise this parking lot. I don't have a doubt we can do something like that.
I think this whole resiliency is going to impact every property in the entire Miami Beach, period. Every single property. And if you are using the precedent that you don't want to impact some properties and you're going to keep it the same level, it seems like going counter to the whole notion of resiliency. So I think you should go back to whoever's telling you not to do that and ask them to reconsider it, or just change it and you might get approval from this board.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, it sounds like the board wants to see material samples of the screening that's proposed, correct?
Yeah, I think as Alex brought up, I think the screening of both of the screens, that is the one for the electrical equipment as well as the generator. Because if they're using this sticker and it doesn't look exactly like or similar enough to the enclosure of the electrical equipment, which is what the goal is, we'll be able to comment on it.
I'd like to make a motion to continue.
To the March. Second.
So,
I second that.
Sorry, first.
to the March 1st meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Nelson, seconded by Mr. Sheldon to continue to the March 1st meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
And Jose, if I could just add that, you know, again, we'd like to see materials as well as, I'd like to see a rendering of what all three of these buildings are going to look like when you have all the materials on top of them. And I think that we've also directed you to explore raising the rest of the parking lot for resiliency purposes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next application can be found on page 91 of the board packages. This is DRB 21-0688, 49 Collins Avenue. This is an application requesting design review approval for tenant signage that includes variances for size, location, and design. As indicated in our staff report, this application includes the review of two signs. The first is a neon wall sign facing Collins Avenue, located above the main entrance sign to the restaurant, Carbone. The sign complies with the maximum area allowed for wall signs. However, due to its height and overall design, staff could not approve this design administratively. However, we are recommending that the board approve this design. The second sign is a painted wall sign located on the south side of the parking structure, spanning from above the first floor to the roof, approximately 24 feet tall by 9.5 feet wide, with an overall area of 228 square feet. The applicant is requesting the following after-the-fact variances. The first is a variance for the placement of the sign at a non-street facing elevation. The second is a variance to exceed by 228 square feet the maximum area allowed of 0 square feet for the installation of the painted sign on a non-facing street facade. And third, a variance from the minimum design standards of section 138-21 for the installation of a painted wall sign. As indicated in our report, staff has not identified any practical difficulties or hardship that would support the granting of the requested variances. The size of the sign is excessive, even exceeding the maximum 100 square feet allowed for the largest storefronts. The painted sign, which has already been installed, is also highly visible from the residential units of the abutting buildings to the south, which negatively impacts views from the units with excess signage that, absent approval of the variances, is not allowed anywhere along the south elevation. We also noted that the code does allow signage on the underside of a canopy not to exceed 3 square feet. We recommend that the applicant install one of these signs under the canopy, perpendicular to the property, to provide identification for people walking or driving from the south. So in summary, we are recommending that the board approve the main sign above the entrance and deny the application for the variances, deny the variances which would result in the removal of the painted wall sign on the south elevation. And to present, I think we have the applicant here either in chambers or online.
I'm here, Michael.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hi, good afternoon. Have you been sworn in?
If you could swear in the
Swear them in.
witnesses.
Okay, sure. Anyone who's going to be testifying, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable board members. Thank you for hearing us today. My name is James Rao with Greenspoon Martyr, the offices at 600 Brickell Avenue, here on behalf of Major Food Group, the multi-Michelin starred restaurant group that operates Carbone at 49 Collins Avenue, this property. Here with me today are Will Nazar, our client's Chief Operating Officer, and also Todd Tragash, the project architect. This property is located on Collins Avenue between First Street and South Point Drive. Just to give you some context, I happen to live on South Point Drive myself. Just to give you some context, when the prior operator, Upland, did this restaurant, shuttered its doors at the start of the pandemic, this space was sat vacant and dark for some time until Carbone opened. And the restaurant was extremely well received by the neighborhood, and since then has really become an integral part of the community and has really done a great thing for that block. We're here today requesting approval of two signs, as Michael mentioned. One is the sign facing Collins Avenue, which is a small illuminated sign, really a replacement sign for the Upland sign that was there previously. Your professional staff has recommended approval, and we're in agreement with those conditions. We request that you follow their direction and approve that sign. That's the main identifying sign for the restaurant. As Michael also mentioned, there's a painted wall sign proposed as well on the south wall. We believe Carbone is the only tenant in this building also, which is a main use parking garage. So they're the only tenant, ground floor, main use parking garage, and it looks like a parking garage in terms of the building itself. We believe the hardship and practical difficulty that serves as a basis for the variance for the painted wall sign is implementing a restaurant in this property. By way of example, in terms of identification, if you are coming down South Point Drive, which is a way a lot of people enter our neighborhood, and you make that left onto Collins, it's very hard to identify the restaurant because the main identifying sign is obviously located on the front on the north side of the building. So if not for that signage, and you're not familiar with the area, you can have a very difficult time identifying this after you make that turn onto Collins Avenue. So that's in addition to that, I would like to ask if you could bring up the presentation so Mr. Tragash can go through some of the architectural aspects of it. We'll keep it as brief as possible. You may just have to tell him. Yeah, tell him.
Yeah, you just tell him to next slide and he'll do it for you.
So Todd Tragash at 3526 North Miami Avenue. And so to start, you can see this is the front on Washington Avenue. Go to the next slide, please. And here's the survey. The next slide, please. So these are the two signs. On the left-hand side is Collins Avenue, and you can see on the upper left is the wall sign. That's the replacement sign of what Uplands was. And then on the bottom left, that's where the wall sign is. And just to put it in context, so the ramp that goes into the garage is where that sign is for the adjacent neighbor. And this is parking garage, and then on the ground floor is the restaurant. Next slide, please. So this is the layout of the restaurant, and what's unique about this, and I think that's what I really want to present, is the hardship here, that this is an infill parking garage, and then in a very low density development in South Point. And so the parking garage, I think, is an excellent example of how a garage can be integrated into this neighborhood. The design of the parking garage has landscape vertical, and then on the ground floor there's some activity, which is the restaurant, and it's heavily landscaped and recessed back, and so it really fits well into the neighborhood. So next slide, please. So you can see this is the front elevation. So you can see the curb, the sidewalk. You can see the planters, the overhang from the garage. the panels above, the storefront, where the glazing is set back. There's sidewalk dining, and it really, as I say, blends in quite well. When you look at the building itself, it doesn't stand out. It's well fits with the scale, context of this neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is the, on the right-hand side is that painted sign. And so, like I say, it's the concrete base of this building, and then the parking garage above it. You can see the sidewalk, which has the outdoor dining. And the real goal here was to put some sort of signage, but something that looked like it always was there. And that this is, although it's large, 24 feet high and 9 feet wide, the way it sits on top of the concrete pedestal, and it's the vehicular entrance into the parking garage. I think it's perpendicular to the street. I think it really allows for the restaurant to have some sort of recognition on where it is, and it goes well. On the left-hand side, you can see that buffer of between where the storefront is, the outdoor dining, and the potted plants up along the curb. Next slide, please. And this is the interiors of the space. They've done a marvelous job with this, and it's really a neighborhood-style restaurant. It is upscale, but they've, it's been well received. It's the right scale. It's not an intense dining experience. It's a very casual and something that's appropriate to this neighborhood of South Point. Next slide, please. So here you can kind of see the context photographs. You can see the on the Collins Avenue, 42 Collins Avenue North, South. See what's on each side of the street, and you can see the low scale of this project and the low scale of what's around it. Next slide, please. So this is the
2 minutes remaining.
Okay. This is the facade of the facing Collins Avenue. So this sign was basically just a replacement. It's a small sign. It's compliant with the dimensions. Next slide. And this is the elevation of looking on the south side of the building. And so you see the concrete base of the building, and then the sign is above it. And as I say, it's a monochromatic with just the blue and then the white background paint. Next slide. And then you can see the details. So the upper right-hand corner is a photograph of it. The character of all these, both signs, are something that is, I think, quite appropriate of the quality of the restaurant that's inside. And next slide, please. Was that the last slide? Okay. So if you have any questions, but that's I think the real issue that we're saying here. This is an exemplary project of putting in, which is quite a difficult thing, a parking garage in a neighborhood such as this, and I think it's been very successful. And so if for your consideration to look at these signs and see if you'll agree to allow us to keep them.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir. We're here to answer any questions you may have and respectfully request your approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone from the public wishes to speak on this project, come forward or raise your hand online. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
Thank you. So I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment. Should I jump in here? So I live sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
Excuse me. I live a block or two away from this project. And I have to tell you, if I could get a reservation there every night, I'd probably go. But I can't. I can never get a reservation there, I find out. But so I've been there 3 or 4 times. We go with our dog. We sit outside. It's beautiful. The food is fun. It's entertaining. The waiters are fabulous. It's almost worth the price. But and the sign facing onto Collins is, I think is rather elegant and simple, and certainly we enjoyed Upland, but this is a big step up. I have to tell you, though, that I don't need a sign to find this place. Once you go, you'll never forget where it is. I mean, you've got Joe's around the corner, who has a tiny sign. You got Galbut's Restaurant Row, where he lives, in parking garage. The signage is quite small. So again, these destinations are not hard to find. Once you've been there, and thanks to GPS and all that, we can probably find our way there. So I think the signage is not about making sure you can identify a parking garage as a upscale restaurant. So I'm trying to understand why we need a mural. And there are ways to get murals painted. We've approved murals by this board, but usually they're for a convincing reason, to upgrade a building which has no character, or at least a portion of a building. But anyway, those are my few comments.
I don't mind I think even though it's proposed to be neon, it's still fairly discreet. And
you're talking about, this is the sign, Alex, on the Collins Avenue side, above the doorway? Yeah. There are 2 signs. There's the mural, and then there's the...
Right. But they're proposing a new sign that's illuminated.
No, the signs are already there.
So what are we voting on?
And the small sign, I understand, sorry to interrupt, small sign I understand is to code. Correct, Michael?
Yeah, the issue is it's to code. However, typically staff does not approve signs that are greater than 18 inches in height. And we don't want to set a precedent for these sort of exuberant signs by someone saying, oh, you approved it here. I think in this case, it works because it's the only signage on Collins Avenue. It wouldn't work if we had a hodgepodge of different signages along Collins Avenue. So I think in this context, it's appropriate and it works. That's why we recommended that they file the application to the board for the board to formally approve it. So it does comply with the size requirement. Just the design was something we wanted to have the board review and approve.
Oh, in that case, I think it's fun. It's very discreet. In fact, when I was there, I didn't even notice it at night. It's really, I think, very extremely discreet. And I have been inside, and I do find it amusing that they characterize this as a casual neighborhood restaurant, which I think I find that very funny. But Jim, I could get you in if you want.
Regarding the painted sign, I don't see any practical hardship, justifying what would basically be to allow this applicant to do something that the code denies everyone else. So I oppose the variances, and nobody's made a good argument that I've heard as to why they should be granted.
I think that this is an interesting, I want to say sort of culture clash between, because these sort of painted signs, you see them all over New York City. I used to live in Chicago, facing, non-street facing painted signs, and they add, a nice bit of urban character. But that's not the sort of character that, I guess, that we traditionally go after in Miami Beach. And I think that could possibly be what's happening here. So, the red sign in the front, I think it's fine. I agree with Sam that I don't see any practical hardship here, and these are the codes. And I also, as Michael said, I don't want to change the character of this lovely neighborhood. And if signs start showing up on all the large blank walls, then I worry that would happen. So I also am not in support of the variance.
Sarah, would you support a mural on that wall? I mean, do you think a mural would constitute artwork then?
Yeah, I think, and I guess Michael Belush can talk to this more, there's all these specific approaches and laws for the signage here in Miami Beach that might be a little bit different than other places, but I feel like there's purposes behind it. Yeah, I mean, a mural, but I guess it's that, we don't want to make every empty space a sign of commercialism. A mural is an artwork. I also am curious, staff, in the report it said that they want to encourage them to put a sign instead on the underside of a canopy or an awning, but I don't really see a place where that's possible based on the architecture here. I don't know, Michael, could you speak to that, or?
You provide an update. So they have come in with a permit to install retractable awning underneath the overhang that exists now. So within the retractable awning, they can provide signage, or do a fixed awning and provide signage, the 3 square feet.
But I sort of like the clean line of the side of the building, the concrete rather than a retractable awning. And it sort of keeps the outdoor space a little bit more open, but I don't know. Anyway.
I agree with Sarah and Jim. I think the design of the building with this concrete base and these white stripes that interlace with the landscaping, the vines, it's really beautiful the way it is. And there's something even about the whole front elevation, which you actually don't show, but with this sign, this appropriately sized sign, although it may be higher than the code allows, I think I'm more than happy to kind of keep the purity of that and not recommend approval of the variances for the painted sign. And I think even a mural over there would be a little bit weird, but that's for another application for another day.
No, I didn't want to discuss, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask your indulgence that when you're done, I know I said our presentation was closed, but our client wanted.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your presentation was closed, and we're making a motion at this point. Okay.
Yeah, I move to deny the 3 variances on application DRB 21-0688 and allow the existing sign on Collins to remain as it is.
Should we split those up?
I think because
no, I think, but
I'm gonna say, yeah, I would suggest we do approval of the sign facing Collins Avenue first, which does not require variances, and then you can make another motion regarding the variances for the sign on the south elevation.
Okay, I move to approve the sign that is on the Collins Ave elevation for DRB application 21-0688.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Can I get a second motion regarding the variance?
Okay, so I'm going to group all the variances, or do you want me to do them all separately?
You can group them together.
Okay. I recommend the denial of variances 1, 2, and 3 of application DRB 21-0688.
Second.
It's a motion to deny, right,
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
motion to deny, sorry. Mr.
Who was the
Sheldon.
second? Seconded by Mr. Sheldon.
Yes.
All in favor of the denial of the variance?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I like the sign on the side. Sorry.
Okay, so you're
Alex,
opposed to the
Alex, you have-
denial of variance. So the motion passes 5-1 on the denial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to have my client have an opportunity to say something, but if it's not appropriate at this point, that's
Oh,
fine.
you can say something. Please do.
Sure.
It's on public record. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. I just want to say Carbone the idea is kind of, since we began existing in New York, has been an homage to the city we were in, whether it's New York, Las Vegas, now Miami, and sort of the great Italian-American restaurants that existed in the 1950s. A lot of things that, some of us, some of our parents remembered from growing up. to be a real nostalgic place. And I think that your reference to the, sort of the sides of the buildings in New York and previously in Miami was sort of always the inspiration for that. And it was, it was really meant as a, while it is referencing where the restaurant is, as a piece of art that was, an important piece of that building. And so I guess we hope we'll reapply as a mural and you'll consider it at that point as well. But it was really, meant to bring the neighborhood to that restaurant if they can get in.
And I think if you, like Sarah said, if you wanted to come back and present something as a mural that you feel would bring something to the neighborhood and your neighbors wanted it as well, that would be great.
Terrific.
Mr. Chair, would you be willing to make that denial without prejudice so that it doesn't affect our timing and coming back if we wanted to?
Oh, no, there's no, we only vote on what we vote on.
Well, no, but the denial is with prejudice unless the board says it's not, it's without.
No, the denial is with prejudice regarding the variances. So
we're not against the mural.
Yeah, I mean,
the application for a mural would be different.
But it's with prejudice in that we've decided that there's not going to be signage on the side street. So
yeah, as long as okay, I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to see.
So that should be with prejudice, and was.
If there was something that would be appropriate for the board, I just wanted to make sure that we could reapply, not for the variances, but I understand that now.
Yeah, you make the application to staff, and they will filter to us.
It was kind of a question from Michael. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just let me clarify here. Mr. Rao can make an application for a non-commercial graphic and sign, non-commercial graphic on the south elevation. However, yeah, and that would not, that would be no application, so the denial of prejudice would not affect that. However, the maximum size is 100 square feet. Anything over 100 square feet would have to also be reviewed by the city commission.
Okay.
So I just wanted to put that on the record.
I appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. It's a great restaurant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're never going to get a reservation.
No, they got my name. Okay, Michael.
So, Mr. Chairman, the next application, Fernando will introduce the next item.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 21-0705 10 Century Lane. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story residence. The applicant is proposing to construct a new multi-story single-family residence on a site containing a 1-story residence. Sited on Century Lane, the properties were originally developed with 1-story single-family homes, all constructed as part of a residential development in 1941. This residential street, however, is an anomaly within the encompassing RM1 multifamily district, which allows for multifamily developments with a maximum height of 5 stories and properties to be developed with a maximum FAR of 1.25. As such, any proposed modifications or new construction, even that of a single-family residence, would have to comply with the RM1 zoning development regulations. The applicant is proposing, as noted, a 4-story single-family home. Staff does have concerns with the design, specifically in its overall massing and architectural expression, and recommends refinement of the design in an effort to reduce its impact on the site. Here to present, I believe, in person is the applicant and the applicant.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Lopez. I'm the architect for the project, with offices in 2100 Coral Way. So I have a presentation, if you could put the first slide. This is to show a little bit the surroundings. So the site is in the square in the upper left corner, and there are some views of the slide of the site. So this is the current house that is on the site, and this is the current view of the site. I mean the last picture. The other slide, please. Okay, what we are proposing is a single family house, and we make our purpose to be within all the parameters that the city is asking. So we came up with this, and we are not asking for any variances. We are below the height that we can have, and we are also below the amount of square feet that we can achieve. So, and staff has recommended us to refine or to break some of the elevations. The next slides, please. Okay, so I want to show here, this is the site plan. So we are not asking for anything in setbacks. Next slides, please. And on the top, I put like a schematic elevation of the height that we could achieve. We are a little bit below that. The building that is being constructed, or the house that is being constructed to the, that will be to the south, is already approved. And the low part of this slide is the elevation that staff is concerned with. We changed a little bit. It didn't used to have that in the third floor, those lines of glass there. And it didn't have some eyebrows, so we put them there. And next slide, please. And this will be, well, how we think it will look. And they also say that it's not appropriate to the houses next door, but I mean there is already a building approved, a house approved with this kind of characteristics, and the new, the existing houses, if you put them to code, they will be below what they're asking for. With the infill land. So this is our proposal. Next slide, please. Oh, I think that's the last one. I'm sorry.
Did that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward. If not, or raise your hand online. I see no one here from the public. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, there is one person online with their hand raised now, Kevin Jones.
Kevin, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Kevin, you're on mute.
Sorry, that was a mistake. My mistake.
Okay, no problem. With that, Mr. Chairman, there is nobody else with their hand raised.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion and ask the board for comments. Jason?
I have a couple of questions about the overall design. Is there a roof deck on a roof?
Is there a what?
A roof deck on top?
No.
No. And then you've kind of done in like an upside down plan where the living room is at the top and the bedrooms are down lower.
Yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you're not asking for any variances or any waivers, you're just here because you're demolishing a pre-1942 home, 1941 home, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. Okay.
No, actually, Jason, because this is zoned RM1, any sort of new design has to come to the DRB.
Gotcha.
So the issuance of the status of the home on the site, it's whether it's pre-42 or not, doesn't matter. It's that it's a RM1 zoning district, and a new project has to come before the DRB regardless.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. And are we hitting the maximum height, or can you actually go higher with this here?
You can go higher. You can actually propose a rooftop. We didn't, so yeah, just kept it simple.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this zoning here on this street, this is sort of like the last, 10 lots that probably in the city that allow this sort of vertical living beyond a 2-story height. I guess now we kind of have 3 stories sort of with understories, but, I'm kind of a fan of this kind of development, partly because it raises the living space way up, higher than the floodplain. I think that's really nice. I think it's still a single residence taking up very little room in plan, but of course in air rights it takes up more. And you do have larger, taller properties on both structures on both sides. So, I do think the design maybe needs a little bit of work. I'm not sure I understand all the elements that are happening, but maybe this is at the discretion also of what the owners are asking for. But I know staff had some comments as well.
Could you explain why the abundance of those screens? I mean, it's like so prevalent. It's like a trope. It's like a current Miami trope that everyone has to have a window and then block your own view. So I would love the architect to explain what they're thinking about that. I mean, like, why have a window and then block the view unless
that is responding
could
to
you talk about that.
That is
What?
responding to the. I mean, am I allowed to answer that? Okay.
Yeah.
That is responding to the neighbor across the street. I mean, it's a lot of windows looking into you. So, and kind of emphasizing the view to the sea. That's
Well,
the
the
reason
view to
for
the
that.
sea is to the right. So, I don't. Are you opening it up on the corner? Could we see the plan again?
Yes. Well, I don't have plans there, but I have the plans here.
You don't have plans?
Well, they are in the Sumito. Everybody got this? Okay.
You have to just talk
I
into
can't
the.
hear
You have to
you.
talk into the microphone, sir, or we can't hear you. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if he can see the plans, so he got one of these.
Well, maybe bring up on the presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Don't you have boards that show the plan? I don't know.
Yeah, he does.
There's a
He has
rendering.
boards.
There's a rendering that shows the view facing the street with the horizontal framing, and then there's the view, that corner elevation. Yeah, that has more. I think is there another rendering that shows more of the north side? The north side is what would be facing the water.
If you look in the presentation
in
on
A-
page 24, there's a view that shows the building across the street.
And page A700, the
Well,
view number 2.
The building to the left is going to be demolished eventually and built to the same height. Is that correct? I mean,
Potentially.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is not. The only views of the water are kind of out of the corner.
Yes.
I don't know. I just find the design very oddly predictable, and I mean, I don't know whether it's possible to make it better or not, but I don't find it very distinguished for a 4-story, tower.
I have some comments. I live in the neighborhood. I think you guys have heard my opinion on these houses before. This is the second one by the same owner who set this precedent of building something like this. This lot is 3,010 square feet. I think that the staff has cited design review criteria 6 and 12 that's not met. I think 7 is not met either. I know not everybody here has been onto that street. Staff does not discuss the fact that the street is narrow, that there's no swale, there's no turnaround radius, there's no tree. It's an alley. And, it's ironic to me, we're looking at another thing coming up, and staff talks about a 13,000 square foot house that wants to go 28 feet. And they say, quote, while the proposed design is below the maximum lot coverage and unit size, staff finds that this request for a full 4 feet of height is not proportionate to the size of the lot and would be impactful on adjacent neighbors. The house is next door 1,100 square feet. It's next to a two-story hotel. And so we're setting a precedent because there's a loophole in the code in this neighborhood. And it is a loophole, and staff will admit it. Nobody expected a 50-foot structure on a 3,000 square foot lot. And so regardless of what the code says, I think anybody with a reasonable sense of proportion and what you would put in a space like this doesn't match it. So it's the neighbors, I think, have given up. We had one on Ferry Lane that came, and I denied the variance last time, and the neighbors on that street have decided that they really don't want to see these monsters being built. They're being built as spec homes. They're being flipped because it's not a nice street. If you go look at the house that's being built next door, it's not even, I don't think, halfway up, and it looms over everything in that tiny little street. So that's all I want to say. I really think that if this board seriously considers this good architecture, that you take a minute and go walk the street and look at what's going up and see how that looks. And imagine if every lot that's 3,000 and 4,000 feet did that on both those streets, it would be ridiculous. So,
Do you think, this question for you, do you think if they had a model showing the existing conditions and their proposed conditions, it would be better for us to picture something that would be of quality that we would accept?
I think you got to take a look at what it looks like there. I don't think...
But I'm suggesting the model would give you the full context.
I think a model of the neighborhood, it might be helpful. You know, it's interesting, though, that everything is... The hotel is grandfathered in. It's non-conforming. The streets are non-conforming. The streets as they are with these tiny little lots and these tiny little roads. There's nowhere for people to park. The mail truck stops. The cars can't turn around there. And we're going to build, we're going to set a precedent now, again, to keep going forward. You know, I can take you all over the city and point out things that are legal, that are ridiculous, that do not work when they end up. And we are already looking at a place that looks, if this one house going up looks so out of scale between the Standard Hotel at 2 stories and the house next to it, which is 1 story. Talk about looming. We talk about things that loom and crowd. And I mean, you know, nowhere else in the city can you build a 5-story single-family house on a 3,000 square foot lot. Even those 2 lots together would have been less than 6,000 feet. And we wouldn't be able to build anywhere else in the city a 2-story house.
I'm trying to make a case that you have the cow, what I call it the cow, the big building across the street, which probably was part of the whole new zoning pack at the time.
It was part of the down zoning on that size because that was built and considered too large. And so they decided a 5-limit story. And again, I've asked city staff, I have talked to all of them. Nobody ever dreamed that people would try to build 5-story single-family homes on a 3,000 square foot
But anyway,
lot.
I'm making the case that between the standard 2-story and the big buildings across the street, there's something in between there that might actually work proportionally on that little street.
On that tiny lot, I don't see what really works ultimately. Those lots, a 2-story house, like it just, I wish you would just take a look at it in person. I wish it just, when you see it in person, it looks insane. And everybody that lives in the neighborhood is like, I can't believe they're allowing it. And again, it's a loophole that nobody's doing anything about. And that's what frustrates me.
Scott, on Ferry Lane, is it the same
Can I comment,
zoning?
Mr. Chair?
Michael?
Yes, it's the same zoning on Ferry Lane. And again, we sat here last month with, an architect whose house happened to be under contract to sell while he was trying to say that this is good for the neighborhood. And this is what's going on in this. It's speculating. We're allowing them to max it out by law. It's allowed, but it's not. It's destroying a neighborhood. So I won't be part of that.
But how it's still 6 homes on the street, whether it's a 4-story or 2-story. Eventually, all of those will be 4 or 5-story homes. The adjacent structure is 6 stories. The one next door is 2. So I don't see how this is going to affect like parking and stuff. This one single home, there's still a home there now. So it's not like they're not adding units. They're not adding residents. They're not adding. There's no increase in load down this street because the home is taller. I mean, maybe in sewage and stuff.
More bedrooms and more residents. And, again, all I'm saying is it's already feels cramped and tiny with the 1-story. I don't think these lots are capable of handling this. And we have a loophole. And we are, again, if we did this on every lot on both Ferry and Century Lanes, the complete neighborhood would be completely different. And it would destroy the character, the tiny lane feel. It's an alley. It shouldn't even be called a lane. It is an alley with no sidewalk and no swale and no proper cul-de-sac. Couldn't build this today, and it shouldn't be. So,
Well, is it even legal according to the fire department? By the way, you can't. There's no Google. You can't even go down the street on Google Maps because Google didn't even go down there.
so I spoke to
But
the fire department. It's out of their purview because they only deal with multifamily homes. And so nobody in this city wants to address the fact that this is a really bad situation. And so we just keep doing it. And I do not feel like this board has actually walked and felt that neighborhood. And it has made me, since we've been doing this and I've hurt my arm, I have been walking the city relentlessly 2 hours a day in the morning and looking at all of the things around the city and the projects that we're looking at. And I think we really should have to go see everything that we're voting on, because a model and a picture and staff description does not do it justice. It's not how I would describe that street.
But I do agree with Jim that I think a model would be, in this case, a model I think would be required. That would include the building across the street and that wing of the Standard Hotel to see the scale of this and anything else that comes up.
She's the owner, so she can speak.
My name is Katia Jimenez. I am the owner the 11 the 10 y the 11 Century
She's the
Line.
owner of the site.
The two design y the two project.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Sorry?
Who are you?
She doesn't speak very well English, but she's the owner of the site.
Okay.
Hágame la traducción usted.
She wants me to translate.
Sí, yo puedo hablar con ella. Bueno, lo que quiero decirles es que si yo tuve ya mi proyecto aceptado 11 Century Lane, no veo por qué el señor Scott, que antes era él, el que se oponía a mi proyecto 11 Century, y yo estoy pidiéndoles a ustedes que me aceptaran a que yo dé continuación a mi segundo proyecto. Ahorita nosotros ya iniciamos a construir y él es mi arquitecto con el segundo proyecto.
What she's saying is that she already got approved 11th Century Lane, which is also hers, and this is her second home. So she doesn't understand why this being like contest, the fact that she's able to do a house there with the parameters that are existing by code.
Well, we do look at each project individually. We know your other project was approved, but every project is a new project, and we have to look at each one individually. Times change, viewpoints change, and so we always like to look at things very critically and ask questions. So this happens all the time with applications. So something maybe 1 year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, it's very different now. So it allows us to ask these questions and maybe ask for certain things maybe that weren't asked for before, all within the context of the codes that we have to follow.
And
Le entiendo, gracias.
to add to that, we make mistakes. And it could have been a mistake to approve the prior one. So we want to not necessarily do it again, just by matter of fact.
Right.
But we also don't want to take away the opportunity to improve the property. We want development. We want improvements to the city, and we want to grow. And this is all part of that formula. We just are a bump in the road, if you will, of that process. But we want to make sure not only that the project has a certain level of excellence that the city can be proud of, you can be proud of, and we can be proud of.
Jim, should we require a model? How does that work?
We can ask for one if they want to come back.
You guys, you have to remember, this is not a commercial project. It's a single family home. This is a low scale neighborhood. It's a very small project. I think to ask for a model is a little bit onerous on the applicant in this situation. When you can see that there's a 6-story building, to the one side, the zoning is RM1. It allows over 50 feet in height. So I don't think that, it's not a historic district. You're not going up next to an historic property or contributing building. I think in this case, a model would be excessive. If you want to ask for, more refinement of the design or more views in the renderings, but I don't think that, asking for a model is something that should be required.
Well, Michael, I think a good architect makes models during the design process. I mean, I'm old-fashioned, so he could bring in the models he's made already. I don't think he. From what I see from the renderings, I don't think he's thought about the corner. I don't think he's looked around. I think it's a very superficial design in which the elevations are really ill-considered for the site. And even what he's said, it doesn't match what he's saying. It's for the views, and then he blocks the views, the corners. I can't really tell. I'd like to see all 4 elevations in a and actually I'd like to see a 3-dimensional digital model, which he doesn't even have.
And also, Michael,
I find this extremely not considered for an important, a 50-foot tower, basically, proportionally on this site.
And Michael, I don't think it's onerous to ask for a model because we've asked them for single-family homes in the past. And is it onerous to ask to see a material sample, which we don't have? Is it onerous to ask for several more renderings from various points of view? And to ask for a model is only part of that whole opportunity for them to convince us that they have a good solution here. And I wouldn't tell them not to do one, certainly, which is a little bit of what I'm hearing you're saying.
As somebody
it's not required. It's not required for the code.
Well, if
and remember, it is a small.
Okay,
site.
We're not required to approve the project either. So
Right.
if we want to, we won't ask for things that aren't required in order to convince us and to work with us for the approval.
Also, I don't think it's a small project because I think it's going to sell for, they're going to ask for between $6 to $8 million for this. So that's not a small project. If this was in a lower, like a less expensive neighborhood, and it was a family doing their own house, then I would say it might be more onerous. But this is not. This is a developer.
If I could add to, I wanted to add something to what Scott had said about going to the sites. I did go to this site. I do think that would be helpful, and I think that Alex, I think that also might help answer some of your questions as well. Certainly, so I went to the site and I sort of parked, and it was very tight, and I got out and I walked around, and whereas when I did a site visit for the Ferry Lane property, it just made me a little sad that, there were all these really adorable houses, and I happen to know somebody that lives there, and it's this really nice neighborhood, and, but on this street, because you have that 5-story apartment building there, I just felt this sense of resignation of, you know what, this is just what it's going to be. And already that building, unlike in Ferry Lane where it's all low, and you do have the one structure, but it's set back a little bit. On this street, part of why it's already so tight is because you already have this building. And I don't know what you're saying is resonating with me a lot as somebody who's always advocating for, the compatibility and the historic, maintaining the historic character of these neighborhoods. But I think with this street, it's so tight. I don't know if and I think too, this structure, to answer your question too, why it's different, this one that you're proposing is even taller than the one that's already been approved. And, So I don't know. I think that I don't want to say that ship has sailed in maintaining the low character, but I think that it's going to be. I find this design a little bit problematic design-wise. I think for a bunch of the reasons that Alex was alluding to, and I do want to think it's really important for us to be very sensitive to the compatibility of the neighborhood and the massing and things like that. But I think that this needs to be refined. and I share your concerns with the loophole. But it's a little bit harder because there's already a huge building right next.
I'd like to ask the applicant, though, who built the other building and stood in front of this board and said this was going to be their primary home, and that's why they wanted so much height, so the mother-in-law could live there. And it's on the market for $5.7 million, and now the next one going up is going to be higher. So I'm curious what happened. Why didn't you move into this home, and why are you building a second one even bigger? When you got this height based on that you were going to live there, which I think is not appropriate, by the way, that we listen to stories of this.
Bueno, la he puesto al mercado porque como el mercado está alto, entonces estaba haciendo una proyección futura. Eso no impide que yo la pueda vivir. Soy una mamá con 2 hijas, entonces necesito 3 habitaciones y puede ser que sí la pueda vivir. Eso fue, inclusive ahorita ya no está más en el mercado.
Okay, she's saying that she already had the other side and the market got so good that she decided to make an investment and make another home, and she has 2 daughters, and she will live in one of them, and maybe one of the daughters wants to live in the other one.
Soy una mujer de negocio, como todos acá.
I move that to me there's insufficient information to make a educated decision about the actual form and design of this house.
I agree.
Apart from the zoning that you're allowed to build this, I don't think this is I need to see more information.
Yeah, I agree. I would say I think you need to work on the overall. I think the design needs a little bit of work on the exterior. That's what I would like to see. I also think maybe it might help to look at the overall height. I know you have this beautiful 20-foot high ceiling at the top. Maybe as part of your design exercise, you could look at bringing that height down a little bit, but still maintaining this vaulted space, even a 15-foot high, bringing the whole volume down a little bit. I mean, you're hearing what we are saying about the massing, even though you're within all of your setbacks, which we appreciate, of course. But there's certainly some concern about the overall size, I think, although you are adjacent to this really big, ugly wall of a taller building, which I recognize. But personally, I would like to see looking at the exterior of the building, design-wise, and then providing more rendering, more 3D views, so we have a better understanding of how this fits within the context. I mean, that's kind of as far as I would go, as far as the continuance.
I would also make a recommendation on well, first of all, we only really have a view of one side, or at least a rendering of one side. I would like to see renderings of all sides. I did drive around a little bit in that area, and you really can't, aside from maybe being a guest of the hotel, you really can't see the height of either of those buildings from the street at all as you drive around the neighborhood. But so in the facade, you have this cone that's going up, and I wonder, for me, the facade really needs some refinement compositionally, and maybe if you extended the cone up instead of stopping it, or it's just, there's lots of different things happening with all of the screening, and it's just very busy. It feels, the fact that you do have this sort of double height room, top level, that also feels out of proportion to me. And I think that it makes it seem sort of top heavy. I would explore even, and I think maybe something that the board might feel more comfortable with, is if the building was the same height as the one next door. I mean, that's already there. It's in process of starting to be built. Maybe that would lessen the impact that we all seem very concerned about. Those were my thoughts and recommendations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So have we given you clear direction?
Yeah.
Well, I think that there is a lot of taste involved.
I'm sorry, say it again.
A lot of taste involved, which is kind of subjective, So, but yeah, I mean, I see what I can do, and I can actually make a digital model that I can do, and I can show you all around. I don't know about, the height. Well, let me explore that, yeah.
just a thought. I mean, you know, I think we just want this, whatever ends up here, we want this to be the best solution for this location.
I don't know if you are aware of something that maybe
You have
You have to talk into the,
grab the. Yeah, it's okay.
I don't know if you are aware of something that is kind of something that you have to deal with, and it's kind of difficult sometimes. Look, there is and that was one of the variances that we have to ask in the other house, and we didn't want to ask for any variances. So there is one that says that you have to have a 12 feet distance from the base float elevation +1 to the underside of your first slab.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes against your height.
Right.
So we did it here, and that creates that big first floor.
Right.
This is just following the code.
Yeah, we dealt with that on an earlier application today, actually. Yeah, I know. The code is not perfect. We know that. We've said that many times.
okay, allowed to remove 2 feet of it.
Yeah, well, we approved that variance. Yeah, we did.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the project to
I
March.
that motion.
What?
To when?
To March?
I second.
Okay, thank you very
Who is
much.
the second, Mr. Sheldon?
Yes.
Okay, let's continue the application to the March 1st meeting. Just so the applicant knows, we need to have all revised drawings submitted by noon on February 7th.
February 7th, okay.
Now, all those in favor of the continuance to March 1st?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed? The motion is approved. The application has been continued to March 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Fernando will present the next application on the agenda, which is for 424 West Rivo Alto Drive.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 21-0707-424 West Rivo Alto Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family residence, including one or more waivers in an understory area to replace an existing residence. The applicant is proposing to construct a new two-story residence on a waterfront site located within the northeast portion of the capsule-shaped Rivo Alto Island. This application also includes a review of the understory and 2 design waivers from the board. The proposed home features an understory with the first fully enclosed habitable floor of the residence, designed at an elevation of 14 feet NGVD, or base plan elevation plus 5 feet of freeboard. In this design, the project architect has incorporated an understory for parking, outdoor recreational spaces, storage, and access to main level. In addition to the understory review, the project is requesting 2 design waivers. The first for the height of the residence, and the second for the open space requirement for 2-story elevations that exceed 60 feet in length. Overall, staff is supportive of the proposed project and recommends the approval of the application with the conditions noted within the staff report and the final order. I believe here to present is the architect. I'm not sure if she's here virtually or in person.
Hello, I am here.
Hi, Annie.
Hi.
Hi, Annie. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
thank you. Hello, my name is Annie Carruthers. I am the architect for 424 West Rivo Alto. Thank you so much for your time. I do want to just start with our presentation, if you can show the slides, please. My address is 1546 Jackson Street, Hollywood, Florida 33020, and I represent Spanish Rose LLC. Thank you. We are presenting a new single-family residence, and I do want to mention once again that the reason that we are here isn't because we are demolishing a pre-1942 home. it is because of the approval of the understory. That said, we are also asking for 2 variances, which I will detail. The variances are very limited. They are not full variances in our opinion, because although we are asking for a height variance, it is only for a portion of the back, which I'll explain. We are asking for the 3-car garage on the bottom, which will represent the understory, and we are responding to sea level rise with the appropriate height for the finished floor of the house, which is as per code. So it is 14 feet and it is allowable. We are not asking for any variances relative to setbacks, lot coverage, unit size, etc. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, thank you. This is the home that we will be demolishing, and I want to mention that it is non-conforming. The side setbacks are non-conforming at 7 feet. It also has already a shade structure in the rear, which I believe is in the setback and also non-conforming. It was built in 2001. I will reflect on some of the styles that it has as well, but essentially the main thing about this home is that the lot coverage right now, currently as we calculated it, it is 28.5%. And the new lot coverage that we are proposing is 27.35. So it is a slight reduction in the lot coverage in terms of just how much it takes up of the lot. So we have been sensitive to that as well. And as you can see, it is an angled lot, and some of our architecture is responsive to that as well. Next slide. Here is what I just outlined. The waiver is for simply 1 foot, but it is only for, it's less than 50% of the roof line, and it is set back in the back only. And we have another slide to reference that as well. But next slide. Here's the location of the lot. Next slide. We have a detail of that. Here it is. Next slide. Okay. The understory basically has cross ventilation in terms of the drive where you come in, and on the north-south access, it is all open. We have a building entry, which will allow to come up to the first living area with the 3-car garage, which is allowable. We're not asking for any variances here. This is allowable by code. Next slide. And here we have the lot coverage, which is, again, very similar to the mass that the current house has. But we are also proposing a shade structure. But due to some of the comments that we work with staff on, we have placed that shade structure within the rear setback of what is allowable for the house. So it is set back considerably, the shade structure, and it is within the allowable area that can be permitted. Here we see a shaded area, which is a triangle in form. This is the open space, which is our waiver. Due to staff comments, we have eliminated all of the equipment from that open space. It is irregular in form, which is the only reason we are asking for a waiver. In terms of the square footage, it does comply with the 1% that is required. It is simply the shape. The shape we have given it, it is in keeping with a triangle, which is very similar to how we're responding to the lot, not just in the architecture, but also in the forms and the shapes. So we have removed everything from there other than a circular staircase, which would be open, and it'll go from only the second level, the first living level up to the roof. But we have removed all of the equipment, and we have shaded the equipment as well in response to the comments. Next slide. And here you see the second living level. With the circular staircase. Next slide. The lot coverage, again, it does comply, so there is no request here for any variances. Next slide. And here are all of the setbacks, which are all in keeping with the code. Next slide. Here is the existing home. Again, it was built in 2001, but really reflects 1990s architecture in terms of the Mediterranean kind of style with non-descriptive columns in the back and some of the abbreviated arches and so forth that are architectural details that are not classical. They're not proper in terms of the classical forms that we know. So this is the home that will be demolished. Next slide. Here's the rear with the columns that are a bit nondescript, and some of the angles of the home as well are reflective of the 1990s type of style. And the views to the right, to the upper right, the current rear, you'll see a bit of the shade structure that is there that will be demolished, and it will be the new shade structure will be set back considerably. Next slide. Here's the location as well, and the street. Next slide. If you can skip to slide 29, please. Move forward to slide 29, yes. Continue. Okay, here we see some of the renderings of the front and the rear. We'll move on as well to around the property. We are proposing a contemporary form, but some natural elements and finishes with veneers in wood and also in natural stones. That natural stone will be reflected in the low wall in the front as well. We wanted to give the volumes an angle that's reflective of what the angles of the lot. We wanted to give it a bit more sexier volumes in terms of it being also angled in a juxtaposition from one to the other. For this reason, in the rear is, you'll see in the next slide, please. You'll see some other angles, and then we'll see, as one of the things I do want to mention with these slides is that the height is not seen from the front in any way. Even at an elevated level, the height is not reflected here. It's simply in the back, and it only represents a portion of the rear for this architectural feature. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. The landscaping in these do not reflect all the landscaping that we're proposing. We have eliminated quite a bit in the renderings just so that you could see the volumes. Here you see the open space as well and how we have removed the equipment and it's going to be screened. Next slide, please. This is the north. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here we see some of the volumes of the rear. Next slide. Next slide, please. And here you see its relationship to the volumes in the back. Here's where you see a portion of the area that is raised for what we're requesting as the height waiver. It is the part on the upper right-hand side so that the volumes are broken up, that geometry is broken up, and we are requesting the height for that volume to be broken up. Otherwise, once we set it on the same plane, there's a continuity to both of these volumes. So, we are requesting just that one height in the back. This represents 1,681 square feet of height. It's the square footage is what's going to be a bit higher. It is set back 83 feet, 10 inches from the front property line, which is why you don't see it from the front. And it only represents 42% of the overall roof line, which is the height. So only a very limited portion of that roof is raised. That will be a roof accessible area as well. Next slide, please.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Next slide. Can you skip, please, to page 50? One before. Here is the portion that we are asking for the height variance. I'm sorry, if you can go one previous to 49. This is the portion in pink that is a 1 foot higher. And here you'll see the distance. It is dimensioned here on the right-hand side. That's almost 84 feet from the property line. So it is only seen in the rear. It's not seen in the north as well, in terms of the relationship of the mast to the north property line as well. And again, you'll see that inset, which we've removed a lot of the equipment, and the form is in the form of a triangle, which is reflective of some of the angles and so forth of the volumes and the architecture. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I do have a real quick question before I open it up and ask those from the public. Is this height increase a variance or a waiver?
It's a waiver.
Okay, you said variance, so clear.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. It is
Does
a
anyone
waiver.
from the public wish to speak at this time? Come forward or raise your hand.
And Mr. Chairman, there is nobody online with their hand raised to speak.
Thank you, Michael. And so I will close the public portion of this meeting and turn it over to the board for comment.
Hey, for what it's worth, I could not open this file. It was corrupted, so just letting staff know that.
That's all right.
Sarah?
Hi. So thank you so much. I have to say, in general, I like this design. I do think it's a little nuts that we're now tearing down fairly new homes. But I do like this design. Because I wasn't able to access the presentation, I did have a few, I guess maybe one main question. It was more about the materials that it looked like in the presentation you showed us there was something, and I missed it, maybe you said it, a material that it was sort of pinkish, that was the cladding?
The cladding is wood. Yes, the cladding is wood. It is not pinkish. It will be a bit lighter than, I would say, it would be a medium tone, oiled natural wood.
Maybe it was just the coloring on the...
Yes, sometimes it does.
Oh, okay.
The lighting on the renderings does give it a pink hue, but it will absolutely not have a pink hue. It's the owner does not like pink in any way.
Oh, see, you were able to put that up. Oh, I see. Okay. Right.
The materials are on page 24 of the presentation if you want for that.
Annie, how is the wood being colored? Or is it natural color?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
The wood has a color in it applied to it? Or is it naturally that
It's a
color?
natural oiled wood. We're proposing Kumaro natural wood veneer. The Kumaro will just be oiled.
I did do a site visit, and I noticed that there are a lot of mature trees and vegetation on the property, and I was curious, is that stuff that you're going to maintain, or you'd mentioned, and there was, some beautiful, I think it was like a fiddle leaf fig and some palms, and yeah.
We do have the landscape architect here. I believe Christopher Cowley can speak on the landscaping. If he's still here.
Hi, this is Lucia from Christopher Cawley Landscape Architecture.
I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing you. Could you speak up? And
Lucia Mora.
have you been sworn in?
No, I need to be sworn in.
Hi, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Lucia Mora for Christopher Cawley Landscape Architecture. And yes, there's a couple of, there's 3 trees on the side. There's currently a avocado that's in the front that's in really poor condition. It has a very large trunk wound. And there's an invasive tropical almond and 1 ficus tree that is in relatively poor condition. The rest of the material on site is palms, but unfortunately, due to having to raise the site, And all the grade and elevation changes, we have to remove them and start fresh with brand new trees to provide screening along the property lines and evergreen, trees. Do you have any? So that's the question on the existing trees that need to be removed. I don't know if you have any other questions regarding the landscape.
No, it's a shame to hear because that sort of back corner of the island has a really nice canopy that I would hope, it'd be great if that could be maintained in some way. Maybe it's something that you could, work with staff on, or just to see how many of those older trees, you could replant them. But again, it's going to take decades to get to where these are currently. So that was just my comment. But overall, I like the design a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like I'm just going to paraphrase from your drawings, but you're removing about 17 trees, 3 trees and 14 palms. But they are planting, at rough guess, maybe 40 or 45 new trees. So it's fairly, a whole set of trees down both sides of the property, and then larger specimens actually interspersed at the pool deck and around the water. So,
Sounds lovely. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. I think you've done a really, thank you for taking the extra effort to work with the city's code and the understory. This is, I think, a successful use of the understory. I think it's really creative the way you kind of have the driveway go kind of underneath, and the garage is sort of actually kind of in the middle of the house or towards the back of the
Don't worry about it. I mean, we'll respond.
Property?
We'll just say each thing he wants.
Alex, your mic is on.
Alex, your mic is on.
Okay. I would like you to spend a little bit of time working on I guess it's the elevation that's triggering one of the waivers, the 2-story side elevation. I think your side elevations lack a little bit of design, and I've said this before on many homes like this that have long side elevations, especially the one on page 32, which is just a lot of white stucco, and of course on page 33 is it's a little bit less because it's a narrow part, but again, I even see where the keystone kind of stops at the corner, and you didn't wrap it around, and I understand why sometimes you don't feel it's necessary to put fancy finishes on the side of a home, but your home, especially because it's elevated 12 feet off the ground, is going to have a bigger presence until the other homes around you get torn down and decide to adopt the understory as well. So, but overall, I think this is a very creative concept. I think the massing is nice the way it steps back. I appreciate the fact that you're doing a relatively small roof deck on the water side, which is very nice. This whole approach and these floating stairs going up to the upper level, I think it could be quite nice. And definitely, I'm not the landscape person on our board, but I hope that the landscape plan is lush and maybe a little bit different than what I see in the rendering on page 30. I'm not really sure what some of these plants are, and I'm not sure how accurate it is, but I see a lot of lawn, and I think overall typically our landscape member of the board likes to see kind of a mix of medium, high, and low and ground cover, and I would just maybe suggest that you can work with staff on maybe some refinements there.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
I would love the opportunity to elaborate on the side elevations. Thank you for that. And we have often presented to the board and done this later on. I would like to bring in some of the elements from the front and rear to the side. We can do this with staff, and I'll be very happy to do that. In terms of the landscaping that's in the renderings, it does not reflect Christopher Colley's beautiful landscaping. He knows very, very well and has worked for many, many years in the city. We have worked with him on other projects, and he does gorgeous, gorgeous tropical landscaping, of which this owner demands it to be lush. The reason we take out landscaping in the renderings is to see the mass and to see the structure. But I do assure you that this owner demands to be very, very lush and beautiful and complementary to the area as well as the architecture, which he has done. Christopher Colley has done beautifully. So we would be very happy to add a little bit more, add some elaboration to this, to the side elevations. Thank you for that opportunity.
Other board comments?
I think it's very well proportioned and has a nice modulation of detail and material. So.
You want to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve this project.
Second.
All right, who was the second on the motion for approval?
Sam.
Sam.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Gorland to approve, seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Have a great day.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, our next application begins on page 136 of the board packages. This is DRB file number 21-0735, 2005 to 2011, and 2013 to 2032, Calais Drive. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story residential townhouse development, including a waiver. The applicant is now proposing to construct a contemporary 5-story buildings with a rooftop terrace. 12 residential type townhouse units are proposed, each with an individual entrance and a parking garage. Also requested is a waiver for the ground floor clearance for the garage. The applicant is requesting a 2-foot height waiver similar to the application that was reviewed this morning for 7300 Trueville Esplanade. Staff is supportive of this requested waiver for the height. We are recommending some further refinement of the north canal facing elevation along its ground floor, potentially with the inclusion of additional fenestration in order to help further activate this outdoor area facing the water. With that, we are recommending approval of the application subject to the conditions outlined in the draft final order, which can be found on page 144 of the board packages. And with that, I'll turn it over for the applicant for their presentation.
Hello again, Vanessa Madrid with the law firm of Holland & Knight at 701 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida 33131. And I'm joined by the project principal, Florencia Montecurini, the project architect, Jose Gaviria, as well as the landscape architect, Andres Montero. I want to thank staff for working closely with us on this application and for their favorable recommendation. This is a project that will seem familiar to you. It's similar to the one we went over this morning, but it's a true testament to the applicant's commitment to improve this neighborhood, and they're pioneering this effort with some significant investment. So they're also very proud to be taking up this revolutionary change into the community. I have a presentation prepared, if you could please pull it up. Thank you. Next slide, please. So again, this property is located on the Normandy Isles neighborhood. It's about half an acre in size, and it is zoned RM1 and also has a future land use designation of RM1. It is a waterfront property as well, and it is currently improved with a 9-unit multifamily development. Next slide, please. Here we can see that the property, unlike the one we reviewed earlier this morning, this one is well within the RM1 zoning district, and it's fully surrounded by multifamily. Next slide, please. The context of the neighborhood can be appreciated from the slide. You can see there's tall buildings all throughout the block on both sides and also in front. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is we're taking the currently deteriorated 9-unit multifamily building and turning it into a beautiful boutique 12-unit townhome development. This is also well below the allowable density of 29 units for this property, and we're also within the allowable height of 50 feet. Next slide, please. The project, it's cut off on this screen, but the project does meet all setback requirements. We're not requesting any variances for this particular site. We've worked really hard to do a project that fits in the project, but also internalizes all driveways and parking areas in a way that we don't have to seek any variances, which is tough for a small site like this. But the building placement was very strategically achieved. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see that we are not requesting any parking variances. All units will have their required number of parking spaces. The units larger than 1,600 square feet will all have 2 spaces, and the ones that are smaller, which are units 2, 3, 4, and 5, are below 1,600 square feet, so they only require 1 parking space per code. Next slide, please. This slide is intended to show that we also comply with lot coverage. We're within the 45% required. All driveways will be covered with porous concrete pavers and also avoiding a heat island effect. Next slide, please. The only request that for your consideration with this project is, again, the garage height waiver. It's the allowable 2 feet as contemplated under the code. Similar to the project we went over this morning, we've sloped the entrance to provide for enough an elevation, but it won't affect any access for vehicles or pedestrians whatsoever. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to the project architect so he can walk you through his design.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Gaviria. I'm principal with Gaviria Architects, and thank you for the opportunity to present this project. What you're looking at right now, this is a very simple proposition. What we're proposing is actually to have 2 separate blocks. A block overlooking Calais Drive. In this slide, Calais Drive is on the bottom of the page. And the other block, which is where the lot is opening wider, it's overlooking the waterway. We propose 6 units on each of the blocks, but whereas on the block overlooking Calais, there's only going to be 39 feet of height. The block overlooking the waterway is actually 1 floor higher, and it's actually extending up until 49 feet, I believe, 49 feet and 8 inches. Both blocks are separated by 32 feet, and there's a driveway in the center, which essentially gives access to vehicles and pedestrians within that center driveway, where there is no roof, evidently. There is this access driveway, which is essentially a ramp, a 13.7% ramp, which connects the walkway, which is at, I believe it's a 4 feet 3 inches NGVD, and it rises up to the driveway, which is located at 8.5 NGVD. Then there is an additional 6 inches, which puts us in the 9 feet NGVD within the garage, within each of the garages. So we're sort of like exploring and proposing all this raising the entire set of blocks and buildings and the driveway too. That's where our garage height waiver really begins at 9 NGBD and ends up at the bottom of the underside of the slab at the next level. Next slide, please. Oh, there's one little thing that I need to mention. If you see the ramp, it has this kind of acute angle. And the reason why that is, instead of having like a straight angle driveway right in the center, it's because there's a beautiful oak tree in the entrance, which we are proposing to be kept. You're going to be seeing that in the next renderings. Next slide, please. There you go. The oak tree is the one on the right-hand side, right by the car, and that's the entire reason why we are proposing this acute angle as we give entry to the property. This facade has this wavy kind of balconies on first and second levels, and we're not only incorporating, we're mixing the white stucco with a lot of glazing, but we're also incorporating what we think is the main feature of this building, which are the vertical gardens at both ends, which mixes very nicely with the wood slats that are rising up vertically at both ends. Again, this is a type of language that we have been working with as we did in Trouville, but here we've gone like a little bit further with incorporating vegetation into the facade of the building. So you see there is also this planter up at the rooftop level, which incorporates more vegetation into the facade with the two vertical gardens. In addition to that, we have several trees, and then again, at the end of this presentation, I will leave our landscape architect, Andres Montero, to tell us a little bit more about the trees that are going to be accompanying this entire proposition. But
you have 2 minutes remaining.
Sure. This is the front facade overlooking Calais. This is 39 feet in height, one level lower than the other block in the back. Next slide, please. This is another view, a different view of the same facade. Next slide, please, where you can see the wavy type of balconies. This is the facade overlooking the waterway. And again, we keep on incorporating wavy type of balconies, in this case for the first and the third levels. And then we have these volumes stepping back, and they're all covered and they're clad in wood slats. All that you see there in sort of like a beige or brownish color are really wood slats, wood natural slat in a teak color, which are going to be applied not only to the vertical elements, but also to the underside of the balconies, which we think it gives a lot of warmth to the facade. At the bottom level, we covered with gray stucco and 3-inch reveals throughout the entire base of the building, so to speak. Next slide, please. This is the interior. This is a render through the interior driveway. And then we see at the right-hand side the lower block, and the left-hand side the larger block, which is going to be overlooking the waterway. This is all covered in pervious concrete pavers. Next slide, please. And again, we see all the materials, the same materials that we talked about: wood slats, white stucco, glazing throughout in a very balanced manner. This is another render from the entry of the property. There you can see the acute angle that I was referring to a few minutes ago, and the oak tree that we are sort of like preserving. Next slide, please. This is another view from the waterway. Evidently, the dock is a separate permit. This is just an artist's representation of what it's intended. But you see all this facade with the vertical elements sort of like breaking up the horizontality of this building. Next slide. Next slide. Another interior elevation of the larger block looking towards the north. Next slide, please, where we have incorporated also planters in that case, in that particular case. And this is another render within the driveway, the center driveway, overlooking the lower block, where we have all this glazing facade with the planters on top, with the trellis, with the wood trellis up above, and those vertical elements covered in wood coming all the way down. Next slide, please. This is the front elevation. We've seen already this several times. Next slide, please. And just in case I wasn't too clear, I've compounded all the floor levels in this slide so that you can understand that we're talking evidently about two blocks, essentially two blocks, one overlooking Calais and the other one overlooking the waterway. This is it. I'll just ask you for one more minute so that our landscape architect can tell you a little bit more about what the landscape proposition is.
Hi, good afternoon again. Andres Montero, landscape architect.
Yeah, is 1 minute enough, or do you need more?
No, I think we're fine. Well, our main goal here was to try to provide as many trees and landscape and make it a very lush place. We are removing all the existing vegetation on site, which is not of great value. There's a bunch of palms that are not in good condition, and some other trees that are even invasive, and we will be required to remove. So
What about the oak tree?
What's that?
Isn't there an oak tree on site?
Yeah, no, it's outside. Actually, it's in the right of way, and that's why we had to, move the entrance. We're providing about 36 trees, medium, small, and large shade trees, and about 10 or 12 palms. So we're creating a very lush landscape on both sides of the project, on the east and the west side, with the neighbors, to provide screening and actually also good views from the units to the side yards. We're also providing a heavy landscape on the water side, with, of course, providing that each unit has views through the landscape into the water. And on the front street, we're also providing lush landscape with smaller trees because of the existing overhead power lines.
1 minute is up.
Good, perfect timing.
The presentation?
Just to conclude, I'm sure you all can appreciate that this will be a breath of fresh air for this neighborhood. We've worked really hard to make it a very pleasant project that doesn't seem out of scale with the context of the neighborhood. And the way it's been broken up, I think it really creates a positive impact to this neighborhood. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Again, the site is improved with a very deteriorated multifamily development that needs substantial investment. And so we're taking that and creating something really nice that I think will attract the kind of neighbor that would typically invest in a single family home, so that this community will continue to improve, but also the property values will continue to go up. So with that, we thank you for your time. We're here to answer questions, and we hope we can get your support.
Thank you. Now, does anyone else from the public wish to speak at this time? Please come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, we have a couple of people online. The first is Javier Martinez.
Hi, Javier. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, so this is me again, Javier Martinez. I spoke earlier today. I am direct neighbor of this new project. I'm the landlord of the property located at 1975 Calais. We have 10 townhomes over there of approx 2,200 square feet. We are happy to see that new projects are coming to the area and raise the values of the property. And I would like to say thank you to the development team that they're bringing this new projects to the island. Thank you to everyone.
Javier, thank you.
The next speaker is Brian Murphy.
Hi, Brian. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay. You hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you
Okay.
so swear?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. A longtime resident of this neighborhood, and first of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. Sorry, but 3 minutes isn't very long. So the impact, first of all, this is a very quiet residential neighborhood, and was that until the man who spoke before me, Jose Martinez, with this 1975-1985 monstrosity, which brought the neighborhood to a whole other level of Airbnb hotel. The impact of speeding, cars that go in and out of there, they don't care about the neighborhood. They're already considering speed humps for Calais Drive, and that is a source of the problem. There is not enough parking at 1975, 1985, so that takes up, we have a big problem with parking here in North Beach, and the people that are going over there, and there's sometimes there are buses arriving of people, they're taking up the area. I suspect that this same ruse is happening here now with this development for 2005, 2023, not 2032, Calais Drive, and also on Trouville, where you have the so-called multifamily. They are bought by people who rent them out, 4 or 5 bedrooms. They rent them out to Airbnb. The impact is incredible. I don't know what they're saying about the waterways. The picture there seems to show that there are sailboats, etc. I know that we're having a marina overflow here on the Normandy waterways, where people are doing boat trips, people are doing jet ski rentals off the back of the properties with so-called marinas. They didn't address that at all, because we haven't seen hardly any dolphin. We know we have a problem, of course, otherwise, but here it's a couple of years since I've seen a pod of dolphins go up. Very few manatee. Let me see what else. Yeah, so, you know, this area of North Beach may well start to be called Airbnb Row. I find that's a level of deception. On the property, there are also 2 large Norfolk pine trees, which were not addressed. And that's very kind about the small oak tree, which is out on the street. Let me see. Street homes height. Oh yeah, the height of 1975, 1985 is 4 stories. They are planning 5 here. I suppose that's okay. I don't really know about those kind of restrictions. But the main thing is the impact of our quiet neighborhood. And I guess that's it then. Thank you.
Can I have your name again?
Donna McDonald is my name.
Okay, not Brian Murphy.
No. But I live in the neighborhood.
You'll be allowed a rebuttal after the other people who wish to speak are completed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker, Gregory Sarno.
Hi, Gregory. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. And
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Happy New Year's, everyone. I just want to tell you I live in the neighborhood and I support this project. I think that there is ample parking in the structures below and the design from what I see. And this will bring a good new look for hopefully that upcoming bond project that'll be coming to town. So I just want to let your board know that I support the project, and you guys have a great New Year's.
Thank you, Gregory.
Mr. Chairman, with that, we have no other speakers online.
Okay, and I see no one from the audience, so I'm going to allow the applicant to take 3 minutes, 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
That's fine. Just want to make 2 statements on my end. This is not intended to be a short-term rental project. The type of resident that will reside on the project will be the type of resident, as I mentioned, that you'll see on the single-family side of the neighborhood. And we are expecting, you know, young families and people who will be there long-term and invested in the community. The other item I want to bring up is that there is sufficient parking. Again, all units will have their own parking spaces and will be internalized. So we feel that there will be no significant impact to the neighborhood or at least not more than what's already there today.
If I may add, as we are informed, no Airbnb is allowed on this area. So just in relation to the comments of the neighbor, we don't expect that to be of major concern.
I just want to clarify that, as I mentioned during my presentation, there are Norfolk pines, Australian umbrella trees, and Brazilian pepper on site, and they're all invasive species, and they have to be removed anyways.
So that is all on our end. This project is also being supported by the North Beach Partners and isn't exactly what the North Beach Master Plan wanted to see here on Envisioned. So with that, we conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to close the public portion and ask my board for comments. Alex, are you there? Okay.
I can start.
Someone else? Sarah?
Okay.
Or Jason?
Hi. Thank you for comprehensive presentation.
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I was muted.
Okay,
Go ahead.
We'll come back to you. Go ahead,
Okay.
Sarah.
I think overall I really like this design. I like the concept of how you've laid out the two buildings and, to go through and the center courtyard. I think that is very successful. And I think it is going to be a nice addition, certainly an improvement to the neighborhood. Thank you for that. I keep going back, and I don't know if the other board members are going to agree. I feel like the most successful elevations are the ones that face each other within the courtyard, and I keep thinking about how they're just so clean and they're really nice, and I think about that in relation to the curved balconies, which I can't decide if they're working or not. I don't know what anybody else has to say, but I'm not quite sure if you need more, if you need a third one, if you just need to eliminate them entirely, but I'm not quite sure. I was going to throw that out there.
I think you're right on with the interior elevations are the best, and the curved balconies are like bad Gaudi to me. They're superfluous and gratuitous, if you will.
I tend to agree with both of you. I think those curved balconies, they're also they were started by Jeannie Gang, and they actually are unusable except for the center part usually, because they slim down to almost nothing, and you can't even stand there at that point. But I think it's actually better suited to the site than the first one this architect did. So I think the design is very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think, and I know you kind of played down the floor plans, but as somebody who's familiar with how complex sites like this can be, and to create these vertical units and these townhomes and adhering to our code and the understory and all of these very complex things, the floor plans are really, I think, very effective. I do agree that I see an appeal to a young family. They're properly sized. They're 2 and 3 bedroom or 3 and 4 bedroom, but they're kind of compact, but you can see how a growing family might want to be in this neighborhood, specifically because it is a neighborhood, which I think is really nice. Sorry about the Airbnb issues that have been happening, but this is happening all over the city and all over cities all over the country, and it's something I know the City of Miami Beach Code Enforcement's been dealing with on a regular basis, somewhat ineffectively, but it's a tough challenge, I think. I too, I love the way the glazing is kind of articulated. I do think that I thought the same thing about the balconies. I was like, no, I don't know if I really like those, but I appreciate the use of the wood everywhere, the elements, the geometries, the shortness of the front building and the taller of the back along the water. It all makes a lot of sense to me. Kind of this in and out open spaces on the roof I think are really nice. The plunge pool idea is great, obviously, for someone that can't have a pool if you don't have one on property. This is a great idea. I'm assuming, I'll just restate the green walls. They're all living green walls. They're all watered and
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
And there's even a couple of smaller ones up on the
Yes.
roof. Those
Like lunch
are
pool.
going to be there as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's really nice. I'm a big fan of actual living green walls and not the ones that are fake. So this is really nice. So great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may add to Mr. Gorling's comment about the circular balconies, yes, he's absolutely right. I mean, they're unusable in the thinner areas, but they're completely usable in the larger, thicker areas. And if you see the floor plans, that's the exact intent. Once you step out from the living areas into the balconies, they're going out into the wider area. The whole idea of the wavy balconies is the shadows they project to the building. We really, in terms of usage, we would all agree that it's a much more usable, the linear balconies, if you put it that way, if you compare it. But we tend to think that the lot, the form, the shape of the lot, which is curvy linear, and if you add up this series of wavy balconies, the shadows that our city projects into the buildings are just going to be manifesting into the facade very, I'd say, poetically or, in a wavy
I hear what
pattern.
you're saying, but I don't think we're unanimously in favor of your curved balconies. I would say no. I think Alex may say no. I think
Yes.
Sarah may say,
Understand.
look at alternatives to them, is
Yeah.
what we're asking you to do. But the current scheme may not get passed.
I would say, because I think that's a really interesting idea, especially because it was so sunny, if anything, make them more pronounced. And that would even, because one of the things I was thinking about too is that on the top level, and I'm looking at the rear elevation, I sort of instinctively wanted more shade. So even if you put deeper I would maybe play with, if you're gonna keep them, maybe make them deeper so that you really do get more of the shadow effect, and then add one to the top so that it's not just the lower floors that have this shade, but that the upper floor has it as well. And I think maybe it's just that it needs a cap or something along the top. I don't know. That was just, if you're really committed to this, the curvature, which I really like the idea of offsetting, all these right angles with some sort of curve. So I want to help you make it work, but I think it needs a bit more refinement.
And we're happy to do that and work with staff on that. Actually, the addition of added balconies, especially on the side facing Calais and the waterway, was to break up the linearity that this design created. So it was, part of our process of working with staff. This was a nice suggestion that we thought staff really liked, but we're not married to that. We'd like to see this project move forward. And if that could be added as some sort of condition, we're happy to remove the curvature from the balconies.
In contrast to Sarah, though, I would say you could probably refine it by making them less curvy, extending them out as she recommended, and integrating it so that the lower one and the upper one are coordinated together, not opposing one another. I think there's a way and maybe there's an intermittent balcony every so often that helps break up the line. Just work on it, okay? It's not the curve that's deadly, it's the way it's being done.
I think
Alex?
Yeah, I think if you want to see properly curved balconies, you have to look at the work of, as Jim said, Antonio Gaudí in Barcelona, the Casa Mila. But anything short of that is really decorative, and I think the design is too good to be kind of compromised by a trendy theme. I mean, actually, the Northern Tower in Golden Beach has this, and it doesn't work. So it's also something that just because they're curved doesn't mean they're working that well. So, I mean, I agree with Jim. Make them better or get rid of them.
Understood. And is that something you'd be willing to let us work with staff at permit?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve DRB application 21-0735 with the condition that the applicant will work with staff to examine alternate solutions for the railing and the curved balconies, including the possible change to non-curved balconies.
Thank you.
I second.
Is that seconded by Ms. Gar Nelson?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you all very much.
Congratulations.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
And Fernandez is going to introduce the next application on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 210741, 1300 South Biscayne Point Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the exterior modifications to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of a two-story residence that includes one or more waivers to replace an architecturally significant pre-1942 residence. This project was originally reviewed and approved by the DRB on March 2nd, 2021, pursuant to DRB 20-0628. It is before the board again for the review of facade changes. While the current project has implemented design conditions from the original order, such as a revised green wall along the garage facade, the application is before the board for changes related to facade material, revised fenestration along the side elevations, and a new rooftop trellis. The application maintains a design waiver that was part of the previously approved design, specifically a waiver of the open space requirement for two-story elevations that exceed 60 feet in length. Staff is supportive of the modified changes. Here to present this application is the architect Ralph Chofe. I am not sure if he's virtually or in person, but he may speak up now. Ralph?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Ralph.
can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. So, of course, this project came before the board in March and was approved. And since that time, the interior design firm of ARRCC was retained to do the interiors. They are the interior design offshoot of Saoda, which we work closely with on many projects. So while the footprint stayed basically the same as was approved, there were exterior modifications made more in keeping with the Saoda style of architecture than we had originally designed. In our package, we provide the previous approved design and from the same angle, the new proposed changes. The new proposed changes do modify the interior of what is the footprint, but I don't think DRB would be concerned with that, and that would be more to what the requests of the owners are. So what we wanted to do is we've decided to go with more of a monotone look and let the exterior and the interior read together. So I would just take you to slide number 11. And number 11 shows you what the new proposed elevations would be like, which we would be using limestone slabs, the aluminum verticals, and a lot of screening. We're using a lot of like this bronze goldish screening throughout that has a perforated design. We've really removed most of the wood elements on the design of the exterior of the residence. And if you go into number 12, the next one, this is what was originally designed and approved. And it was actually also modified from what the approval is, taking into account all the DRB comments. We incorporated them into this design. So if you go to slide number 13, which is an important slide, you'll see the side elevations and how we matriculated the side elevations on each side of the residence so they have interest. The one you should particularly pay attention to is the northeast, the top elevation, which is the one we're asking for the waiver on. Again, you'll see the matriculation. I think the best way to actually see these would be in the axonometrics, which can be found on slide number 19. So in these axonometrics, I think it better illustrates, although a little cartoonish because of the program used, I think it illustrates the movement, the material changes, the fenestration, and how we've made these sides or this side very interesting. If you look at slide number 23. Well, this is the originally approved design where we used the Teramatech or wood, and we used limestone. We used some landscape or green wall in the front that we inset. But that was all changed, and we went with a more monochromatic look. So now the new look is on number 24, where you'll see, again, we use these screens, these perforated screens. We use vertical screens. We keep the shape of the residence is basically the same. And we have a perforated screen entry of which we have a cutout that a palm tree is growing through at the front. So that was that change. If you look at slide number 25, that was the originally approved design. And although not the same angle, slide 26 will kind of, we'll show you how the garage looks. Again, use of limestone slabs, stucco. If you go to slide 27 gives you a better view of the entry. Again, it's a more elegant, refined design than the original one, which was a little bit funkier. We are taking the shades of the woods that we're using inside and bringing them outside. We're taking the limestone that we're using inside and bringing them outside as well. Look at slide number 28. And that's just another view of the entry with the reflecting pond we had and a little water feature and that screen I was telling you about. So if you look at number 29, it's kind of similar to 28. 29 is what was originally approved for that basic area of the entry. Let's see. Let's go to slide 31. And here you get to see what the rear looks like, how we've formed the perimeter on the second floor cantilever. Defining it, going from very thin and curving it kind of down and changing materials. You'll see that the exterior woods and the interior woods, and the interior limestones continue to the outside. So there is really no separation between interior and exterior. And you'll see the same on slide number 32. Which is more of an evening kind of shot. That gives you a better idea. Again, it's a much more elegant home because look at number 33. That was the original exterior that was approved. So if you would go back between number 33 and then number 32, you could now see what the difference is between one and the other, and how we've completely altered the appearance of the residence. Number 34 gives you a really nice view of what the exterior is, and when everything's open, the interior and the exterior. The shape of the house is the same. The elements are mostly the same, but materials and design have changed. I want to show you one last thing, which is number 35. And 35, you see these shades. These shades are in the form of, they're supposed to be like palm trees or leaves, And they provide shade to the sofa sections that you see. It's the same perforated screen that we're using throughout, and we're continuing it in the rear. So there's a continuity of design. You'll see that the woods and the limestone continue from the interior to the exterior. So really the why we came back before the board is we have the same footprint and the same elements. We've just changed what the exterior design looks like on the residence. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ralph. Anyone from the public wish to speak at this time, come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, we have the person who spoke last time under the name Brian Murphy, but it's not Brian Murphy. Are you there? The name Brian Murphy, are you there? They lowered their hand.
So there's no one remaining?
There is no one else with their hand raised to speak.
So I'm going to close the public portion and ask my board for comment.
I have a quick question, maybe Michael. Is the waiver that is now in this application, this is a new waiver caused by something that's happened in the design, or is this because it was there before, but because the design changed, we still have to approve it again?
Fernanda, can you comment?
My apologies. Can you please repeat that? The question?
I see that there's a waiver here that is the
two side, the 60-foot open space requirement. They are requesting, that waiver was part of the first, they asked for that same waiver the first time around. It remains nearly identical in that it does exceed the 60 feet and provides an open space that does not comply in square footage to what is required.
Okay, and we did it, when we approved the application previously, we did approve it with that waiver, right, I guess?
That waiver was approved, correct?
Okay. Well, it's,
That was part of the
thank
previous
you,
approval.
thank you. It certainly is a transformation, that's for sure, I'll say. It's a dramatic change in the overall design. I know perhaps the program has remained similar, although you did mention there were some changes at the interior as well, but certainly the overall design, the massing, the shape of the slabs, the elimination of all the wood, the canopies, the overall design of the whole home is, to me, is basically a whole new house from a design standpoint. So, and I think I actually think this is a nice design also, as we did the first design as well. A couple of questions. These metal fins at on the front elevation that they're kind of like angled, like jigga up on the second floor on slide number 24. Do those things move, or they're fixed? Is it just kind of like a screen?
They're actually fixed. Yeah, I think it would be very difficult to have them move and meet NOA requirements, Jason. So they're basically fixed.
Gotcha. Okay.
Michael, I have a question. Are those shades on the roof as of right, or is that an addition, considered an addition? Well, I don't hear you.
The code does allow shade structures on the roof up to 20% of the area of the floor below.
Right, but we can give opinions on the shape of the shades? Or?
Sure, yes, of course.
All right. I mean, I think the design is fine, but I find those shades out of left field. They kind of look like something out of the movie War of the Worlds. So I just find, rather than an appropriate contrast, I just find them kind of alien and not resolved in terms of the shape of the shades on the roof. I almost think, some modernist umbrellas would be much better. I don't know where this comes from.
If I can answer that, they are really, those shades are like umbrellas. If you look at the shades on the pool deck in the first floor, they're identical to those. So they're a continuation of the design, and they are supposed to kind of look like palms or palm trees that are there right now. They take those kinds of shapes.
Well, if they look more like palm trees, I wouldn't mind them, but there's something, I don't know, there's something disturbing about them. I don't know if other people feel that way.
They look like lily pads to me.
Yeah, lily pads.
And they are, like you said, kind of foreign objects that have dropped into place. I think there's a solution there, though, using the perforated metal. And maybe they have to be clustered so they actually look like they want to be together with each other rather than...
Yes, that's right.
And not friendly. And as long as they stay horizontal, when they start to look like they're sticking up in the air vertically in any way, which the one view in the rear of the building kind of makes them look like they're standing up. Anyway, I think there's an answer there, Ralph, but the combination of shape and clustering them might help.
We'd be happy to work with staff in order to cluster them and work with them. Clustering is not a problem whatsoever. We would like to maintain a very, very slight angle at most, if you wouldn't mind. So they would look like a cluster of palm trees, maybe forming palm tree leaf shapes. And so yes, we could work with staff.
I don't know if I would use the palm tree analogy too much, because they certainly don't look like palm trees now, and I'm not sure there's anything you can do to make them look like a palm tree unless they literally became looking like one. The one palm tree, though, I did have a question about is the one in the front with the reflecting pool. How would the roots get moisture if it's in a pond, which obviously is in a natural pond? It's obviously have a concrete bottom and everything. How do the roots breathe? How do the roots get water underneath that concrete that forms the pond?
The roof itself of that is really a screening.
No, Ralph, the root, R-O-O-T.
Oh, the root. The root. Okay, so it's actually a planter that's built within the palm tree itself, and it will be sprinkled. Although the palm tree looks like it's sitting in the pond, it's actually sitting in a planter that is surrounded by water. And the edges do stick up just about 1/8 of an inch or more. And so that is a self-contained planter that will be bubbled and will receive water.
All right. Sorry, Alex, I interrupted you. The lily pads.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, I just find, are these custom or are these a product or what?
They're all custom. Everything in this house is custom.
Is this done by the decorator, I think?
The decorator liked the screening, and so we incorporated the screening into the roof. That's what they wanted to see. And I kind of like it myself, frankly, but I would sure take into account that they would be clustered and more in a flat position.
Yeah. And they are to wind code, I assume?
I'm sorry?
Are they bolted down or are they movable?
Yeah, everything is bolted down.
Yeah.
I like a lot of the details in this proposal. And like it overall, I wanted to look again at the side with the height waiver. Can you direct us to that? I mean, not the height waiver, I'm sorry. The 60-foot elevation. In that I feel like the design has changed significantly enough that maybe in the previous design when we approved, the waiver, that this revised plan isn't as open and playful with the volumes as the previous one was. And I do not think that it expresses the intent of the code to have the open space.
Well, if you look at the one that was originally approved and you start on the left-hand side, you'll see an opening. And the opening is because that side of the house actually starts a rear of the portion that sticks out. What has been done there is it's been lowered and a planter has been installed in its place so there could be plants growing down, and there were some vertical elements added to the opening, so you could see through the vertical elements into the opening, and then the balance is still the opening. The stair just basically changed in its shape, and instead of all that fenestration to the right of the stair, the fenestration is still there. The difference is that a portion of it is open, and then a portion of it is screened. So you'll see the glass, and of course, when it's nighttime, the glass, the light will just fracture through the perforations in the screen and form a really nice effect. And that's what you're really seeing.
So Ralph, do you think you can work with the staff to increase the movement and whatever?
Oh, that's not a problem.
That should be involved there, because right now it's feeling flatter than before.
That's what I'm saying. It seems
Sure.
much more flat, and I don't think that especially the front section is just a great big long wall now.
So you can work with staff on that, right? Ralph?
Yes, I could work with staff on that.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the application inclusive of waiver.
On the condition?
Only one.
Yes, that's why I said waiver. I just wanted to make sure.
With
Sarah?
With Sarah's friendly amendment that the applicant will work with staff on further articulating the two-story side elevation that the waiver is allowed to do.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
There was
that's
also
what
a
I want.
condition- There was also a condition regarding the clustering of the umbrellas, so
Yes.
that it's less.
Less weird looking.
Yes,
Less-
including that
yeah,
condition
yeah.
as well.
Just less.
That's
I would use
that's
the
a legal
less weird
term.
looking phrase.
Maybe more organic?
Organic.
Works for me.
More organic.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Ms. Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes 6-0.
I want to thank everybody. Michael, one last question. Will we meet regarding this house, regarding staff and the motions made? Do we do this by Zoom, or can we do this in person?
Everything is by Zoom now.
Okay, we'll schedule a Zoom appointment with you at ASAP.
Okay, great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ralph. Now, Sam,
Bye.
do you have to leave?
I do. I could probably stick around for a few more. I could probably stick around for a few more minutes, but I don't see me getting to a vote.
Okay, so we'll have four, after you leave, we'll have four sitting here. Now, if we have to pass a waiver between now, and I haven't looked at the agenda, between now and the end of the last two items, is Alex remotely allowed to vote as one of the five?
Yeah, there's no variances.
Okay, that's all I'm worried about. Okay,
Left.
good. Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
as long as we have a quorum of the board physically present, so 4 members physically present, then Alex can participate and vote remotely.
All right.
Are we ending the meeting at 4 today?
Pardon me?
Is the meeting
4:30.
ending at 4? Okay.
For waivers, yeah.
We have a hard stop of 4:30.
We got another hour. We'll make it.
And we have 2 more
Move it back.
applications. Both are not seeking variances.
See you next month, man.
Stay safe.
You too.
You want to take the next application, Fernanda?
Yep, the next application is DRB 21-0747-317 North Coconut Lane. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story single-family residence, including 1 or more waivers and an understory area, to replace an existing architecturally significant pre-1942 home. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 2-story residence on a waterfront site on Palm Island. This application includes 2 design waiver requests. The first waiver pertains to the setbacks of the front elevation when the lot coverage exceeds 25%. The city code requires that in such instances, 35% of the second floor elevation be further set back 5 feet, and any variation from this requirement is subject to the review and approval of the DRB. The second design waiver requested is for the review of the open space requirement for 2-story elevations that exceed 60 feet in length. Staff is supportive of the proposed design and recommends its approval with all the conditions noted within the report and within the staff recommendation. I believe the architect is, I'm not sure who's here. Someone is here to present on this application.
I believe council and
The Environmental
architect are
Design
here.
Group has their hand raised.
Yes, hi. Some of our team needs to be sworn in.
Sure. I'd like to ask anyone who's not been sworn in to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all. You have 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Matt Amster at the law firm of Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Lucia Penrod, the applicant and owner of the property, actually a long-term owner, also has businesses here in Miami Beach, and very much looking forward to an improved home for her and her family for many years to come on the same property that they've already owned for quite a long time. Unfortunately, she and her husband could not be here. They did want to be here, but we are here to carry on for them. The design team is made up of, with me here, Richard Sammons from Fairfax and Sammons. Also, I think on the line we have Angel Franco from A.T. Franco and Associates. We have our landscape architect, Dustin Maisel from Environmental Design Group, and my colleague is assisting Emily Balter. We have a presentation, if you could please bring it up. It's a waterfront property at the western end of Palm Island. It's a wedge-shaped property and actually quite narrow, which does pose a challenge. It is actually, the south side of it is along an unimproved street end. And I will say that today, existing conditions, the garage is 8 inches from the front property line. So that will be a great improvement by not having that and complying, of course, with the front setback. Notably, this existing home is not in the greatest shape, and it has had many different changes over the years. And also notably, it's at a very low elevation, which has plagued Palm Island for quite some time. It's at 5.85 feet, and you have to build up to 9, so it is over 3 feet below the flood elevation. So we're providing a more resilient project. We do have 2 waivers that Fernanda touched on, and we will present, but I want to turn it over to Richard for him to take you through the project.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Richard Sammons of Fairfax and Sammons Architects, the offices in Newport, New York, and Palm Beach. Our office in New York is at 2 Sniffen Court.
If you could go to the next slide, I want to make one more comment. We did actually reach out to 15 of the nearby neighbors, both providing letters and excerpts of the plans. Had some conversations with them. While we don't have any formal letters of support, I know that the neighbor to the north did verbally say they were support, and they may be on the Zoom to join us later. But notably, there was no opposition to the project. Next slide. Richard, keep going.
Yes, next slide. This is the existing conditions showing that the existing house violates the setbacks in actually 5 locations. If we go to the next slide, we'll see the next, really few slides are really just to show that the new design satisfies the setbacks in all areas. Next. It favors the south setback, allowing the north setback to peel away. Next. Next again. Okay. The main, the partie is essentially a box standard Palazzo plan with what's a fragment thereof with the courtyard exposed to the south. A large shade tree forms the south elevation, essentially providing so that the interior doesn't roast. You enter through a Falquez, through the front door, you're back outside, and all the circulation is exterior. You go to the first arcade, and you are in the, you go to the stair. The stair goes upstairs. Next. And we have 3 bedrooms, all of which are
are serviced from the exterior veranda above. And then to the water side, we have essentially the owner's apartment, which is fully air conditioned. Set back one slide before. And you can see that the water side apartment is basically one large living room, a loggia, and then a large sort of exterior room with a fireplace that engages with the pool. Next. And next again, the roof plan. And next again. This is the existing house. It used to be an L-shaped house, and then somebody filled in the L and then built the garage, and there's nothing much significant left to it from the design standpoint. Next. Next. Our renderings, actually, the aspect ratio on this is a little narrow. It is a narrow site, but not that quite narrow. The front elevation at the top, the rear elevation at the bottom, which is facing west. Really, the house is all about providing shade and ventilation. Next. These are the two side elevations. The top showing the open courtyard. Again, whereas it has the three sides of the cortile. One side has a pergola, and the other two are covered on 2 stories. The north elevation, which is the one we're asking for the variance for, waiver for, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Lawyer. Is still an interesting facade, and really, I think hits the spirit of the requirement for the because you didn't want a blank wall. Next. The sections, just so you can see that the house is actually rather small. Most of it is outside. Next. The transverse sections, again, show you that it's a very narrow house on a narrow lot. Next. And this is rendering from the outside. The plantings have been somewhat reduced and miniaturized just so we can focus on the architecture, but it will be a very lush, kind of overgrown site. The front facade, of course, has balconies overlooking the area. There's the front door. Continue. Next, we'll just go through these. I think it's self-explanatory. Another view. Next. Aerial view looking down into the courtyard. And again, the courtyard is really to be shaded by a large shade tree, in this case, a buttonwood. Next. Next is all load-bearing masonry construction, lime render. You can see here below the spring course, it's coquina. It's full-depth coquina, stone-on-stone masonry. That's the pergola. The pergola itself would be made out of Sinker cypress, so it's not really white, it's brown. Next. Next, please. Again, we're just...
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Circling around the water elevation. Next. Next. Next again. Again. And I think the next one you can see that the houses to the side actually present rather blank facades to our facade. Next again. That's more clear. To the south elevation is a blank facade. Next. And the materials are all natural materials which will age beautifully and get nice and grungy. Coquina, brick, shellstone, and tile. Again, a lime render with Kime paint. Next. Go 2 more up. One more.
Yeah, this is just the existing house, and again, showing you that the next door neighbor's wall to the north is essentially a blank facade. Thank you. Now we'd like to hop over to the, you want to jump in here, or?
Yeah, you could go, for the presentation, if you go to page 47, we'll just want to show you the waivers, waiver diagrams, and then we'll conclude.
Okay, this is the north wall waiver, which is longer than the 60 feet without a 8-foot deep bite out of it. The facade doesn't parallel the setback, and actually peels away, and it has significant variation. Providing the intent of the intent of the requirement. Next, please. Showing the elevation and how it is.
Back one, please.
Showing how the elevation is, set back in various locations, and that it's not just one big plane. To the front.
10 minutes are up.
Okay.
Another minute or two?
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
For the front elevation, we are 6.5 inches off of the requirement there. Next, please. Next. The little balcony there on the front line is green. It's supposed to be 5 feet deep, and it is 4 foot 6.5 feet deep. And it's just that the bedroom behind it gets very tight if we continue to smush it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a narrow frontage over there. If we could just skip to page 66, we'll take you 2 quick pages for the landscaping, because I don't want to leave that out. We do have, Dustin is on if we have questions, but real briefly, maybe the next page. Go probably a good 3 or more pages in. Let's see.
The site has only one native tree, a sea grape, which we are maintaining and retaining.
Go to the next one.
We are going to be adding 11 new shade trees, all of which are native, and 6 palms, all of which are native. Next. Next. That's the scheme there. And so it's a very wooded site, a lot of permeable, it meets all the permeability, and it's intended to be a very lush landscape. Next. I think that's all we need to say about the landscape.
Yep. So we're here requesting design review approval, including the 2 waivers. We think that there's plenty of different changes in plane and articulation and lots of detail, especially on that north elevation facing what unfortunately is provided to us by our neighbor as more of a blank wall. And we're definitely avoiding that completely and meeting, carrying through all the elements of the home, both there and also in that front little, it's that balcony above the front entrance. It is set back to meet the intent of the code, to have that second floor not to be too imposing. With that, we are agreeing with all of staff's conditions, and our team is here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much. Nice presentation. Someone's got a harpsichord or something going here. There you go. Anyone from the public wish to speak at this time, come forward or raise your hand online.
Truth, nothing but the truth.
Michael?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Board, for hearing me here. My name is Steve Savola, and I am the attorney for Jack and Lucia Penrod. They were unable to be here today for this and have asked that I step forward on their own behalf. They have certain medical issues that they're working their way through right now, but they did want me to express their opinion with regards to first of all, the team that they put together to create the design here and then follow through with regards to the construction should it be approved. They're longtime residents of the island there and have lived there since 1998. They brought up their 2 kids there. They've utilized the park on the island extensively, attending the Halloween functions there. Their daughter learned tennis there. And so at this juncture, they would like to rebuild. They'd like to fit within the community there. And then they would also very much like to continue with the sort of Spanish style that they had on the existing home and make this new design fit within that. So with regards to that, in the future, they very much want to live there continuing into the future and look forward to this project being complete should it be approved and move back to the island and live happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give us your name again? Okay.
My name is Steve Savell for Jack Lucia Penrod since 2008.
Okay, thank you. Matt, do you want to add any more before we? Okay.
Yeah.
So I see no one from the public who wishes to speak. And Michael, is there anyone online?
I think Matt, to clarify, we have Environment Design Group. Are they part of your team?
Yeah, that's our landscape architect.
Okay.
He's here for questions.
Anyone else?
With that, there's nobody else.
So I'm going to close the public portion and ask comments from the board.
I'll start. Sure. I think you've done a really nice job of creating this kind of little modern classical home. And you're kind of sandwiched between these two kind of not so modern classic homes. I appreciate you showing those adjacent properties in 3D also. It's really, really helpful when we're looking at the context to see it in all of your renderings. Most people don't do that, so it's really helpful. Just a couple little comments. I mean, I know you said you're only 6 inches away from not having to apply for that waiver, so that kind of works both ways. I say like, oh, it's like just 6 inches, just move it and you don't have to have that waiver. But I think more importantly for me, the front elevation, there's something for me a little weird about those 2 little windows right in the front, which is kind of like this facade is basically your only sort of this is your curb appeal to the whole street, right? And there's some really neat detailing up on top, and the door is articulated. It actually looks kind of petite to me a little bit, and then you have these windows, and maybe it's because you put these bars on it, which I know are sort of a nod to a time past, but I don't know. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. It sort of looks like a basement or something, and since this is your one, your big facade for everybody to see, to me, I would like to maybe see you work on that a little bit. That's my own personal opinion. The rest of it I think is really nice. I love the way the backyard is and the pool and the way you've articulated the different levels.
Yes.
And I know it's a bedroom back there, a staff's bedroom or something,
But it's also traditional to that type of house. Where
Yeah.
The ground floor is considered a fortress and.
But it's not a fortress. I mean, we're not.
And I can tell you guys, you can't have bars on the windows. You're going to have to remove the bars. You can't have the bars.
So then without the bars, it's even a little bit weirder.
But those aren't egress windows as well. The egress is to the
You can't have, the city does not allow bars on the windows. You can't have the bars on the windows.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's refreshing to see a classical design that's brilliantly done. It's a shame because the new idiom is this boxy modernism that I find at this point quite boring, really. So I know the firm's work and they're really quite excellent. I don't have a problem with that front facade, but I'm willing to look at it again. So also, I think this is extremely thorough, and this is the type of presentation that provides all the information necessary to make a decision. And I think it should really be compared again to that Coconut Alley project, that 50-foot townhouse that we saw earlier. which really did not have information equal to making a decision. Anyway, I just think this is excellent and I would approve this.
I also think this design is lovely and overall successful. My only comments too is I do agree with Jason that the east-facing facade does need some refinement. I was gonna, make the comment to lose the bars on the windows as well. I also find, and maybe, especially when you lose the bars on the windows, I do find it a little awkward that the balconies, the balustrades are a different material and a different style, and I think it would be much more cohesive if you had either both of them with stone balconies or both of them with metal balconies. They're just too close to not be similar.
Could we see the front facade again? Is that possible?
It's page 16.
Just so we could all talk about it together.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm looking also at
Sorry.
page 26, but I don't know if this is the proposal. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's the same, oh well.
Yes.
It's the same on the water-facing side as well, where you have the two different materials. So I just thought that would be an improvement. I don't know if I love this parapet thing. Why did you decide, I think that the barrel tile roof is beautiful in and of itself. If anything, what I would recommend, again, on the water side, and I guess that's more to have that parapet be a little bit more curved as opposed to straight and lose this one in the front.
Let me start with the balustrades. The balustrades, which are stone, are sitting on masonry walls. The railings, which are metal, are not sitting on walls. They're projecting from on metal brackets, so therefore they're metal. So that's perfectly logical, and it's also very traditional. In terms of the fractable, it's let the kids have some fun. It's let the kids dance. It's it's a bit of a frise and a bit of a lilt, and the client likes it, and so do I.
You probably could solve the railing problem by making the one that's metal, wrought iron, shorter from the two sides and address them within the...
Well, I have to clear the shutters,
Yeah,
the
well,
Persiani.
you pull them towards the shutters would be my point. And so they directly address not just the facade, but
Okay,
more the
that'd be
windows, the windows and the shutter, or the doors and the shutters. Because that's what they're there for.
I mean, you're also going to find too that when you remove the bars on the windows, that those small windows are going to look even more awkward than they look already. And so you're going to have to play with that facade.
Again, they're awkward to our eye. They're not awkward to a Central American eye.
Well, at the end of the day, either we approve the design or we don't, so.
We're happy to work with staff on those if you...
Okay, and I mean, staff is directed by what we discuss.
There's an architect...
But Sarah, what do you think? I mean, I know where this is coming from, and it's very, it is a kind of, you see this all over Cuba and various Latin American countries. The lower floor is more, it's not glass. You don't have big glassy windows there, so tell me what you don't like about this exactly.
Alex, there's a critic. I presented a project one time in graduate school, and the critic, his name was Jim, looked at it and he said, well, why are the windows so small on the ground floor? Does no one live there? So that's a little bit of what the message is about whether it's a habitable space
staff.
or not.
It's actually the staff.
Yeah,
It's
and I don't
the
know if that's the
argument.
message you want to project to any visitors coming in. You have staff in the basement. And that's what I'm telling you, right? So I would look at making it look like a livable space besides a fortress.
Because it's not a fortress. It's not a fortress, Alex. It's a house. I mean, yes, it's very historical in nature because, at one point you wanted to protect down there, it needed to be solid, but this is basically a stucco wall with little tiny windows facing the street. We wouldn't allow this, we don't like to have this in a garage that faces the street, no matter what the style of the house is. So, I understand Sarah's thoughts about it and I understand mine about it. So all I ask is that the applicant work with staff to create a little bit to examine the size of those windows now that we're removing the bars, possibly restricting the balcony on top. The facade is going to change.
You know, the part of
Richard, I mean, if you did, I mean, I'm sure there are other Schinkel-esque precedents you could look at. I mean, maybe think of it more as a pavilion, a two-story pavilion, without a very heavy base. I mean, if you did the same French doors below, what would it just be too typical or what?
It's privacy for the person behind there. His window's all open to the side, and it's really about privacy. It's about
I wonder if
not having this sort of typical suburban Anglo thing.
And we're just here to
Yeah,
make...
but I think it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think from what other people on the board are saying, I think if you change the concept slightly to more of a pavilion rather than a base and a top, then you could justify making a larger window at the bottom and put curtains inside or something. I don't know.
We're happy to work with staff.
I'd like to make a motion to approve DRB file 21-0747, inclusive of the approval of the two design waivers with the condition that the applicant will work with staff on modifications to the street-facing facade, including looking at the size of the fenestration and the railings on the second floor.
And the parapet.
And the parapet.
Excuse me, guys. I understand the issue with the railings on the windows. I'm sorry, the bars on the windows and the window openings. But what do you want to do with the railings? Do you want to have them go with a consistent railing, which I guess would be the metal railing versus the balustrade?
No, my understanding, at least my comment, was that the balustrade looks great and integral to the actual building and the facade. The point was made that the wrought iron railing and walkway, the platform, for lack of a better term, which is all metal, could just be made smaller and more integrated with the windows and the shutters rather than the whole overall facade.
Agreed.
Which means it's
But still keeping it as a metal railing
yeah,
system.
I actually like the metal railing.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the top.
And then what about the parapet on the roof?
Yeah, Sarah, you had a comment about this.
I found the elevation a bit awkward, and also the driveway. I don't really understand. Maybe again, it's the rendering. Yeah, and again, it just seemed like there was a lot going on a very small section of building that's facing the street. So I just think it needs some refinement, looking at why does the driveway meet, again, why is it in a U shape?
It's so that the cars are only over you only have to have paving where the cars are. You don't have to pave the whole thing. So that one could put perhaps a big, I'd like to see a big Canary Island date palm right there in the middle of that thing. So it's so that we don't have as much permeable. Again, we're all about natural materials, permeable surfaces, breeze. We build a house, we design a house as if it doesn't have air conditioning. And we're a traditional firm. There's not a piece of plastic on this house. There's not an artificial material on this house. It's low-bearing masonry. Everything about it is real. And everything about the design of it is also authentic and real, and is typical for the type of architecture it is.
Yeah, Sarah, I agree. I don't think, I'd rather not have more pavement on the entry. And I like the parapet. I think it's fanciful, but I think this house is so well thought out and integrated, all the parts, that I'm really, in this case, I'm deferring to the firm because I think their work is at another level in understanding classicism and traditional architecture and construction. So, I mean, as you know, I normally have lots of comments, but in this case, I'm deferring to their judgment, really.
Mr. Chairman, if I can comment on the driveway, what they've done is reduce the amount of paving by having one access point that then splits up to the 2 parking spaces. Otherwise, we have the 2 parking spaces extending out towards the street and increasing the width of the paving at the street. So what they've done is reduce the throat or access point to the 2 parking spaces, especially with a narrow lot that gets more narrow towards the street. So we think this is appropriate rather than having two driveway access points for 2 parking spaces at the front.
You know what? I saw another picture in the proposal, and it steps it back and it explains it better, the orientation. So thank you for clarifying that, Michael.
Yeah, and I like the fact there's no front gate and all that mess on the street. It's pretty clean.
By the way, Michael, I'm just curious, what is the issue with traditional bars on lower windows?
No, the city does not allow bars on the windows. Because,
No, I understand that, but what was where does that come from? I'm just curious.
Well, it goes from it's the appearance. If you walk around a neighborhood, even if there's no crime, if you have a neighborhood that's composed of bars on the windows and security gates.
Okay, all right.
That's why the city removed them as allowances decades ago, and they're no longer allowed for that reason.
Okay, I mean, it's just that in Spanish Mediterranean architecture, it's a common theme, design theme, but I understand. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think the city didn't object to the metal as much as they objected to how they looked. Steel bars on all the windows weren't exactly designed in a classical way. But anyway, that being said, do we not have a motion?
Does my motion still stand?
Yes. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Note that Mr. Sheldon is absent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Now with that, Mr. Chairman, I know we're not going to have enough time to get through the last application on the agenda. Would you like to have them present and then continue the application, or just continue the application to the February 1st meeting?
We should ask the applicant. They're here. They can make a presentation, get our comments if they want. And maybe
They can't make any changes. So, and also, since we are short now, more board members are probably going to have to present again in February.
I would second waiting till the next time.
Kobe, you okay with that?
I guess I have no choice. I'll say Happy New Year and I'll see you all next
Thank you, Kobe.
Thanks, Kobe.
Sad.
Okay, so can I get a motion to continue the last application, which is DRB 21-0748 for 5661 Pine Tree Drive, to the February 1st meeting? This will be first on the agenda.
Yes, I make that motion.
I second.
Motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Ms. Wheeler Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. The item is continued to February 1st.
Do we have
Thank
to
you.
Have a motion to...
Adjourn.
I move to adjourn the January 4th DRB meeting now.
I second.
Anyone object?
No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Love it, Michael.
Thank you. See you next month.
Thank you all.